Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. She just couldn't comprehend where the hell did this man's absurd level of confidence even come from? It felt like the word insecurity had absolutely nothing to do with the man standing before her. But that's exactly how it is. Minami, showing no intention of sparing Futabario's feelings, got straight to the point. I have so many people who like me, while you hide away alone in this science prep room with no friends. That's the fundamental difference between us. Futabario felt completely shut down by that statement. Her face flushed bright red, but she had no way to refute it. Because it was true. Minami was popular. And she was alone. But did he really have to be this blunt about it? In the end, under his unwavering gaze, she could only mumble weakly, I do have friends. Oh? Minami perked up immediately. Here it was. This was exactly what he had been aiming for. The reason he had pushed so hard with his words was to find out whether the Futabario of this world was actually connected to Sakata Zuzugawa and Kunimayama. If things followed the original story. Minami thought for a moment, then casually asked, then, Futaba-san, who exactly are your friends? My classmates, Sakata Zuzugawa and Kunimayama. Knew it. Hearing those two names come out of Futabario's mouth, Minami let out a long breath. His suspicions had been confirmed. Just like Hatsumi Sho and Hibiki Yoda existed in this world, it was only natural that Sakata Zuzugawa and Kunimayama would too. Chapter 190, Love or Admiration. Zuzugawa, Sakata and Kunimayama really did exist in this world. Minami's suspicions were confirmed. But that has absolutely nothing to do with me. Minami thought to himself. To avoid unnecessary complications, he had already removed Futabario from his simulation target list. So what he needed to do next was to treat this situation normally. With that in mind, Minami spoke. Since Futaba-san already has friends, why not talk to Zuzugawa, Sakata or Kunimayama instead? Coming to someone like me, who's not at all popular, won't get you anywhere. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze toward her. There's no point discussing this with Sakata. Futabario shook her head. Talking to someone who's unpopular isn't going to change anything. Minami Shouji. Damn, that was blunt. He had to admit, Futabario's logic was painfully accurate. But still, you only mentioned Sakata. What about Kunimai? Minami had heard her opinion about Zuzugawa Sakata. But she hadn't said a word about Kunimayama. So, naturally, Minami pressed the issue. And as expected for the first time, the calm, expressionless Futabario hesitated. Kunimai. There's no point troubling him with this. Besides, he has a girlfriend. Her tone was as indifferent as ever. But Minami noticed the slight pause in her voice. So I was right. Ever since Kunimayama gave her the tenpan, red bin bun, at the start of the school year, Futabario had harbored a faint sense of admiration for him. Now the question was, would that admiration develop into genuine feelings? Or would it fade away over time? Well, that's none of my business. Minami thought to himself. Since he had already removed her from the simulation, whatever happened with her feelings wasn't his concern. But after listening this far, he had learned quite a bit from her. If he just got up and left now, well, even someone as unconcerned with others' opinions as him would feel a little guilty about it. Because if this world followed the original story, Futabario would stay single all the way until university. Minami briefly recalled how the girls from Kesoka Band had waited for him for over a decade in the simulation. With a shake of his head, he made up his mind. Futaba-san. To be honest, you do have feelings for Kunimayama, don't you? Either admiration. Or maybe something more? He didn't beat around the bush. He went straight for the kill. PFFFFT. Futabario spit out her coffee all over the table. For someone like her, that was a rare loss of composure. But she didn't care about that now. She rushed toward Minami, her slender fingers gripping his collar, her usual calm and flat voice shaking as she nearly shouted, what the hell are you talking about? Are you an idiot? Are you an idiot, Minami? From my perspective, that's just how it looks. In contrast to her panic, Minami remained completely calm. He pried her fingers off his shirt, took a sip of water to clear his throat, then casually continued, and honestly. Isn't that the real reason you came to me? He tapped the table with his fingers. You didn't come here because you actually want to be popular. You came here because you wanted my opinion on Kunimayama. Futaba was speechless. She could only stare at him, dumbfounded. For the first time, she was genuinely shocked. Because she had only been talking to Minami Shoji for 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. And yet in those 10 minutes, he had completely figured her out. His ability to read people was beyond anything she had expected. No wonder so many girls liked him. Still Minami let out a small sigh. Ah. The confusion of teenage admiration. Wanting to express your feelings, but too scared to take that step forward. Terrified of rejection, but never realizing that if you never take a step, you'll never get anywhere. Compared to Futaba, Minami felt like a seasoned veteran in this game. Even without knowing the full plot of Bunny Girl Senpai, he could see right through her. Because, honestly, she was that easy to read. Alright then. Minami paused, leaning back slightly. He had zero intention of being some romantic counselor for girls. But now that he had already boarded this ship, he figured he might as well ask, why do you care about Kunimayama so much? His eyes were calm, clear, and steady as he looked at her. Futaba found herself momentarily stunned. Then she fell silent. A full minute passed before she finally spoke. Back in our first year, I forgot my lunch. And the school canteen was packed during lunch break. That was when Kunimai bought me a red bean bun. And? Minami waited. A few seconds passed. Then a few more. Nothing. That's it? That's it. Wait, that's seriously it? Minami was speechless. He had been expecting some grand, deeply emotional story that would explain everything. But in the end it was just a damn anpan. Can I ask? How much does a red bean bun cost? 130 yen. I have 1,300 yen right here, Futaba-san. How about we go get some anpan together? My treat. Futaba. She didn't bother responding to Minami Shoji's obvious teasing, merely shooting him a glare with her striking golden eyes. Because even she knew just how ridiculous her reasoning must have sounded to anyone else. Falling for someone just because of a 130 yen anpan? Honestly, Minami's reaction was already pretty mild. If she told this story to her classmates, she'd probably become a laughingstock by the next day. Meanwhile, Minami, though a bit surprised, was also curious. Who exactly was this Kunimayama? Was he that good looking? Could he actually be better looking than him? No. That's impossible. Minami shook his head. His appearance stat was a 9, a number borderline unnatural. Even if Kunimayama was handsome and athletic, he'd be at best around a 7 or an 8. There was no way he could match him. Yet Futaba fell for him. Over an anpan. But was that really love? Even now, Minami doubted it. Because all Kunimai did was hand her a red bean bun when she forgot her lunch. Compared to the long and grueling journey of actual romance, this felt more like gratitude. A fleeting admiration for someone who helped her when she felt lost. For teens going through their first love, this sort of thing happened all the time. Especially for someone like Futaba. Minami glanced at her. Despite her strong, logical exterior, deep down she was reserved, introverted, and deeply insecure about how others saw her. She felt self-conscious about her mature body, leading her to develop a hesitant, conflicted personality, longing to step into the light, but afraid of getting burned. In that kind of mental state, anyone who showed her kindness, regardless of whether it was Kunimayama or someone else, she would probably fall for them just the same. But was that really love? Or was it just misplaced admiration? If love could be that cheap, that fragile, then Minami could already see the problem. Damn. He sighed. It's like this damn simulation always picks the most complicated girls. Kesoku Band? A decade-long waiting game. Now Futaba? A girl who doesn't even understand her own feelings. What a pain. Well, whatever. All he could do was point it out to her. That's it. With that thought, Minami lifted his gaze and spoke. Futaba-san. I have only one question for you. What is it? Do you truly love Kunimayama? His voice was calm, but when he said love, he emphasized it. What are you trying to say? Futaba frowned slightly, sensing something off. But Minami continued, unfazed. I'm not trying to stir up trouble. Doing that wouldn't benefit me at all. His voice remained steady as he continued, without a shred of hesitation. I just want you to think carefully. Don't confuse admiration with love. Futaba. Confusing admiration with love? Who? Her? That's impossible. She thought back to the moment Kunimai handed her the anpan. How she felt in that moment. She wanted to deny Minami's words. But for some reason she couldn't. A strange hesitation crept into her mind. This sort of thing happens a lot. Minami continued, his dark eyes seeming to see right through her. Futaba lowered her head, unsure how to respond. Did she not even understand her own feelings? Minami rested his chin on his hand and sighed. This kinda feels like I'm stealing someone's girl. But it needed to be said. As an outsider, he could see things far more clearly than she could. And so, he maintained his steady tone. I get it. When you were feeling lost, Kunimai was there to lend a hand. It's only natural that you'd feel grateful. Even fond of him. But have you ever thought about this? Admiring someone and loving them, these two emotions feel similar. But they're completely different. He held up two fingers. Much like how love at first sight exists, but isn't as common as people think, admiration can easily be mistaken for romantic feelings. That's all I wanted to say. Minami concluded, standing up. Whether you really like him, whether you decide to pursue him, that's none of my business. But before you take action, I just wanted to warn you, don't mix up admiration and love. If you still want my advice on how to be more popular, well, I don't mind. Add me online. Minami's tone was light, as if he had simply wrapped up a conversation. Yet at the same time, he had also laid out a next step for her. This level of decisiveness, this straightforward confidence, even Futaba Ryo couldn't help but nod along with his pace. She saved his line contact into her phone. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy. Staring at the newest contact on her list, the only ones besides Azusawa Sakata and Kunimayama. Futaba fell into silence. Minami's line name was just as ridiculously confident as his attitude. Well, that's that. Minami glanced at the time. I still need to clean up the gym, so I'll be going now. Alright. Futaba Ryo watched him leave, her messy silver hair swaying slightly. Then she turned toward the beaker in front of her. The alcohol burner still flickered beneath it. Admiration and love, huh? She murmured to herself. Their conversation had strayed far from her original reason for calling him here. And yet his words stuck with her. Her feelings toward Kunimai. Was that really love? Or just admiration? Futaba closed her eyes. And for some reason, a strange thought crossed her mind. If it's really just admiration, then what am I supposed to do next? She glanced at her phone screen again. At Minami's line name. If it were him, what would he do? Chapter 191, The Cuckold Warrior. Your fate is sealed. Admiration? Or was it something deeper like love? Sitting alone in the science prep room, Futaba Ryo stood up. Then sat back down. The white lab coat she was wearing crumpled slightly. Her thin eyebrows furrowed together tightly. She tried to think it through, alone. As a science girl, she always had a unique ability to analyze herself objectively. But I can't figure it out. Futaba Ryo's autumn leaf-colored eyes lifted slightly. She really couldn't figure it out. Whether it was her messy emotions, or the real reason she wanted to be noticed. Futaba let out a soft sigh. She didn't blame Minami for saying things that left her so confused. Because objectively speaking, he wasn't wrong. Teenage admiration and love were, as he said, easily confused. But if she couldn't figure it out on her own, then would it be better to talk to someone else? Hesitating, she pulled out her phone. Her first instinct was to message Azusawa Sakata, one of the only people she could call a friend. But after thinking about it, that lazy bastard had been obsessed with some upperclassman lately. And considering his usual half-assed attitude. Ugh. He's unreliable. Futaba frowned. Her pale fingers scrolled through her pathetically short contact list, trying to find someone her age she could actually talk to. But no matter how much she scrolled, her contact list wasn't going to magically get longer. In the end, her gaze locked onto a single name. This person. Can I rely on them? Futaba stared at her screen. A neatly typed name appeared in her contacts: Yamada Ryo. This person. Can I trust them? She hesitated. Her connection to Yamada Ryo was purely by chance. Because of their wealthy families, their parents had arranged for them to meet twice. Honestly, they weren't even friends. But she should be fine, right? There wasn't really anyone else she could ask. And Yamada Ryo. How should she put it? She had a calm and distant aura, giving off the impression of someone reliable. She didn't talk much, but when she did, her words were sharp and to the point. There was an air of elegance and wisdom about her. Thinking this, Futaba stopped hesitating, pressed her screen, and dialed. Hello? Yamada? It's Futaba Ryo. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about something. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal. You pick the place and send me the address. We'll talk in person. A simple exchange, and Futaba hung up. She took off her lab coat, neatly folded it, and locked up the science room before heading out. As she walked through the school halls, several students recognized her, but not one greeted her. living at Shuka High, Futaba Ryo felt like a ghost. A completely invisible person. Not wanted, not needed. Fuck. Meanwhile, on the other side of campus, Minami had just sat down when he realized something. A hint of regret flashed across his face. He had definitely made a mistake. He'd gotten too caught up in lecturing her, and forgot to ask the one thing he actually wanted to know. Which was the whole adolescence syndrome thing. Minami tapped his fingers against the table. Adolescence syndrome. That was what he had completely forgotten to ask Futaba Ryo about. In the world of Bunny Girl Senpai, adolescence syndrome was a bizarre phenomenon that only affected teenagers. Its manifestations varied. For example, one person could split into two separate selves due to an identity crisis. Another could keep repeating the same day over and over because of guilt over a mistake. It sounded like pure fantasy. But in the anime, these incidents actually happened. I mean, I don't really think something that unscientific exists in this world, but... Minami muttered to himself, glancing at the floating simulator's screen beside him. But then again, even the simulator itself wasn't exactly scientific either. If it existed, then was adolescence syndrome really that far-fetched? This was important information. Because if it did exist, then girls like Hitori Gota and the others who were at the peak of their emotional teenage years could very well trigger it. So no matter what, he needed to find out if it was real. That was the real reason he agreed to meet Futaba Ryo in the first place. So should I go back and ask her? Minami checked his phone. It had been about 10 minutes since he left the science room. Considering how antisocial Futaba was, she should still be there, right? Then there was no need to hesitate. One of Minami's strongest traits was his decisiveness. He immediately stood up and headed back to the science room. But it's locked? Standing outside the locked door, Minami raised an eyebrow. This didn't make sense. According to the anime, Futaba Ryo was the ultimate lab rat. She almost never left this room. So why was she suddenly gone today? What a coincidence. Asking a nearby female classmate, he learned that Futaba had just left campus. Minami clicked his tongue, shaking his head in mild annoyance. And to make things worse, even when he texted her online, she wasn't responding. It was as if she wasn't even looking at her phone. For the first time in his life, Minami felt frustrated by how hard it was to contact someone in the modern era. After searching the school, asking other students, and still finding nothing, Minami eventually returned to his seat in class. Damn it, the adolescence syndrome thing is actually important. Fine. If that's how it is, Minami was not the type to procrastinate. Since he couldn't ask her directly, he decided to put Futaba Ryo back into the simulator list. A single simulation should give him all the answers he needed. Besides, even if he asked Futaba in person, there was a high chance she wouldn't even know about adolescence syndrome yet. The Bunny Girl Senpai story might not have even started in this world. A simulation would be faster and more efficient. He pressed her name. And immediately, he saw her current status. Simulation target, Futaba Ryo, status, confused, lost, desires to be saved. This was the first time Minami had ever seen desires to be saved as a status. Desires to be saved? Who needed saving? Futaba Ryo? Why? Wasn't she just stressed about socializing? Why did this suddenly sound so much more serious? As someone who had barely paid attention to the anime, Minami had no idea what he had just stepped into. Forget it. Without enough information to analyze, Minami's understanding of Futaba Ryo remained limited to the anime version of her. But this wasn't anime, this was reality. In reality, people experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Their emotions fluctuate unpredictably, unlike scripted characters. Some differences between an animated persona and a real person were to be expected. With that in mind, Minami decided to stop overanalyzing. Everything he needed to know would be revealed in the simulation. Now then. How many affection points do I have left? He glanced at the counter. Due to his recent direct simulation, his points were running low. Even though they had replenished slightly, they had only climbed back up to 560. Still, that was enough for one simulation. Would you like to begin a simulation? Yes or no? Yes. Current affection points, 260. Simulation start. A sudden request from Futaba Ryo, combined with an unexpected discussion about relationships, left you completely baffled after a busy day at the cultural festival. From your perspective, this science girl clearly has a crush on someone already, yet she still had the nerve to come talk to you? This was nothing less than a direct challenge to your title as Minami, the incubus. You silently vowed to make this big-breasted science woman fully understand the power of your irresistible charm, Cuck Warrior. This role is yours to claim. Minami stared at the screen. Then, he fell silent for a good few seconds. Sometimes, he really had to wonder, was this damn simulator screwing with him on purpose? Forget it. It was a cursed simulator anyway. Minami sighed, giving himself a mental pep talk before continuing to read. The next day, you took the initiative to head to the science prep room. Likewise, with your keen observational skills, you quickly discerned her current confusion regarding emotional matters. You understood deeply that a girl's hazy feelings during high school were nothing more than an illusion. Flowers in the mirror, the moon in the water, with just a little verbal guidance. This blank canvas before you could easily be dyed with the colors of your rich experience. Under your firm tone and forceful verbal manipulation, Rio, weak and powerless, completely naive in matters of love, was gradually forced into retreat, slowly becoming a slave to your words. Minami, you'd better really be talking about negotiations or something? Experienced? Forceful? Weak and powerless? A slave to words? Minami realized that this simulator lady sure knew how to craft a sentence. At the very least, if it were up to him, he would never have come up with as many shameless lines. And what the hell was verbal manipulation supposed to mean? Minami couldn't help but shake his head. Everything he had said before had been nothing but his own genuine thoughts. In every possible sense, this simulator was seriously out of whack. Under the influence of your words, though nearly imperceptible, her heart did indeed waver slightly, because, just as you said, high school romance and admiration were often indistinguishable, and compared to others, her mental state was clearly more unstable, more fragile. Now, with a trace of hesitation surfacing in her heart, in this situation, you should, 1. Seize the opportunity. No woman can resist the charm of Minami, the Incubi King. The cuckold warrior. Your victory is certain. 2. Humphrey. Not interested in me? Take the initiative. Pursue her boldly, and once she's yours, dump her. Let her experience the agony of regret, the despair of a love lost. 3. You don't care whether Futrabario mistook admiration for love, you care more about what caused her unstable mental state in the first place. Observe quietly, figure out the reason, that's what you should really do. 4. Direct simulation. Oi? What the hell are these scumbag options? Before the simulator could even finish displaying them, Minami couldn't hold back anymore. He reached out and poked at the simulator's interface. This simulator lady was seriously acting weird today, wasn't she? The first option straight up called for becoming a cuckold warrior. What the hell? That being said, Minami had to admit, the simulator wasn't wrong. High school girls probably wouldn't be able to resist the sheer impact of his 9-point appearance stat, further enhanced by the Shinjo-Akon's perfect, enchanting smile, which boosted it to a full 10 points. If he wanted to go for a fast break, then, without a doubt, the first option wasn't entirely wrong. It was just. The wording was atrocious. Minami decided to keep it as an option for now and moved his gaze to the second choice. If the issue with the first option was its phrasing, then the second option was straight up suicidal. Agony of regret? Pursue her over only to abandon her? What kind of overbearing CEO novel nonsense was this? This was a death flag through and through. Minami shook his head and immediately ruled it out. That left option 3. At first glance, the third option seemed like the most reasonable. After meeting Futrabario today, Minami had already noticed it. Beneath her composed and delicate features lay an extremely fragile psyche, an anxious heart. At this point, the most rational course of action was to take a step back, observe her state, and respond accordingly to her emotional condition. That was, undoubtedly, the correct choice. But it's this shady-ass simulator giving me the options. Minami stared at the pale blue screen. Truth be told, this wasn't the first time he had chosen the safe option. And while it had been right before, there were also times when it wasn't. Playing it safe didn't always mean making the right choice. Sometimes, taking the aggressive route wasn't necessarily wrong either. If even the first option turned out to be a mistake, then there was no point considering the others at all. So, staring at the first and third options, Minami fell into deep thought. What should he choose? Chapter 192, The Woman He Sets His Eyes On. None can escape. Guess I'll go with option 3 after all. After careful consideration, Minami ultimately decided on the third option. Though it was the safest choice, the simulation had only just begun. Observing the situation first and figuring out why the other party was in an unstable mental state was the most logical course of action. And precisely because the simulation had just started, even if the first option turned out to be a mistake, a cautious approach shouldn't affect the later stages of the simulation too much. On the other hand, option 1, the cuckold warrior, your fate is sealed, was overly aggressive no matter how he looked at it. Taking advantage of the opportunity, pursuing Futrabario, and outright asking her to go out with him, it was simply too rushed. If it was the wrong choice, it could have catastrophic consequences for the simulation's future progression. With this in mind, Minami chose the safer third option. There was no way that picking such a careful approach would still lead directly to a bad ending, right? Minami continued reading. You don't care whether Futaba has mistaken admiration for love, you care more about what has caused her psychological instability. To be cautious, you decide to take a step back for now, silently observing in the background to uncover the true reason behind her distress. Your intentions are good, and your approach is reasonable. However, what you didn't expect is that aside from your single discussion with Futaba, you have no other connection with her. Given her introverted nature and tendency to avoid social interaction, she rarely communicates with others. Although you can step back and observe, you cannot reach deeper into her heart. All you can see is her entering and leaving the science prep room alone every day. Occasionally, she exchanges a few words with Azugawa Sakura, but nothing more. She lives her life in solitude, and even when she meets someone, all you do is exchange simple greetings. You fail to uncover the reason behind her growing anxiety and unease. Shit. When he saw this line, Minami immediately sensed that something was off. Unlike the previous simulation targets, he had indeed miscalculated this time. Futaba was naturally withdrawn and rarely opened up to others. Simply observing from the sidelines wasn't enough to grasp her emotional state. Her daily routine remains unchanged. The only place she frequently visits is the science prep room, a monotonous and dull existence. You try to start a conversation with her, but due to her lack of social experience, she never knows how to respond. In the end, she can only pour you a cup of coffee, and that's as far as it goes. Yet you can clearly feel that her mental state is becoming increasingly unstable and restless, but you still fail to uncover the reason behind it. Gradually, you begin to lose interest in whether adolescence syndrome truly exists, and you abandon your observations of her stagnant, unchanging life. You give up on the girl who, dressed in a white lab coat, wandered alone through the science prep room every day. Meanwhile, Yamada has been in frequent contact with you. You find yourself gradually drawn to this cold, deep blue-haired woman. In the second half of your second year of high school, on a rainy night, Yamada confesses to you. You accept, and the two of you start dating. Yamada becomes your girlfriend. Time moves forward, and slowly, you forget about that girl who once struggled with her emotions in silent agony, until one day, you suddenly overhear people talking about Futaba. It seems that, due to family matters or perhaps for personal reasons, she has left Shuka High School and gone to study abroad in Germany. Thinking back to this girl who only occupied a small page in the story of your youth, you feel just a slight sense of sentimentality. The path between you and her has drifted farther and farther apart. You tighten your grip on Yamada hand and step toward the future. Simulation ended. System score, 5 points. System evaluation. The path between you and her gradually diverged, and you never truly touched her heart. It was she who initiated your first encounter. A teenage girl's heart is always filled with unspoken worries and troubles. Had you seized that moment, perhaps you could have gotten closer to her, but in the end, your interactions with her remained at a standstill. You never took a step forward, and she never took the initiative to close the distance. In your desire to play it safe, you overlooked the turbulence and restlessness within her heart. One afternoon in your third year, having gradually lost interest in her, you hear the news that she has gone to study abroad in Germany. Looking up at the contrails stretching across the vast blue sky, regret. From that moment on, you and she would have no further connections. Only the lingering sentiment of youth remains in your heart. Her future and yours, like the parallel lines of a contrail, will never intersect. Looking back now, perhaps if you had chosen a more aggressive path, things might have turned out differently. System reward. You have acquired a small amount of knowledge in quantum mechanics. Minami stared at the results screen in front of him, completely speechless. That's it? It actually ended just like that? So I really should have picked option 1? As he looked at the conclusion displayed on the screen, he felt an inexplicable sense of frustration in his chest. How could he not feel frustrated? He had barely learned anything, barely understood anything, and yet, just like that, it was over. And Yamada-san. Again. Minami's expression was numb as he stared at Yamada appearing in the simulation's outcome. What could he say? He was almost getting used to it. Yamada is always there, no matter what. But I really did miscalculate. Minami shook his head. When choosing the third option, he had only understood Futaba personality through bits and pieces from the anime, not as a complete individual. What he hadn't considered was even if his simulated self did try to talk to her, she simply didn't know how to respond. If she was an undeniable genius in physics, then in terms of communication, she was nothing more than a socially inept fool. The first option had indeed been aggressive, and the third option had indeed been cautious. But if the simulation didn't even have a future after making that choice, then what was the point of debating between aggressive and cautious approaches? I really didn't expect this. Minami didn't feel particularly regretful. This was simply the result of his lack of understanding of Futaba. He turned to glance at the system settlement page. The system noted that he had acquired a small amount of knowledge in quantum mechanics. That must have been one of Futaba specialties. He briefly skimmed through the quantum mechanics knowledge now in his mind, and found it completely incomprehensible. Despite being ranked first in national simulation exams, he had never delved deeply into scientific research topics like this. Setting aside the knowledge he gained from Futaba-ryo, Minami instead reflected on the simulation itself. Although he hadn't directly heard Futaba-ryo mention anything about adolescence syndrome, he figured that it most likely wasn't a factor in this scenario. After all, in Bunny Girl Senpai, the plotline where Futaba-ryo split into two separate versions of herself hadn't appeared. Which meant, I guess I don't need to worry about it, then. Minami turned his attention to Futaba-ryo's entry in the simulation list. Based on his original plan, he should remove her from the list now. But when he extended his finger and hovered over the status indicator beside Futaba-ryo's name, the words "desires to be saved" made him hesitate. After a moment of contemplation, he didn't remove her. You. Kindness, gentleness, and compassion, those are your biggest weaknesses. When will you ever change these bad habits? Are you trying to be the protagonist of a novel or something? With a tone of mock frustration, Minami pointed at himself in his phone camera and scolded his own reflection. Of course. Beyond the desires to be saved tag catching his attention, Minami was also curious. According to the simulation, her mental state was becoming more and more unstable, more and more restless. What exactly did that mean? Could someone's mental state truly deteriorate so quickly? It was a bit concerning. But for now, with only 260 heartthrob points left, Minami decided to set aside his thoughts for the time being and reached for the light novel he had stashed inside his desk drawer, but before he could even grab it, his phone suddenly lit up with a notification. Since he was at school, he had set his phone to silent mode. If not for the way he had lowered his head to grab his book, he might have completely missed it. Ryo. Minami blinked at the contact name that popped up online. He casually tapped to open it. Lone Wolf Bass Freak, caught a free meal ticket. Time to mooch off a free meal. Minami, wanna come? Attached location link. Minami. Meal ticket? Mooching off a free meal? What was going on? The moment he saw Yamada-ryo's message, Minami immediately thought of Gota Hitori and Gita Ikuyo downstairs. If Yamada-ryo had scammed money out of someone, it was probably those two. But soon, Minami shook his head. Gota Hitori and Gita Ikuyo were still busy with their classes maid and butler cafe. Since their menu only had frozen brie-made omelette rice, business had been slow yesterday, so they had to continue today to sell the leftovers. That meant it couldn't be them. But besides those two, Yamada-ryo didn't have any other friends, did she? Minami furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and ultimately decided to check it out. If Yamada-ryo really was scamming a free meal, he could at least cover for her by making her wash dishes in the restaurant. With that plan in mind, he got up and headed toward the location she had sent. Meanwhile, on the other side, so. What exactly did you want to discuss with me? Putting her phone down, a deep blue-haired girl clasped her fingers together and raised her head. Her figure was graceful, her legs long and slender, and her refined yet serene expression carried an inexplicable air of mystery and laziness. But before that, I have a question. Sitting across from her, Futaba-ryo spoke. What is it? You ordered so much food. Can you actually finish it? Weren't you the one who told me not to hold back? Well, yeah, but did you have to take it this literally? Looking at the mountain of dishes Yamada-ryo had ordered without hesitation, even someone as financially well off as Futaba-ryo felt a slight pang of distress. This woman truly had no intention of treating herself as an outsider. And in some ways she really reminded her of Minami. But whatever. She had already said she'd pay for it. Shaking her head, Futaba-ryo forced herself to look away from the outrageous amount of food. The thing I actually wanted to ask about is admiration and love. You should have quite a bit of experience, right? Admiration and love? Already starting to taste her food, Yamada-ryo tilted her head slightly. To be honest, Yamada-ryo wasn't particularly interested in teenage romance drama. But in the next second, when I was on my way here, I had a conversation with someone. And after that, I started thinking about this topic. But since I have no experience in this area myself, I decided to ask Yamada-san. Ah. Right, the person I talked to earlier is someone Yamada-san also knows. Futaba-ryo had already noticed that Yamada-ryo didn't seem particularly interested in this topic. But since she had already come all this way, she had no choice but to continue, thinking carefully before speaking again. His name is Minami. Clang, the knife and fork slipped from her hands, colliding against the porcelain plate with a crisp sound. At the same time, Yamada-ryo's expression turned serious, and she actively leaned forward as she spoke. You know Minami? Eh? Futaba-ryo hadn't expected the previously laid-back Yamada-ryo to change expressions so quickly. The sudden shift in atmosphere startled her, and for a moment, Her usually expressionless face showed a rare trace of surprise as she instinctively nodded. Yes. You talked to Minami? Yeah. You love Minami? Eh? Futaba Ryo reflexively started to respond, but the moment she realized what Yamada Ryo had just asked, she immediately shut her mouth. But it was meaningless. Yamada Ryo had already calmly wiped her mouth and spoken in a composed manner. Even if you want to deny it, it's useless. No one can resist Minami's charm. Her voice was filled with such conviction, so much so that Futaba Ryo almost felt like she should agree with her. But I don't. Regaining her composure, Futaba Ryo adjusted her tone to a steady, even voice. Sure, say whatever you want for now. Yamada Ryo didn't seem to mind at all, and with absolute certainty, she stated firmly, any woman who catches Minami's eye has no chance of escaping. Not a single one. Chapter 193, Minami smiles. Any woman caught in Minami's sights is doomed. Not a single one can escape. Futaba Ryo stared at Yamada Ryo, who had just uttered such absurd words. As a girl of science, Futaba Ryo maintained her usual calm expression. But the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth and her slightly widened eyes completely betrayed the storm raging in her heart. Wait a second. What the hell was this person even saying? Did she even know what she was talking about? 17 years old, never having truly liked anyone before, Futaba Ryo was now experiencing a worldview-shattering impact under the confident and unwavering words of Yamada Ryo. And the most crucial part was, even if things were really as you say. It had to be said, Futaba Ryo was indeed a science-minded girl. With just one deep breath, she regained her composure and rationality, immediately posing a counter-question. If I really did like Minami-kun, shouldn't that trouble you? Trouble me? Yamada Ryo glanced at her, as if she didn't quite understand what she meant. Don't you also love Minami-kun? Futaba Ryo's voice remained calm. She hadn't forgotten that just yesterday, Yamada Ryo had confessed to Minami in the maid and butler cafe. Logically speaking, if she also developed feelings for Minami, wouldn't Yamada Ryo feel an overwhelming sense of crisis? After saying this, she lifted her gaze, expecting to see a flustered reaction on Yamada Ryo's face. But why would I be troubled if you loved Minami? It wasn't the panicked expression Futaba Ryo had anticipated. Instead, Yamada Ryo looked at her with a mildly confused gaze. And her next words left Futaba Ryo utterly bewildered. She was so caught off guard by Yamada Ryo's statement that she couldn't even respond immediately. Coupled with the absolute certainty in Yamada Ryo's tone, her voice involuntarily weakened. Wait. If more people loved Minami-kun, shouldn't you feel more threatened? Because there's more competition. Just something trivial like that? Trivial? This was just a trivial matter to her? Futaba Ryo was stunned. Of course, it's trivial. Yamada Ryo's voice remained indifferent. If you end up liking Minami, that just proves he's the kind of excellent man who naturally attracts women. That's all. Futaba Ryo opened her mouth. Or do you think otherwise? Yamada Ryo crossed her arms and lifted her gaze. Who told you that just because you like Minami, he's obligated to choose you? Futaba-san, you might be getting a little ahead of yourself. She raised a single finger. For all you know, in the end, it could be just you harboring a one-sided crush on Minami. Those kinds of women are the scariest. Huh. Wait. Hold on. Why does this conversation suddenly make it sound like I have to like Minami-kun? Futaba Ryo shot up from her seat, her previous calm demeanor as a science-minded girl utterly obliterated by Yamada Ryo's overwhelmingly aggressive words. Why are you so sure you won't fall for Minami? Because I already have someone I care about. Faced with Yamada Ryo's relentless questioning, Futaba Ryo raised her voice in emphasis. Oh? Yamada Ryo's interest was piqued. The person you care about. Is he handsome? More attractive than Minami? She asked. Well. Futaba Ryo opened her mouth slightly. To be honest, comparing any other boy in their grade to Minami in terms of looks was practically asking to be humiliated. His graceful and striking features alone were enough to make girls stop him in the hallways just to ask for his contact information. Just thinking about it made Futaba Ryo instinctively shut her mouth. Then, does he have better grades than Minami? Yamada Ryo continued. A first place in Shuka High. First place nationwide. Just those two accolades alone made the answer obvious. Even as a self-proclaimed science prodigy, Futaba Ryo had no absolute confidence in beating Minami academically. So, tell me again, why do you think you wouldn't fall for Shoji? Yamada Ryo genuinely didn't understand. That guy excelled in every aspect compared to whoever this someone was. Because love isn't about those things. At this moment, Futaba Ryo's voice faltered, completely lacking confidence. She looked like she wanted to bury her head into her chest, her face flushed bright red. But to like someone, that person still needs to have some kind of appealing trait, right? Are you really sure you love him? Yamada pressed further, her voice steady. Then, she dropped the ultimate soul-piercing question, do you really love him? Her expressionless face, which never wavered under any circumstances, was now applying immense psychological pressure on Futaba. And under that pressure Futaba had no choice but to resort to her last resort. She brought up the red bin bun incident. At first, she thought this deeply sentimental and innocent moment would evoke some sense of romantic empathy from Yamada. And indeed, Yamada expression did change. But it wasn't out of sentimentality or empathy. Instead PFFT. A 130 yen red bin bun. Clearly, expecting Yamada, a woman who relied on others to buy her meals, to relate to a maiden's delicate emotions was a complete waste of time. Instead of sympathizing she covered her mouth and started laughing. Futaba's normally composed and graceful face turned beet red. Her fingers even trembled in frustration. What did Minami say about it? After laughing for a while, Yamada returned to her usual cold expression, as if the one who had just been laughing wasn't even her. He told me outright that this was nothing more than simple admiration between friends. That it wasn't even real affection. Futaba recalled their conversation in the science prep room and answered in a quiet voice. Then I agree. If Minami says so, then it must be true. Futaba. What? Was this Minami's little preacher nonsense? What did she mean by if Minami says so, then it must be true? Futaba had no idea how to even argue against that. Meanwhile, Yamada casually glanced at her again. She was genuinely curious as to why Minami found Futaba interesting. Because in her eyes this girl was nothing more than a hopelessly clueless idiot when it came to feelings. Falling for someone over a red bin bun? What a joke. What kind of rose-colored romance plot straight out of a light novel was this? Compared to that, Yamada was much more realistic. A red bin bun alone wasn't nearly enough to make her heart skip a beat. But if someone handed her a red bin bun while pulling off a full 360-degree mid-air spin and landing perfectly on their feet, well, that might be interesting. And Minami was exactly that kind of person. He never played by the rules. She carefully studied Futaba, and in the end, her gaze landed on her chest. That impressively full chest. In that moment, Yamada suddenly recalled something Minami had said during one of their study sessions about classical literary descriptions. As towering as Mount Fuji. As deep as Lake Dazawa. So that's how it is. She looked down at her own modestly raised chest and murmured in realization. Huge Dakai. Way too big. And the key point was her frame was so petite. If she were a guy, she'd probably fall for that too, right? Yeah. She could understand. Minami really did have a good eye for women. She gave a small nod of approval. Just then, she heard Futaba completely defeated voice, if that's the case, then what about you, Yamada-san? Aren't you worried about competing with so many other girls for Minami? There's nothing to worry about. Yamada shook her head. I love Minami, and I want him to love me too. But who he wants to date, or even how many people he wants to date, what does that have to do with my goal of making him love me? I just have to follow my plan. That's all that matters. Is that so? Futaba was stunned. Yamada words were just too shocking. Before she even realized it, she had been completely swept into Yamada rhythm. Of course. That's how it is. Yamada spoke with absolute confidence, her calm and steady tone adding even more weight to her words. I think. This is what love is. This is. Love? Futaba tried to understand Yamada logic. But the more she tried to process it, the more she realized even though every single word Yamada said was in Japanese, when strung together, she couldn't make sense of it at all. If you can't even accept something this simple, then your feelings are definitely not real love. They're fake. Yamada said this with a straight face. Complete and utter nonsense. But as long as Minami was always right, then all she had to do was follow his logic. Whether what she said was right or wrong, that wasn't her problem. And sure enough, Yamada words completely broke Futaba thought process. So this was what real love was supposed to be? Then. Does that mean my feelings for Kunimi or just simple admiration and friendship? Exactly. From my perspective, the one you should really be choosing is Minami. Since Minami was interested in Futaba, then obviously, Yamada had to help out. She leaned in close to Futaba ear and whispered, come on, say it out loud. The one you choose is Minami. Huh? I choose. Minami? That's right. You should be choosing Minami. By this point, Futaba was completely lost in Yamada extremely confident nonsense. And this continued until Minami walked into the restaurant. The one I choose is Minami. That's right. A little louder. The one I choose is Minami. One more Minami. Seeing Yamato Ryo pressed up against Futaba Ryo's side, whispering in her ear like a devil weaving a hypnotic spell, Minami finally couldn't hold back anymore. "What the hell are you two doing?" The moment he spoke, Yamato Ryo immediately turned her head. Expressionless, she waved him over. When Minami approached, she finally tilted her head up to look at him. Even without changing her face, Minami could feel the slight air of self-satisfaction around her. "Praise me. Come on, Minami, praise me. I helped you take care of Futaba. Your harem plan has gained another member." Minami. Took care of Futaba? Harem plan? Ignoring the endless number of things wrong with that statement, Minami simply looked at Futaba Ryo. And immediately, he almost lost it. The once intelligent and refined science girl now had a blank expression. Her eyes were hollow, like someone whose entire worldview had just been shattered. She even continued muttering unconsciously to herself, "The one I should choose is Minami." Minami looked at Futaba Ryo. Then at Yamato Ryo. Pinched the bridge of his nose. A headache. A serious headache. Yamato Ryo's ability to derail conversations was something he had experienced way too many times. Futaba Ryo had probably been completely led astray by her bizarre logic, which resulted in this. How did these two even meet, anyway? There was no other choice. Minami had to snap Futaba Ryo out of it. No need to go into the details, but after about 10 minutes, Futaba Ryo finally returned to reality from the terrifying depths of Yamato Ryo's mind manipulation. And when she did, she looked back at Yamato Ryo with undisguised fear in her eyes. Because this woman was truly terrifying in every sense. What started as a simple conversation about the difference between admiration and love had somehow turned into "I love Minami the most." The topic shift was so fast that even Futaba Ryo had been dragged into it before she could process what was happening. And now, when she saw Minami's handsome and elegant face, she unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. Minami-kun. For some reason, his presence calmed her down. But then she quickly realized and was thoroughly confused by that feeling. Why? Why did seeing Minami make her feel at ease? She was already unsure about her own emotions, and now, noticing this reaction made her even more unsettled. But Minami didn't seem to notice her emotional shift. He simply nodded and asked, "I already heard what happened. You came to see Ryo to talk about the difference between admiration and love?" "Ah. Yes. Sorry, Minami-kun." Futaba Ryo apologized. Going to someone else to discuss the same topic Minami had already talked to her about it was, admittedly, a bit rude. But Minami didn't mind. In fact, he spoke up on his own. "Honestly, your reaction is pretty similar to teenage boys." "Teenage boys?" "Yeah. Since this mess was Yamato Ryo's fault, Minami figured it was best to explain properly. Teenage boys tend to overthink things. If a girl talks to them a couple of times, they start wondering, does she like me? That misunderstanding leads to a kind of surface-level attraction and impulsive, heat-of-the-moment desire to pursue the girl." Futaba Ryo furrowed her brows. She felt like she understood. But also didn't. "It looks like you still don't quite get it." In that case, Minami thought for a moment, and decided to use a skill he normally wouldn't. Under the eyes of both Futaba Ryo and Yamato Ryo, Minami smiled. The next second, Yamato Ryo's knife and fork slipped from her hands. Futaba Ryo's coffee spilled over her fingers. Even a passing waitress suddenly froze mid-step. Everything fell into silence. Chapter 194, I took precautions. Minami's appearance stat was at 9 points, but the moment he smiled, it reached 10 points, the absolute limit of human attractiveness. At that level, a single smile was enough to create the kind of instant love at first sight, the zing that only existed in novels and TV dramas. And right now Minami smiled. It was a magnetic expression that perfectly matched human aesthetics from every angle, a smile that effortlessly captured the gaze of anyone who saw it. Just one look and it was impossible not to fall for him. At that moment, Futaba Ryo finally understood why Yamato Ryo had so casually said, "Liking Minami is perfectly normal." Because just seeing this smile was enough to wash away all her stress and frustration from the day. It even made her think maybe reliving today all over again wouldn't be so bad. Her heart beat so fast. Beside her, Yamato Ryo locked her amber eyes on Minami, a strange glimmer flashing through them. Even the waitress nearby had unconsciously stopped moving. And then Minami took a step forward. Lowering his voice, eyes full of sincerity and warmth, he whispered, "Go out with me, Ryo." His voice was soft, but the words seemed to echo directly inside her heart. Normally, if Minami got too close, Futaba Ryo would instinctively retreat like a startled hamster, her face blank. But right now she couldn't even think about that. Because her entire attention was captivated. It was like being pulled into a vast ocean of charm, unable to resist the waves. And when Minami spoke, Futaba-ryo's lips parted slightly, her heartbeat quickening, though some fragment of rationality remained. Please, Ryo. He spoke again, leaning in just a little closer. His dark, pearl-like eyes were so clear, so earnest, so full of genuine emotion. At that moment, Futaba-ryo's last shred of rationality crumbled. It was just like in a fairy tale where the protagonist confesses, and the heroine inevitably says yes. Her face flushed red, her heart racing. She nodded. Okay. Right now, she truly felt that going out with Minami might actually be really nice. Because he looked so serious. Because his eyes held not a trace of deception. And really, could someone this good-looking even lie? Feeling strangely guilty for ever doubting him, Futaba-ryo was just about to fully accept his confession. And then alright. That's enough. A calm, almost indifferent voice broke through the moment. In the next second, Minami's smile faded. Everything that had felt frozen in time suddenly resumed. Futaba, with a personality like yours, you really need to stay away from host clubs when you're older. Otherwise, you're definitely going to get scammed. The playful tone of his voice snapped Futaba-ryo back to reality. Still lost in the aftershock of that smile's magic, she stared at Minami, her mouth slightly open, utterly dumbfounded. The Minami in front of her wasn't the same person from a moment ago. Gone was the gentle sincerity, replaced by a mischievous smirk, his expression carrying a teasing glint. That teasing smile, it was exactly like the incubus from European folklore. Futaba-ryo's face turned crimson. What did she just say? She agreed to go out with Minami? Why? Why had she done something so stupid? Just thinking about it made her want to curl up and disappear. Agreeing to date someone after only meeting them twice? Her flawlessly pale cheeks burned with a flush as vivid as a sunrise, and she couldn't even lift her head to meet Minami's gaze. And then Minami casually sat back down beside Yamada-ryo and spoke again. I think now you understand what I was trying to say earlier, right? The blush on your face, the feelings you thought were attraction, it's nothing but a momentary impulse. Just your brain overheating. Once you calm down, do you really think this is love? Futaba-ryo placed a hand over her chest, unsure how to answer Minami's question. Just now, she had genuinely felt her heart skip a beat. Even now, her racing heartbeat hadn't settled. Only when it finally began to calm down did Futaba-ryo nod, deep in thought. I think I understand. The phrase I think I understand was intriguing. It meant she kind of got it, yet, at the same time, not really. But Minami didn't push her for an answer. Because as far as he was concerned, today's progress was enough. Forcing her to make a decision or continue overthinking would be pointless. That said, since the conversation had already reached this point, Minami didn't hold back his next words. Honestly, the answer is simple. There's no need to struggle over it. Futaba, you just need to take off the filter and look at him again. Then, you'll know if your feelings are admiration or love. Take off the filter? Futaba-ryo lowered her head, as if carefully digesting Minami's words. Yeah. Take off the filter you forced upon yourself, the one called love. Calm your mind and look at him again. Do you still feel your heartbeat racing? The key is to approach it with a neutral mindset. I understand. This time, Futaba-ryo didn't reject the idea like before. After carefully considering it, she nodded. Then, that's that. Minami spoke lightly and turned his head to see Yamada-ryo, who had completely set down her utensils, no longer reading. Are you done? Not even close. Expressionless, Yamada-ryo shook her head. It's not as good as what you make. Since she frequently visited Minami's tiny apartment for meals, her taste buds had been completely spoiled by his cooking. She rarely ate out anymore. And even when she did, it was usually with her parents at high-end restaurants. But despite that, she still felt that even professional chefs didn't cook as well as Minami. So Minami, let me eat at your place. Ryo, do you remember that you called me here because you wanted to mooch a meal off someone else? Minami, let me eat at your place. Stop ignoring what I'm saying. The two talked as they stood up, seemingly about to leave. And just as they got up, Futaba-ryo suddenly spoke up behind them. Excuse me, Minami, can I ask you one last question? Minami paused and turned around. What is it? After hesitating for a moment, Futaba-ryo finally asked, Minami, why are you helping me like this? She had always known that her personality was difficult. Even she was aware of that fact. She was stuck between admiration and love, uncertain whether to move forward or step back. Indecisive. Hesitant. A personality like hers was nothing but troublesome. Yet Minami kept helping her, over and over, listening to her concerns so seriously. She really didn't understand. Why would someone like Minami go out of his way to lend a hand to a difficult woman like her? After all, she was just a stubborn, troublesome, and introverted science girl. Under her gaze, Minami's handsome features softened into a refreshing smile. And then, he replied, I don't know. I just felt like helping. No deep reason, really. Yeah. Even Minami himself couldn't explain why. Maybe it was because in the simulation, he had seen her walking in and out of the science prep room alone, every day. Maybe it was because when he greeted her, she never knew how to respond and could only awkwardly make coffee as a distraction. Or maybe it was because he saw a shadow of Gota Hitori's past self in her. All alone. Appearing strong on the outside, yet fragile inside. A girl like that, Minami wouldn't go out of his way to protect her, but he wouldn't hurt her either. There were many reasons. But if asked to pick just one, even Minami couldn't say for sure. With a smile, Minami walked off with Yamada Ryo. Watching his retreating figure, Futaba Ryo slowly placed her hand over her chest. For some reason, even though she was completely calm now, her heart started pounding all over again. Later, since he had already left Shukai, Minami had no intention of going back. After all, there was nothing left for him to do there, and Shuka Festival was just an optional weekend event for students. Skipping it wasn't a big deal. Besides, Yamada Ryo kept pestering him to cook. So Minami had no choice but to feed her first. 30 minutes later, I can't eat anymore. Setting down an empty plate, Yamada Ryo let out a completely flat, emotionless sigh of satisfaction. Wash the dishes. Minami didn't even bother looking up. Okay. Yamada Ryo stood up, barely managing to clean the plates. Then, under Minami's watchful eyes, she flopped straight onto his bed. You've already eaten. Shouldn't you go home now? Narrowing his eyes, Minami voiced his obvious thoughts. Nope. Can't move. Clearly, Yamada Ryo had zero intention of leaving. She lay on his bed, curling up under the blanket, her small frame completely wrapped up, leaving only her eyes peeking out. With a lazy yawn, she mumbled, I'm gonna nap. Wake me up later, Minami. You're not even worried I might do something to you in your sleep? Minami teased. I already bought the necessary precautions. They're in my right pocket. Minami, make sure to use them. Without a hint of hesitation, Yamada Ryo turned her face toward him, her amber eyes as calm as ever. Gotta be prepared, right? Minami. Do you even know what you're saying, Ryo? Minami had always known that common sense wasn't her strong suit, but he never expected it to be this bad. You mean about the precautions? Minami. I'm sleeping. Hearing no further response, Yamada Ryo closed her eyes. For a brief moment Minami genuinely had the thought of just pinning her down and proving her words right. Didn't she say she had everything prepared? Then maybe he should just use them right now. Did she really have no sense of danger? This was a guy's apartment. And she, a small girl, was just sleeping there, trusting his self-control? Was she serious? Of course that was just a thought. If something like that were to happen, it would only be when she was awake. After all, just imagining what kind of expression she'd make at that moment was already entertaining enough. As for his 17-year-old body, Minami was confident in his self-control. Watching her peacefully dozing off, Minami shook his head and pulled out his phone. 12:00 p.m. It hadn't taken long to go to Shukai and back. Normally, on a Saturday or Sunday, Minami would just sleep in, wake up later, and review his study materials. But now, with Yamada Ryo hogging his bed, sleeping on the floor wasn't an option. So, after thinking for a moment, Minami decided to open the simulator. After what happened earlier, both Yamada Ryo and Futaba Ryo had probably gained some affection points, right? With that in mind, Minami checked the stats. Current affection points, 660. Huh? Seeing the sudden spike in points, Minami was completely caught off guard. How did it shoot up like a rocket? Wait, could it be because of that? Minami recalled the smile he had given them at the restaurant. A 10 out of 10 attractiveness level smile. It made sense that Futaba and Yamada would be charmed. But hold on. If just one smile could give him 400 affection points, then if he kept smiling at them, wouldn't he be able to grind affection points endlessly? This could be terrifying. Chapter 195, Target the Lonely Wives. Forget it. Minami thought for a long time about whether he could use Shaojiakon's perfect, enchanting smile to farm affection points. But in the end, he shook his head. Using it once in a while shouldn't be a big deal. But he had seen the effects of his 10 out of 10 appearance level smile firsthand, and the impact was just too terrifying. Especially for the girls who already liked him, it was probably a serious test of their hearts. If he kept using it too often, their hearts might not be able to take it. I'll leave it at that. Having decided on the limited use of his perfect enchanting smile, Minami turned back to the simulation screen in front of him. Affection points, 660. Which meant he could simulate Futaba Ryo twice. Let's give it a shot. Recalling the odd look on Futaba Ryo's face earlier, Minami let out a soft hum, thought for a moment, and reached out his finger. Start simulation? Yes or no? Yes. Current remaining affection points, 330. Simulation start. Back in your apartment, you reflect on today's encounter with Futaba. You are now almost certain she does not have someone she likes. Her admiration for others is nothing more than a moth's natural attraction to light. Her gaze is always drawn to the sun, but the distance between her and the sun is simply too vast, so vast that no matter how far she stretches her hand, she will never reach it. And you? You quietly bide your time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. You know your previous failure was only because you didn't choose to become the cuckold warrior. If you had another chance, without a doubt, you could conquer Futaba, and in fact an opportunity of a lifetime is already right in front of you. Right now, after having 2 conversations with her, you understand Futaba better than anyone else. You've seen a side of this cold-faced science girl that no one else knows. You decide, 1. You already missed one opportunity. This time, you absolutely won't let it slip away. Seize the moment, cuckold warrior. This is your destiny. No one can resist your charm. 2. Getting closer to her is just the first step. The true path lies in making her submit to you completely. Start now. Buy all sorts of training tools from an online store. Wooden horses, butt plug cattails, don't leave anything out. After all, what could be more thrilling than a big-breasted, glasses-wearing cat girl who obeys your every command? 3. Rushing into a close relationship recklessly is unwise. A true apex predator secures their prey with absolute certainty. 4. Direct simulation. Minami. My simulator must be seriously malfunctioning. Forget about the ridiculous first option. That second option? That was straight up a crime waiting to happen. Minami sighed, speechless. He had no doubt in his abilities. If he truly wanted to, he could make Futaba into the kind of obedient girlfriend described in option 2. Because judging by his observations so far, Futaba had no firm stance on emotional matters. Even Yamato was able to completely lead her astray. If it were Minami with his superior conversational skills, the outcome would be even more predictable. But being manipulated into submission isn't happiness, it's just dependency. Minami shook his head. What about the third option? It was basically the exact same as the cautious choice he made in the first simulation loop, just phrased differently. If he picked it, it would most likely lead to the Yamato route, reducing Futaba to just another acquaintance. Even though option 1 looks like total nonsense with the whole cuckold warrior label, ironically, it might be the safest choice. Minami sighed. He reached out and selected option 1. You already missed one chance. Letting it slip again is simply not your style. You decide to take the initiative and push forward aggressively. You don't see yourself as a so-called cuckold warrior because, in your view, Futaba never had any romantic feelings for Yamakunimai in the first place. As long as you seize that fact and make your move, the outcome is guaranteed. It's a quiet evening after school. You take the opportunity to head alone to the science prep room. There, you find her standing behind a wall in her lab coat, overhearing whispers from the other students. Minami closed his eyes. Inside the simulation, his memories began surfacing, faint figures and scenery flashing like waves in his mind. A perfectly ordinary sunset. The soft golden light of dusk spilling through the corridors of Shuka High. Silence. Stillness. This should have been Futaba favorite time of day. It was supposed to be her favorite time. All she needed to do was grab her textbooks from the classroom, head home, and another day would come to a peaceful close. But hey, isn't that glasses girl in your class kind of weird? Voices. A group of girls stood by the classroom door, waiting for someone. Out of boredom, they had picked a random topic to chat about. Seriously, it's so late, and she's still hiding in the science prep room alone? Such a freak. Laughter rippled through them. Futaba remained silent, pressed against the corner wall. What's the word for this? Goody two-shoes? Do people still act like that these days? Haha. Yeah, right? I've never even seen anyone talk to her. And the only guys who do talk to her? They're basically just staring at her chest the whole time. Honestly, just because she's a little good-looking and has a nice figure, does she really think she's all that? One of the girls, recalling Futaba figure during gym class, spoke through clenched teeth. All that, my ass. She doesn't even have any friends. They continued talking. Casually. Carelessly. Tearing her apart with ease. Behind the wall, Futaba hugged herself tightly. This was always the way things were for someone like her, awkward, unsociable, and different from the rest. With her outstanding looks and top grades, she was an easy target for jealousy and resentment. The words stung, but she said nothing. Because who could she turn to? She hated bothering others with her problems. She wouldn't call her few friends to vent. She simply endured. She always endured. But aren't you going to say something? A clear voice suddenly spoke beside her. Futaba instinctively lifted her head. And in her slightly dazed line of sight, Minami's handsome face entered her view. "Aren't you going to fight back?" The black-haired young man lowered his voice and asked again. "Are you really okay just standing here? Letting them say all that about you, and you're not even going to say anything?" Futaba didn't answer. She simply lowered her head like she had lost her soul. "If you won't say it, then I will." Minami took a step forward. But the next moment his sleeve was tugged. At the same time, a faint, trembling voice reached his ears. "Don't. Minami." "Why?" Minami stopped and looked back at her. To him, it was simple. Gossiping about others like this was disgusting, so why not just shut them up? "I hate myself." Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with self-loathing. "So I don't want. Minami, I don't want you involved in my mess. I don't want you dragged into trouble because of me." Futaba tone was filled with self-deprecation. "Minami." Minami didn't say anything. But he stopped moving forward. "Thank you." As if sensing Minami's hesitation, she tightened her grip on his sleeve. Her voice barely audible, a thank you, yet almost a murmur to herself. "Really? Thank you." Minami lowered his gaze. Even now, he could clearly recall the way she had bowed her head, gripping his sleeve with trembling hands, her face a picture of pure sorrow. Her rosy lips pressed into a pained line. Her delicate brows furrowed deeply. She looked so completely broken. And that desperate grip on his sleeve, it was as if she had poured all her strength into that one action. "You didn't take another step forward. Instead, you stood still and quietly stayed by her side, watching her tormented expression, one that had clearly endured this many times before. There was only one thing you could do. You gently reached out, and softly patted her head. The effect was weak, but under your touch, the pain on her face eased just a little, yet her grip on your sleeve only tightened." "Huh?" Coming back to reality, Minami raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to hear words like "I hate myself" from Futaba. Just that single sentence alone. Minami immediately realized her self-destructive tendencies ran even deeper than Gota Hitori's. But from just that sentence, I still can't quite analyze it yet. Minami gave up on trying to completely figure out Futaba mental state for now. Instead, he turned his attention back to the simulation. Time moves forward, neither you nor Futaba ever bring up what happened that day behind the wall. Your relationship with her, however, progresses rapidly. She frequently starts conversations with you under the pretense of relationship advice, though, more often than not, the topics have long since drifted away from romance, and every time you casually visit the science prep room, it's enough to make this always expressionless science girl reveal a softer side. At Shuka High, she has only ever had two friends. One is Azusugawa Sakata. The other, Kuni Mayoma, but after meeting you, the list of friends she cherishes so deeply now has one more name. Your bond with Futaba has deepened. You have become Futaba friend. Memories from the simulation resurfaced in Minami's mind. The setting: Shuka High's science prep room. The one speaking: Minami. "Rio, make me a cup of coffee. I'm freezing." As he walked into the science prep room, holding a light novel, Minami casually spoke. "This isn't your personal shelter from the cold, Minami." Her voice was cold and indifferent. But soon enough, the white lab coat-clad girl still handed him a hot cup of coffee. "Here." She passed the cup to Minami. Then, leaning against the prep room table, she rested her chin on her palm. Her golden eyes watched as Minami gently blew on the steaming surface of the coffee, then carefully brought his lips close to the rim, taking a small, cautious sip and let out a satisfied sigh. Just watching him make that expression, Futaba usually cold face softened. "Do you want more?" She leaned in slightly, holding up her own cup, and asked softly. "I still have." Cough, cough, cough. He spoke too quickly and choked on the coffee. "Geez. I told you to drink slowly." Frowning, she looked impatient. But in the end, she still reached out her pale hand and gently patted Minami's back. Watching Minami struggle with a coughing fit, the corners of her lips curled up slightly in amusement. If only time could just stop like this. A strange thought suddenly popped into her otherwise logical, science-driven mind. It made her fair cheeks flush slightly. Lowering her hand, she returned to leaning against the prep room table, resting her chin on her palm, secretly watching him. Just like how he was watching his book. Today, as always, was quiet. Even though you've become friends, you clearly understand there is still an unresolved knot in her heart. Her self-deprecating words from that day still cling to her like an unshakable shadow. It hasn't disappeared, only hidden itself, lurking where even you can't see. If something similar happens again, that hidden darkness will once again consume the seemingly ordinary girl before you, and when that happens, her fragile side will resurface. You want to figure out what caused her psychological state, because without knowing the root cause, you cannot correct or heal it. You've occasionally tried to subtly probe for answers, but clearly, such indirect methods haven't worked at all. To uncover the hidden knot in the girl's heart, you decide: 1. Target the lonely housewives near the Futaba residence. 2. Target Azuzagawa Sakata and Kunimayoya. 3. Target the arrogant girls in Futaba Ryo's class. 4. Simulate it yourself. Chapter 196, The Regretful Neighboring Wife. Minami. Staring at the 4 choices that suddenly popped up on the screen, Minami's mood could be summed up with just one character. What the hell does target the lonely housewives mean? Or target the arrogant girls in Futaba's class? Minami could kind of understand why those were options. But the third one, target Azuzagawa Sakata and Kunimayoma? What was that even supposed to mean? If he remembered correctly, those 2 were guys. Simulator, are you seriously malfunctioning? Minami rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly confused by these options. The general idea behind them was clear. The simulator wanted him to gather information about Futaba Ryo, to figure out why she had self-destructive tendencies. But the way it phrased these choices was just plain ridiculous. Target the lonely housewives near the Futaba residence. Target Azuzagawa Sakata and Kunimayoma. This wording is insane. Minami shook his head. But whatever. He decided to analyze the options carefully. Step 1. Eliminate the useless choices. First, using process of elimination, he immediately ruled out the second choice, asking Azuzagawa Sakata and Kunimayoma for information. The reason was obvious. Futaba Ryo's mental state wasn't something that developed overnight. Sakata and Kunimai had only known her since high school. There was no way they'd have any deep knowledge of her past. And knowing Futaba's personality, there was zero chance she would have shared her personal struggles with them. So this option was pointless. Similarly, the third choice, asking her classmates, could also be eliminated. If even her friends didn't know, then random classmates definitely wouldn't either. Step 2, choose the only viable option. So that just leaves option 1. Minami's eyes landed on the first choice. 1. Target the lonely housewives near the Futaba residence. The wording was horrible, but logically, the neighboring housewives might actually know about Futaba's past, at least from her middle school or elementary school days. Then there's no reason to hesitate. Minami selected option 1. Asking Futaba directly is meaningless. Neither Azuzagawa Sakata nor Kunimayoma have any insight into Futaba Ryo's middle school years, so instead, you turn your attention to the Futaba family's neighbor. A certain Miss Ikeda, a single woman living nearby. Approaching Miss Ikeda was unexpectedly easy. For a woman who had been single for years, your youthful, elegant appearance and energetic body were simply too hard to ignore. With your unnatural level of charm, you easily got close to her during a casual shopping trip, asking about the Futaba household. Like a stone dropped into still water, the memory rippled outward within the simulation. Minami closed his eyes, allowing the simulated scene to unfold. A typical neighborhood. Minami was walking home from shopping, engaged in friendly conversation with a woman in her 30s. Say, Ikeda-san, the house next door to you is insane. That kind of modern mansion, I've never seen anything like it. Minami glanced at the elegantly designed home beside them, making an exaggerated remark. Hearing Ikeda-san come from Minami's lips, the woman, Ikeda-misa, let out a small smile. The fancy house next door. I assume you mean the Futaba residence? Futaba family? Ikeda-misa nodded, her eyes lingering slightly too long on Minami's handsome face. Still, her lips kept moving as she continued. The Futaba family is actually quite famous in this neighborhood. They're known as an elite family. Elite? How so? Minami feigned curiosity. Futaba-san and his wife are well known around here. Mr. Futaba is a remarkable scholar, frequently traveling for academic research. Noticing Minami's interest, Ikeda-misa, eager to prolong the conversation with the attractive young man, smiled and added, as for Mrs. Futaba, she's a highly successful businesswoman, constantly busy managing her company. I see. So the Futaba house is empty most of the time? Minami tilted his head. His soft lips, his youthful glow, and his fit physique hidden beneath his clothes. For a woman in her 30s, all of this was a lot to process. For a brief moment, Ikeda-misa swallowed hard. Then she quickly recovered, putting on a smile. Not exactly. These days, their daughter is living there alone. Futaba Ryo, I believe. She's quite the beauty, a real stunner. Unlike me, I can't compare to her anymore. She fake sighed. Oh, come on. Minami gave her a gentle, charming smile. Ikeda-san, you still look quite young. When I first saw you, I actually thought you were a model from a fashion magazine. Minami-kun, you sure know how to sweet talk. Ikeda-misa squinted playfully, clearly enjoying the flattery. But Futaba Ryo? She's living alone? Isn't that dangerous? I think so too. Actually, she's about the same age as you. And, well, now that I think about it. Ikeda paused, her tone shifting slightly. Back in middle school, I remember Futaba caused a bit of a stir. Oh? Minami continued his act of curiosity. Under his subtle guidance, Ikeda showed no hesitation in sharing information, smiling as she answered, it seems that the Futaba family's daughter had some issues with her body development, which made her unwilling to attend school for a while. At the time, it was quite a big deal. Issues with her body development. Could it be because she was sick? Minami feigned surprise. I'll only tell this to you, Minami-kun. Ikeda gently took Minami's hand. Feeling the youthful energy in his slender fingers, she couldn't resist lightly tracing her fingertips along his skin. But she held back, making sure not to go too far, afraid that an overly bold move might scare off this inexperienced young man. With a playful smile, she continued, it seems that the Futaba daughter developed too quickly. The boys in middle school always stared at her differently, and over time, it started affecting her mentally. So that's what happened. Minami nodded thoughtfully. He had heard of cases like this before. Kids who didn't understand anything would bully those who developed differently. Whether it was someone who was too tall, someone who stuttered, or anything that made them stand out. If it was Futaba, then her insecurity probably stemmed from her unusually mature figure. That's really sad. Minami's voice carried genuine sympathy as he subtly withdrew his hand from Ikeda grasp. Oh dear, I mean, developing well should be a good thing. But who knew it would turn into such a mess? Regretting that she had moved too fast, Ikeda silently scolded herself while maintaining her smile. That's true. But living alone must be tough, right? Looking at the Futaba family mansion, Minami couldn't help but sigh. A huge house occupied by only one person. It sounded like a dream come true. But in reality, once someone actually lived there, the loneliness would become overwhelming. An empty house. Nothing but echoes of your own voice filling the air. Rooms so large that they only serve to amplify the emptiness. Isn't it the same for you, Minami-kun? Struggling alone in Tokyo must be exhausting, right? With a playful smile, Ikeda leaned in closer. A mansion like this? Even if you worked your whole life, you might never be able to afford one. Step by step, she moved closer. Minami-kun, you're living alone in a cheap rental, right? Is there something you want? Stay with me a little longer today, and I'll buy you anything you want. Ikeda intentions are now crystal clear. You choose. 1. I have the spirit of Hikaru Genji. Happily accept. 2. Politely decline. Minami devilish charmer is not that kind of man. 3. Take everything you can, then leave. 4. Simulate it yourself. The choices appeared instantly. This time, Minami didn't even need to think. He immediately selected option 2. Though, in his personal opinion, option 1 sounded kind of interesting. But this wasn't the time for that kind of thing. After selecting option 2, the simulation continued. By now, you've uncovered the reason behind Futaba self-hatred and insecurity. Faced with Ikeda tempting offer, you simply smile and decline. She watches you leave with a gaze full of disappointment and regret. After parting ways with Ikeda, now that you understand Futaba heart's knot, you return to your daily routine. You tidy up your thoughts and, as usual, push open the door to the science prep room. You resume your daily conversations with Futaba. Just as always, when you're feeling cold, she makes you a cup of coffee. During those moments, she remains quiet, holding her own cup in her hands, silently listening to your rambling about everything that's happened lately. That serene, orchid-like face of hers carries a soft smile. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. That's bad. The moment he saw the simulation's wording, Minami immediately realized something was wrong. That seemed to be stood out far too much. Why? Why was something still going wrong? Minami didn't get it. All he did was build a connection with the neighbor's wife. How did that suddenly turn into everything seemed to be going well? Suppressing his confusion, Minami kept reading. You, thinking you've figured out Futaba problem, failed to notice the sadness and anxiety in her quiet gaze, and one day, when that sadness and anxiety build up too much, as usual, you push open the door to the science prep room only to freeze in shock. The always strong, always expressionless Futaba is now curled up on the table, quietly sobbing. Minami fell silent. You don't understand the reason, so you approach her and try to comfort her, listening to her self-loathing. This isn't your fault, Minami. Through her tears, she whispered, it's just that I'm a troublesome, stubborn, and completely twisted woman. Your previous guess was correct. Futaba never had romantic feelings for Kunimiyama. She was simply unbearably lonely, desperately clinging to her friend. But in the second semester of her first year, Kunimayama got a girlfriend, Kamisato Saki. Suddenly, she felt a distance growing between them, and then, this semester, Azuzagawa Sakata developed feelings for a popular third-year girl, her two closest friends, both slowly drifting away. You became her third friend, the one she connected with the most. She placed all of her feelings of warmth and companionship onto you, but recently, you've been too focused on cultivating your relationship with Akademiza, completely neglecting her presence. She had just made a new friend, only to feel like she was losing them again. The feeling of losing something precious filled her with overwhelming anxiety. If she had never experienced warmth, she could have endured the cold, just like in middle school, when she lived alone at home and was treated as an outcast at school. Back then, she could bear it. She had always been alone. But then she met Azuzagawa Sakata, Kunimayama, and now Minami. She had seen sunlight. You were the last ray of light she wanted to hold on to, and yet, she failed. The fear of losing you, of losing your attention, of losing her place by your side, just thinking about it made her break down in tears. I hate myself. She wept softly. Kunimai and Sakata getting girlfriends should be a good thing. But I'm so scared they'll stop talking to me. And Minami. I know you're busy with your own life. But I still selfishly wish you'd look at me more. She lifted her eyes. Lost and helpless. But all she could do, was tightly grip Minami's sleeve. Just like that day, when she was slandered behind her back. Her grip was weak. So weak that if Minami just pulled away slightly, she would let go. But instead, Minami reached out and held her hand. Chapter 197, You have to take responsibility for me. Outside the simulation, in real life. I really didn't expect it to be like this. Feeling the dramatic turn of events in the simulated life, Minami sighed. At first, he thought he had already figured out the root cause of Futaba-ryo's complicated personality. But he never imagined that there would be more layers beneath it. A deep desire for friendship, yet anxiety when her friends entered relationships. Afraid of being abandoned. Without a doubt, it was an extremely selfish way of thinking. But at the same time, her self-loathing didn't just stem from her own body issues. It was also fueled by guilt, for harboring such selfish thoughts. And then there was her unhealthy obsession with being needed. So then, what happens next? Staring at the simulation screen, watching himself holding Futaba-ryo's hand, Minami murmured to himself. Your suspicions were correct. Futaba-ryo has never truly liked anyone romantically. She is simply obsessed, almost pathologically, with a feeling of being needed, self-loathing, self-hatred, isolation, yet a desperate longing for companionship. All of these contradictions make up the person that is Futaba-ryo. After losing two friends in a row, she can no longer bear the thought of losing you too. Although you had expected this, you never imagined she was this fragile, so much so that even a brief period of neglect would leave her so anxious. You sigh deeply at how troublesome this woman is, but in the end, you still reach out and grasp her hand. For someone who had never been this close to a boy before, she immediately froze up like a startled hamster. But when her eyes met yours, those clean, sincere, unwavering black eyes, she slowly calmed down. Yet, the hands that you had never seen tremble before, were now shaking nervously in your grasp. I'm a selfish, self-loathing woman. She turned her head to the side, silently sobbing. Minami looked at her but said nothing. He simply reached out and pulled her into his arms. Her figure graceful and breathtaking like Mount Fuji in winter pressed tightly against your chest. If this had been any other day, she probably would have been flustered and resisted such an intimate gesture. But now she said nothing. No one knew how long they stayed like that. In the empty science prep room, Futaba-ryo's voice eventually broke the silence. You shouldn't have become my friend, Minami. A friend as beautiful as Ryo, who also makes amazing coffee. I don't think any guy would refuse that. Minami blinked, teasing, and now you want to get rid of me? Too late. That's not what I meant. Her golden eyes lowered. Even with her full chest pressed against his, she didn't seem to care. I just hate myself. I hate that I want my friends to stay the same forever. I hate that I don't want you all to move forward. I'm selfish. She kept insulting herself. Her face was filled with self-disgust. Her expression pained. Minami took all of it in. And then he finally spoke. Ryo, do you remember the girls who were bad-mouthing you when we first met? Yeah. Of course she hadn't forgotten. Those girls who had slandered her behind her back. But what puzzled her was, after that day, she had barely heard any more rumors about herself. Those girls never whispered about her in the hallways again. Actually, after that, I went and talked to them. Minami reached out and wiped away the tears from her face. The moment his fingers touched her skin, she visibly flinched, her cheeks flushing slightly. Her eyes, hidden behind her glasses, shut reflexively in embarrassment. But deep inside, her emotions surged in response to your words. Let's just say, I bullied them a little. Made sure they'd never have the guts to talk badly about anyone again. Minami blinked, leaning in slightly. Now you know what kind of villain I am, don't you? I pretend to be a model student, but deep down, I'm no different from those girls. No. Minami, you're not like that. Hearing him criticize himself, Futaba felt a sudden, strange pain in her heart. No, it's true. That's the side of me I keep hidden. Minami clapped his hands together, smiling playfully. When someone annoys me, I deal with them. I'm just that petty. Before he could finish, a pair of slender, pale fingers gently pressed against his lips. Futaba stopped him from speaking any further. She didn't want to hear Minami belittle himself. Her soft gaze made Minami chuckle. He reached out and gently stroked her hair. He didn't continue the conversation. Instead, he shifted the topic. Rio, you've said before, right? That you hate yourself. Minami smiled at her. But honestly, I kind of like you. He wasn't joking. One by one, he listed his reasons. Talking to you is fun. Seeing you focus so seriously on your experiments is pretty nice too. And sometimes, I get this feeling that just staying by your side, not going anywhere, would be really nice. Those words, so close to a confession, made Futaba face heat up. Like a powerful wave, they washed away all of her previous anxieties. She hesitantly whispered, but there are still people who think I'm weird. If you're always with me, Minami, this is between you and me. Why should we care about what other people think? Minami softly cupped her cheek. This was no longer something a friend would do. But against Minami, the cold, logical, and withdrawn science girl had already shed her defenses. She didn't resist. She didn't even know how to resist. All she could do was press her body closer to his. Nothing more. In the quiet morning of the science prep room, aside from the sound of their beating hearts, there was no other noise. Your well-crafted words stirred up the girl's emotions, her sympathy, her innocence, helping her momentarily step out of her darkness, and through this experience, you realized just how fragile she truly was. To prevent this from happening again, you decide, this choice will have life-changing consequences. 1. Take an active approach. Push her forward, force her to make new friends. 2. This woman is too much trouble. Forget it. Oh, Yamada Ryo just messaged me online, I'm replying to her. 3. She needs you right now. Stabilize the situation first, then figure out how to help her grow as a person. 4. Simulate it yourself, a choice with life-changing consequences. Seeing the warning text, Minami straightened up. Having gone through so many simulations, he knew exactly what this meant. At best his whole plan could collapse. At worst he could fail completely. That's the weight of a long-term consequences choice. Minami analyzed the options carefully. First, he immediately eliminated option 2. Obvious trap. Choosing that would 100% throw him onto the Yamada route. That left option 1 and option 3. Since this was a simulation about Futaba happiness, forcing her to make friends in option 1 seemed too harsh. Her isolation wasn't something that happened overnight. So expecting her to change overnight was just as unrealistic. Would forcing her to make friends really fix things? Minami doubted it. Option 3 seemed like the safer bet. But considering how often the simulator tricked him into picking the wrong safe option, he hesitated. In the end, he thought about it from his own perspective. If it were him, what choice would he make? The answer came quickly. Minami chose option 3. Compared to the risky and forceful approach of option 1, option 3 was clearly the more balanced, thoughtful choice. The simulation continued. You decide to accept her as she is, because she needs you so much that any other action might only make her feel more insecure. After what happened last time, your relationship with her has grown even closer. During lunch breaks, she always prepares coffee in advance, carefully adding just the right amount of sugar and milk, exactly how you like it, and as she watches you take your first sip, her delicate face softens with a warmth unlike any other. Sometimes, she even makes you a homemade bento. Other times, when you're lost in thought, she secretly reaches out her fingers, timidly wrapping around yours. Yet the moment she realizes what she's done, she immediately flusters, hiding behind her notebook, covering half her face. Unable to meet your eyes, she begins to enjoy coming to school every day. It no longer feels like an exhausting struggle. Her once monotonous days are no longer dull, because now, she knows that no matter what, you will always be there. And with her rigid science girl persona slowly crumbling away, she becomes completely obedient and gentle toward you. Minami closed his eyes. Memories from within the simulation surfaced in his mind. Futaba, pretending to read her physics textbook, but secretly stealing glances at him. Futaba, delicately grasping his hand, only to become embarrassed and immediately withdraw. Futaba, standing by his side in front of others, no longer afraid of their judgment. The once isolated, withdrawn girl had started to change. You have undoubtedly carved out a place in her heart. One afternoon, you confessed to her. It was the first time she shed tears, not out of sadness, but from something else. Ripples spread across the memory. Scenes surfaced. It was a perfectly ordinary afternoon. After finishing the bento Futaba Ryo had prepared for him, Minami let out a satisfied sigh. Meanwhile, Futaba, who had been stealing glances at him throughout lunch, gently flipped open her physics textbook. The next moment, with a casual tone, as if he were simply asking about tomorrow's lunch, Minami spoke. By the way, Ryo, be my girlfriend. Futaba Ryo, who was already completely obedient to Minami, didn't even process what he said. Thinking he was still talking about food, she nodded absent-mindedly in response. Ah, sure. The words left her lips. Then, a second later, wait. What? What did Minami just say? Her pale fingers froze, halting mid-page turn. Her golden eyes widened in shock as she lifted her gaze only to see Minami smirking playfully at her. Minami. Just now, you. Her voice was filled with disbelief. But before she could even finish, Minami spoke again, this time, more clearly. I said, let's date. Be my girlfriend, Ryo. Be but. The unexpected joy it left Futaba completely flustered. Her face was a mix of shock, confusion, and overwhelming emotion. What's so surprising? Minami teased. I get to eat delicious bentos every day. Drink the best coffee. I don't even have to wash my lunchbox. Ryo, you've completely spoiled me rotten. Before she could react, Minami wrapped his arms around her from behind, holding her petite yet curvy frame close. His lips brushed near her ear, his voice carrying a playful, mischievous edge. Don't you think you should take responsibility for me? She knew his words were completely backwards. But still her pale cheeks flushed. Her usually intelligent, composed golden eyes now fluttered shut from sheer embarrassment. She had no way to resist Minami's advances. She could only helplessly melt into his embrace. Say it. Say yes to me. His fingers gently traced along the smooth skin of her neck, his warm breath tickling her ear as he whispered softly. Commandingly. The heat pooling in her chest, the overwhelming mix of shyness and happiness, she didn't know what to do with herself. A long moment passed. Then, finally she nodded. A barely audible murmur escaped her lips. Say yes. Properly. Minami caught her trembling hand, his fingers intertwined with hers. Futaba Ryo. She knew Minami was teasing her. But completely powerless against him, she slowly turned around. Burying her face against his chest, her lips hesitantly parted. Yes, Minami. You didn't even need to push her, everything flowed naturally. Truthfully, she had already fallen into the rushing river of love long before this moment. Your bond with Futaba Ryo deepened. You and Futaba Ryo are now lovers. Chapter 198, you both slept in late, not bad at all. Watching the simulation unfold, Minami felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed like he had made all the right choices. Their relationship had naturally progressed into romance. And with Futaba Ryo's personality, there was no chance she would ever suggest breaking up. In other words, this route was secure, stable, and almost impossible to lose. But aside from that, Minami still had some concerns. Yes, he had successfully become her boyfriend and fulfilled her desire to be needed. But if that was all there was to it, something still felt unfinished. Her need to be needed had only been temporarily satisfied. If Minami were to neglect her for even a short while, there was a real chance she would relapse into anxiety. Without a doubt, this was a hidden instability. But since the choice was already made, there was no point dwelling on it. The Minami inside the simulation may not have been as perfect as the real him, but surely, he would find a way to resolve this issue. Minami continued reading. You and Futaba Ryo are now lovers. Her gaze gradually lingers only on you. After school, the once lonely girl now waits for you outside the science prep room, eager to walk home together. Those quiet after-school moments with you, they are the most comforting part of her day. Your feelings for each other deepen, and yet, you are also aware, the seed of anxiety buried deep within her heart has not yet been removed. She still craves the feeling of being relied upon, and in order to satisfy that need, you begin to act more and more recklessly. During school breaks, you purposely bring over your worn uniform, asking her to wash it. She carefully washes each piece with unwavering attention, pressing and ironing every crease. After school, you invite her over to cook for you. She's skilled in the kitchen, though she often uses measuring tools, test tubes, and scales. Giving her cooking process a strangely scientific aesthetic, she even takes the time to clean your rented apartment, meticulously scrubbing away the mold creeping up the walls. She is thorough, diligent. Never once showing impatience, never once complaining. If anything, being able to do things for you makes her feel genuinely happy. She treasures the time spent alone with you, just as you treasure the time spent alone with her. Inside the simulation, memories played out softly and peacefully. The setting, Minami's small, rented apartment. It was early morning. Wearing her glasses, her long, silky hair falling over her shoulders, Futaba quietly opened the door. Stepping inside, she slipped off her small leather shoes and neatly placed them at the entrance. Her gaze shifted toward his shoes, which were haphazardly kicked aside. A faint smile touched her lips. With a quiet sigh, she bent down, gently gathering them and aligning them neatly beside hers. Only after finishing that small task did she step further into the room. Soft morning light streamed through the window. She looked toward the bed and saw him still fast asleep. Her eyes then drifted to the round table nearby. An automatic pencil lay beside various college entrance exam booklets. So, he must have stayed out late studying again. With that thought, she slowed her steps. Lowering herself to her knees, she carefully sorted through the books and stationery, organizing them one by one. Only after that did she rise to her feet and quietly move toward the kitchen. She worked silently, but her actions carried the precision and efficiency of a scientist. Placing salt, pepper, and other seasonings on a small digital scale, she measured everything to exact proportions. She stirred with a glass rod. She used a graduated cylinder to measure the precise amount of water needed. And when everything was finished, a perfectly balanced meal was laid out. Carefully, she set down his chopsticks. And then, she turned back, her golden eyes lingering on the peaceful side of his sleeping face. Then, she got up and walked over to Minami. Just as she approached, Minami happened to wake up. His deep, obsidian-like eyes gleamed with amusement as they landed on her. "Breakfast is ready." Noticing his gaze, Futaba's cool expression tinged with the faintest blush. She turned her head away, gently smoothing the wrinkles on the bedding, trying her best to keep her voice calm. "But Ryo." She turned back. "Where's my good morning kiss?" Minami propped his face against his palm, tapping his lips lightly, blinking those clear, gentle eyes at her. Futaba hesitated for a moment. Without it, I don't think I can even get up." Minami sighed, feigning distress, his eyelids threatening to close again. A small sigh escaped Ryo's lips. Then, with gentle resignation, she climbed onto his lap. Lowering her body softer and more delicate than winter plum blossoms, she pressed a kiss to his lips. She lingered like that for a while. Then, blushing deeply, she slowly pulled away reluctantly. Minami was more than satisfied. But he didn't rush to get out of bed just yet. Instead, he casually called out to her again. "Ryo." She turned her head. "My clothes." "Here." "Ryo." "Where are my uniform pants?" "Right here." She handed him his neatly folded uniform trousers. Minami looked at her. His mischievous smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Ryo." Still serving his breakfast, she glanced back. "If you keep taking care of me like this, if I get too used to it, to the point where I can't live without you, you'll have to take responsibility and marry me, you know." The blush on Ryo's face deepened. She hesitated for a long while, then turned her head away in embarrassment. She didn't refuse. And Minami, standing up, pulled her into a gentle embrace. Lowering his head, he kissed her again. It was just a simple morning. But it felt so intoxicating. Under her devoted care, your ability to live independently has deteriorated? Minami, absorbed in the simulation, paused. Wait. Didn't the simulation version of him already say, if this continues, I'll become completely useless? So it actually happened? Minami frowned. This was unacceptable. He had only been trying to fulfill Futaba's desire to be needed. How did that somehow result in him becoming completely dependent on her? Minami, how could you let yourself become so lazy? He shook his head, dissatisfied. Letting a girl dress him? Feed him? Even demand a morning kiss just to get up? This was pure degradation. Corruption. Minami sighed. But after a moment, he thought it over again. Well, it makes sense. The simulation version of himself was far from the real him, not even 1/10 as perfect. Naturally, that meant he lacked his real self's superior self-discipline. Falling into a pampered lifestyle. It was inevitable. And honestly, a life of having everything done for you, with a beautiful girl doting on you like this. It was too indulgent. Too envious, no, wait. Too shameful. Minami swore to himself, I will never become like that. Then, he continued reading. There are no more secrets between you. She fully understands the hardships you've endured coming to Tokyo alone, given how poor the conditions of your rented apartment are. One evening after school, in a rare display of initiative, Futaba makes her first request of you. She asks you to move in with her. Until now, you were always the one making requests, but this time, she is the one asking. Faced with her request, you decide, 1. Accept immediately. An opportunity like this will never come twice. Turn her home into your love nest. 2. The apartment's conditions aren't great, and moving in with her might not be a bad idea. 3. Flat out refuse. I must not become this weak. 4. Simulate it yourself. Minami blinked. Looking at the neatly arranged choices, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his lips. Are all rich girls like this? He still remembered. The last person to suggest living together was Shinjo-kan. Just like Futaba-ryo, she was also a wealthy girl. And also, just like Futaba-ryo, she lived alone in a massive mansion. Was it some kind of rich girl tendency to always invite someone to live with them? Did they not worry about things getting out of hand? But living together might not be bad. Minami thought it over. Futaba-ryo's condition required close observation. Not just at school, not just in the morning or the afternoon if they were together 24 out of 7. Her anxiety would likely diminish drastically. So I'll go with option 2. Option 1 outright calls it a love nest that was basically an invitation for chaos. If he chose that, he would probably be drowning in temptation every day. And option 3 flat out rejecting her was also out of the question. After all, this was the first request she had ever made. If he rejected it so decisively, it would undoubtedly hurt her feelings. With that in mind, Minami selected option 2. Yes, they would be living together. And yes, it was just the two of them. Which meant there was always the risk of things escalating. But with his self-control surely, he could hold out for a while before things got out of hand. The simulation continued to unfold. You agree to live with her, the apartment's conditions aren't great, and moving in with her does seem like a good solution. Besides, your neighborhood isn't exactly safe. Having a girl as beautiful as Futaba-ryo frequently visit such an area poses its own risks, so, you accept. But what you didn't expect was that Futaba-ryo wasn't just inviting you to live together, she had already given everything to you, and now she wanted to entrust you with the most precious thing she had left. Minami let out a breath. I knew it. There was no way she just wanted to live together for the sake of it. After all, they were already a couple. This was bound to happen. But still you underestimate my self-control. Minami remained confident. Yes, the simulation version of himself was inferior to the real him. But still even he wouldn't succumb so easily. He kept reading. In truth, you had long anticipated her actions, and you were confident in your ability to resist her temptations, but clearly, you overestimated your self-control, or rather, underestimated the sheer vitality of your 17-year-old body, huh? Wait, what? Staring at this line of text, Minami almost lost it. Excuse me, simulated me? What the hell is wrong with you? Didn't I just say those words a moment ago? And now you've already succumbed? Where's your discipline? How can you give in so easily to lust? Do you not understand the saying a man consumed by desire is the most pathetic of all? I refuse to accept this. Minami stood up and took a sip of water. For something like this to happen, it only proves that the simulation version of himself is far inferior. If he were personally in that situation, would he have fallen as well? Impossible. Setting his water cup down, Minami remained as confident as ever. But there was no use dwelling on it. So he continued reading the simulation. At first, you showed some resistance to her advances, but in the end, faced with her quiet obedience and gentleness, you couldn't bear to reject her. It happened on a night of heavy rain. The downpour drowned out everything. Every sight, every sound, and on that night, you finally understood what it meant to be as towering as Mount Fuji. And deep into Lake Danzō, Minami. Minami, wait a damn second. What kind of poetic nonsense was this? Simulation, can you stop being so roundabout and just say it straight? She obeyed your every demand, yielding completely to you, no matter what you asked of her, she answered. No hesitation, no resistance. On that night, you fully realized that this seemingly cool, detached science girl was, in truth, burning hot with passion, and your affection finally put her heart at ease. For as long as she could remember, she had resented her own body, resented the way it developed too early, too prominently, drawing unwanted stares from others. But when she saw your reaction, for the first time in her life, she felt truly happy with her own body. The next morning, thanks to last night's events, you both ended up sleeping in, and knowing she needed to recover, you, who had woken up first, did something rare. You stepped into the kitchen yourself, carefully selecting nutritious ingredients to replenish her strength. Your bond with Futaba-ryo deepened. You became the one irreplaceable person in her life. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. Chapter 199, The Izakaya, the senpai, and her Minami stared at the screen. His eyes locked onto one particular line. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction, seemed. He wasn't surprised. Not even a little. After all, he knew Futaba-ryo's deep-rooted insecurities had not been resolved. And so, despite the apparent stability, despite their deepening relationship, there was still something. Something that hadn't been addressed. But since what was done, there was no use dwelling on it. All he could do now was keep reading. The simulation continued. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. Your decision was not wrong. Being with her had indeed helped ease her obsessive need to feel needed. However, excessive indulgence has its consequences. She needs you. Physically and emotionally, your feelings for each other continue to intensify. Your relationship progresses at an astonishing pace. Her meticulous care and wholehearted devotion have made you more reliant on her. Living with Futaba is blissful. The once cold and intellectual girl is warm and affectionate, but only towards you. Her parents are constantly away for work. Aside from the massive sum of money deposited into her account each month, she barely sees any trace of them. Once upon a time, when the house fell silent at night, she felt unbearably lonely, but now, with you there, every single day feels new and exciting. The two of you continue living together, and the smile on her face only grows brighter. She holds your hand tighter, refusing to let go. She understands it now. She needs you. Time passes, and you both advance from second year to third year. One late night, after another deep exploration of the mysteries of human biology, she rests against your chest and quietly talks about the future. She tells you that she once considered studying abroad in Germany, because over there, the academic environment is far more vibrant than in Japan. But now, rather than studying in Germany, she would rather stay in Japan. To take care of you. Minami's mind sank into the simulation's memories. A scene unfolded before his eyes. It was nighttime. Lying in bed with her, he found himself momentarily taken aback by the words from the girl nestled against him. Futaba had removed her glasses, her golden eyes staring straight at him. The room was pitch dark. The only source of light came from the dim moonlight streaming through the window. And in that faint glow her pale, flushed cheeks seemed almost luminous. Study abroad in Germany. Hearing her words, watching the faint pink on her fair skin, Minami couldn't help but be surprised. She answered softly. Her bare form curled up slightly, instinctively pressing closer to him. Did your parents contact you about it? Minami gently tucked her silvery gray hair behind her ear. Even in school, Futaba always carried a detached, intellectual air. But here at this very moment she looked relaxed, content, her face at peace. Enjoying the feeling of his hands stroking her hair, she murmured again, Germany's academic environment is far more developed than Japan's. My parents reached out to a prestigious university's research lab. They arranged for me to study there. Minami lowered his head, his voice gentle. I see. So, what do you want to do? She smiled faintly and whispered. I turned it down. And then, she wrapped her arms around him, burying her face into his chest. Her voice was soft, warm, affectionate. Rather than studying abroad in Germany, I want to stay here with you. Minami gazed at the girl in his arms. She clung to him so tightly, unwilling to let go. Even he, who was usually so quick-witted, found himself at a loss for words. In the end, he chose to respect her decision. I want to stay here with you. When she said those words, her expression was sincere. She didn't need anyone else, she only needed you. In physics, she had her own theories, her own insights. But when it came to love, Futaba was pure and innocent. She abandoned her opportunity to study in Germany. All because she wanted to be by your side, and so, you silently swore to yourself that you would protect her. At this point, Minami leaned back in his chair. And then a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. Ah. So that's what happened. Now, it all made sense. He thought back to his first playthrough of the simulation. Back then he and Futaba had barely interacted. They remained nothing more than acquaintances. And in the end she left Japan and studied abroad in Germany. At the time, he assumed she left because of her mental struggles. But now that wasn't the case at all. It turned out she had always planned to study in Germany. But this time she had given up on that dream. All because of him. Minami tapped his fingers against the desk. Then stood up, opened the fridge, and took out a bottle of barley tea. The chilled tea slid down his throat, sending a refreshing coolness through him. He needed to clear his head. After a moment, he sat back down. And his eyes returned to the screen. She gave up on studying abroad in Germany. Time continued to move forward, and now, rather than a distant dream, what stood before the both of you was the reality of university entrance exams. Your academic performance was, of course, unparalleled. Even while living with Futaba, you remained at the top. As for Futaba, being the science genius that she was, her grades were never in question. Choosing a prestigious university was no problem at all. You both breezed through the university entrance exams and were accepted into universities in Tokyo. To accommodate her fragile emotions, you chose not to attend the University of Tokyo but instead enrolled in another elite university closer to hers. Even in college, Your life together remained much the same as it was in high school. Your academic excellence continued to shine, earning you constant praise from your professors. Futaba Rio, having decided not to further her studies in physics, took on a part-time job as a tutor at a high school prep academy while managing her coursework. It was a job perfectly suited for her. An intelligent, glasses-wearing science girl. It also helped her step out of her shell and interact more with others, something you fully supported. Even in university, your charm remained undiminished. At various social gatherings with classmates, your striking looks continued to attract the attention of not only your peers but also upperclassmen. Minami felt as though he had lived through it all. From taking exams alongside Futaba Rio to watching her grow, a sense of quiet satisfaction filled his heart. Scenes flashed before his eyes like a reel of memories, until finally the image settled on a familiar setting, a cozy izakaya, where he sat drinking with a group of university classmates, some upperclassmen, some juniors. TL note, an izakaya, Japanese, izakaya, is a type of informal Japanese bar that serves alcoholic drinks and snacks. Oh, really? Minami-kun, you lived alone in Tokyo before? The voice belonged to Aoki Yukawa, a third-year senior. She subtly scooted closer to Minami, complaining about the heat as she exposed her delicate collarbones, exuding the charm of a mature upperclassman. Yeah, I think it was during my second year of high school. I lived alone in a cheap rental apartment in Tokyo. That must have been tough, huh? Living alone like that. Aoki Yuko reached out, as if intending to trace circles on Minami's chest with her finger, but before she could, he dodged it with a smooth smile. It's all in the past. Minami took a light sip of sake. The alcohol didn't dull his senses, rather, it made him more alert. He smiled and added, I have a girlfriend. No way, you're lying. Aoki Yuko let out a playful, teasing voice of disbelief. Minami's arrival on campus had not gone unnoticed. It wasn't just her, several other girls had already set their sights on him. Handsome. Talented. There was something undeniably refined about him, a charm that made him stand out. Yet despite all this, no one had ever heard of him being in a relationship. You're just saying that to avoid getting hit on, aren't you? Aoki Yuko smiled slyly, eyes glinting with amusement. Poor guy, she thought. Her gaze drifted, landing on the well-defined muscles beneath his shirt, toned from his morning runs. She licked her lips, then leaned in suggestively. Come on, Minami-kun, don't lie, it'd be such a waste if someone as good-looking as you didn't have a girlfriend. No, really, I do have one. PFFT, as if. I've never seen you with any girl before. Aoki Yuko pouted dramatically, her skepticism unwavering. Right, Minami-senpai? Wouldn't Aoki-senpai make a great girlfriend? She's super pretty, isn't she? The juniors chimed in, egging things on. I'm telling you, I really do have a girlfriend. Minami remained composed amid the chaos, his tone unshaken. He checked his watch, then casually added, she should be here to pick me up soon. Still keeping up the act, huh? Aoki Yuko giggled, amused. Handsome men were the most charming when they were being stubbornly coy. Just as she was about to tease him further, slide.mp3, the shoji door of the private izakaya room was suddenly pushed open. The abrupt noise caught everyone's attention. They instinctively turned to look, and then they saw her. A girl so stunning she looked as if she had stepped straight out of a novel or a TV drama. Soft, wavy silver gray hair, delicate and beautiful features, a petite figure and a chest that, despite her size, pushed against the fabric of her coat. Intelligent, composed, and unmistakably elegant, her golden eyes glistened behind the lenses of her glasses. She had just come in from the cold. Half of her face was tucked into her scarf, adding to her quiet, refined beauty. She exhaled softly, a small puff of condensation escaping her lips. Then, her gaze swept over the room. The other university students exchanged confused glances. Why was a girl like this standing at their door? And then Rio. Minami stood up. Minami. The glasses-wearing beauty, whom Minami had just called Rio, gently nodded at him. And on that usually cold, indifferent face a soft smile appeared. A smile so warm, so tender that it sent an unsettling shiver down Aoki Yuko's spine. Minami. Who is she? The previously loud and confident Aoki Yuko suddenly found her voice weak, hesitant. That composed, graceful aura. That near-perfect beauty. She felt completely outclassed. Minami, still holding Futaba Rio's hand, turned to the others with a relaxed smile. Oh, this is my girlfriend Futaba Rio. A pause. Then, with the same cool, quiet grace, Futaba Rio gently asked, I've already paid the bill. I didn't interrupt anything, did I? The entire room fell dead silent. Not a single person dared to speak. Minami merely chuckled. Not at all. Actually, we were just talking about you, Rio. He glanced at his watch again. Anyway, it's about time to go. Turning to Aoki Yuko, he He gave a small nod. Sorry, Aoki-senpai. My girlfriend's here, so I'll be heading out. Oh, and no need to worry about the check, Ryo already covered it. With that, he bid farewell, took Futaba Ryo's hand and left the Izakaya together. The room remained frozen. The realization sank in. Aoki Yuko sat there, face flushed red, speechless. The other students didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Then, suddenly my first love. Damn it. Bartender. 2 more bottles of sake. Aoki Yuko slammed the table, yelling into the night. Leaving the Izakaya, Minami and Futaba Ryo walked side by side, heading home. At that moment Ryo seemed a bit restless. Just ahead of them, a couple walked closely together. Perhaps due to the cold night air, they clung tightly to each other. The girl, in particular, had tilted her head onto her boyfriend's shoulder. Ryo watched them quietly. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly. Then, ever so gently she tugged at her boyfriend's sleeve. Minami turned his head, curious. And that's when he saw it. Ryo had wrapped both arms around his, resting her head against his shoulder. Minami raised a brow at her sudden action. But in the next moment, he noticed the couple ahead. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. No matter how old she was, no matter how mature her mind had grown when it came to love, she was still so adorably clumsy. Minami didn't say anything. He simply let her lean against him as they walked forward. Beneath the glow of neon lights, Tokyo's streets stretched long into the distance, and no matter how far that road went, he would walk it with her. Chapter 200, No matter the choice, regret is inevitable. She relies on you immensely, and you are well aware of it. Letting her depend on you isn't necessarily a bad thing. You have already decided that, on this long journey of life, you will stay by her side. News of you having a girlfriend soon spread across the university through SNS. Many of the girls who were previously interested in you gradually lost enthusiasm. However, at the same time, some girls who clearly had something wrong with them became even more obsessed after hearing that you were taken. You had no intention of concerning yourself with such trivial matters. You simply continued focusing on your studies while keeping Ryo company. Your university life continued as normal. During this time, through Ryo's introduction, you eventually met her parents. However, in reality, her parents did not have a great first impression of you as their future son-in-law. This wasn't because of your family background. Rather, in their eyes, the reason Ryo gave up studying physics in Germany was largely because of you. You were well aware of this fact, yet you chose not to tell her parents about her psychological struggles back in high school. You wanted to preserve Ryo's perfect image in their eyes. For this, she was filled with guilt. It's all my fault. Holding Minami's hand, Ryo's voice was barely above a whisper. It's because of me that my parents. This has nothing to do with you. Minami gently stroked her head, comforting her. Your parents aren't wrong. It was because of me that you stayed in Japan. But that's because I don't worry. Cutting off her self-blame, Minami smiled. You need to have more faith in your boyfriend. Don't worry, once I put in the effort, your parents will definitely accept me. She leaned in, giving him a soft kiss before turning her face away shyly. Actually, even if they don't accept you, it doesn't matter. I just want to be with you, Minami. Ryo has made it clear, no matter what her parents think, she will only be with you and doesn't care about their approval, but you want to give her even greater happiness, and the first step toward that is gaining her parents' acceptance. You soon met with Ryo's parents again, and through your witty conversation and mature demeanor, you earned their slight approval. With Ryo tirelessly supporting you from behind, their initial poor impression of you gradually softened. Although they weren't fully satisfied, Ryo's parents reluctantly accepted you as their daughter's fiancé. With her parents' approval barely secured, your university life soon came to an end. After graduation, with the blessing of both families, you and Ryo became engaged. Life quietly arrived at its next turning point. Reading this far, Minami let out a soft murmur of thought. From the looks of it, aside from Ryo's parents holding some reservations about him, everything was still progressing smoothly. Love. Engagement. Life seemed stable. But what would come next? Minami continued reading. After graduation came job hunting. Due to her experience as a private tutor during university, Ryo easily secured a job as a physics teacher. Once hailed as a physics prodigy, she did not follow the path that everyone had envisioned for her, pursuing advanced research. Instead, she chose to stand on a podium and become an ordinary physics teacher. As for you, your brilliance in university did not go unnoticed. If you wanted, you could have easily landed a prestigious, well-paying job, but you didn't. Moving forward would have made her anxious. You only wanted to stay by her side and enjoy a simple, happy life together. With your talent, you quickly found an unremarkable job as a literature teacher at the same school where Ryo worked, once known as the Demon King of studying. Someone with limitless potential. You chose a plain and ordinary life, but this was your decision. You simply wanted to stay beside her, watching over her. So this is where it all went wrong. Seeing this, Minami furrowed his brows. Because they cared too much for each other, they both chose mediocrity in the end. Is this happiness? Of course, it was. There's a saying, even an ordinary life can be fulfilling. But it could have been even better. Minami sighed lightly. Whether it was Ryo's talent in physics, or his own academic and social brilliance, they should have been able to create something even more remarkable. They should have been able to shine brighter. And yet, in the end, they both chose the safe and simple route. On the bed, Yamada Ryo suddenly mumbled in her sleep, turning over groggily. Minami glanced at her but remained silent. He continued reading. After you both secured jobs, your wedding naturally followed. During this period, nothing particularly noteworthy happened. Days flowed by like a quiet stream, passing uneventfully. Every year, you and Ryo visited her parents. Their attitude toward you wasn't overly cold, but neither was it particularly warm. Everything remained calm and indifferent. 3 years later, your first child was born. Thanks to the presence of your child, your relationship with Ryo's parents gradually improved. Ryo continued teaching physics, while you remained a literature teacher. Life was simple, yet there were moments of happiness. Before long, you both entered middle age, then old age. Time, like an invisible hand, slowly pulled you and her away from the world. Looking back on your life, the only person you could never let go of was her, but even memories like these will eventually fade with the inevitability of life and death. Simulation complete. Final score, 65. System evaluation. You and Ryo walked a path of mediocrity. Love, even when ordinary, still brings happiness, yet it cannot escape certain regrets. Your encounter with her began because she reached out to you first. A girl in adolescence always carries countless worries and troubles in her heart. You grasped her sorrow, actively moved forward, and embraced her. At that moment, you resolved to protect her, not letting others harm her, nor letting her feel insecure, to fulfill her deep-seated need to be needed. You asked things of her, made demands of her. She, ever obedient to you, could never refuse. At the same time, she enjoyed your requests, for they made her feel wanted. Your relationship naturally progressed from there. In a cycle of requests and demands, she chose to stay in Japan to take care of you, giving up her plans to study in Germany. High school ended quickly, and you both entered university. Nothing particularly significant happened during this time. You met her parents, your relationship deepened, and everything continued as expected. Your meeting with her parents was far from pleasant, but you continuously worked to mend the situation. University ended just as quickly. After graduation, both of you became teachers at the same high school, once hailed as prodigies. The two of you now work tirelessly for the simple necessities of life. You both could have had a brilliant future, but now, simply standing by each other's side was enough to satisfy you. Your married life was generally happy, yet the lack of her parents' wholehearted approval left a lingering regret. The boundary between life and death arrived sooner than expected, and in the endless solitude of what is called death. You thought of her, the person you could never stop worrying about, not even in the end. Where is she now? What is she thinking? Perhaps life has distinctions between mediocrity and greatness, but love has no such scale. You still love her, with lingering regrets. You close your eyes and step beyond the wall of death. System calculation. You have acquired the skill teacher level 2. Looking at the system evaluation before him and the barely passing score, Minami wasn't particularly surprised. From the way this simulation played out, it was clear, Ryo never pursued her studies in Germany. She stayed behind because she cared too much about him. In the end, she became a high school physics teacher, living a simple and unremarkable life. And Minami himself, too concerned about Ryo's feelings, never sought a more promising career, choosing instead to remain by her side. Furthermore, his relationship with Ryo's parents remained lukewarm, only improving slightly after their child was born. From what the simulation's memories showed, they visited her parents only once a year. From every perspective, this was the very definition of a mediocre life. If this were a romance game, where endings were divided into happy, normal, and bad, this was a normal end. Utterly ordinary. Sure, he and Ryo had happy moments together. But it wasn't fulfilling enough. So, a final score of 65 barely passing made complete sense. Minami propped his chin on his hand. The only worthwhile takeaway from this simulation was the new skill he acquired. Skill acquired, teacher level 2 inches. Just from its description alone, it was clear the profession he had in the simulation had now materialized into a system reward. By simply closing his eyes, he now possessed the knowledge and experience of a teacher with over 10 years of expertise. Not bad at all. Minami glanced over at Yamada Ryo, who was still sound asleep. This would be particularly useful for tutoring the band members. With this skill, their tutoring sessions would go much smoother. For now, let's put aside the system calculations and the final score. Minami sat cross-legged again, refocusing his attention on the simulation screen. He reached out and rewound the scenario to a crucial turning point. Here. This should be about right. His finger stopped. Looking at the choices before him, it was the same life-changing consequences from earlier. 1. Take an active approach. Push her forward, force her to make new friends. 2. This woman is too much trouble. Forget it. Oh, Yamada Ryo just messaged me online, I'm replying to her. 3. She needs you right now. Stabilize the situation first, then figure out how to help her grow as a person. 4. Simulate it yourself. Minami immediately ruled out option 2, as it would lock him into Yamada's route. Last time, he chose option 3. While it led to a romantic relationship with Ryo, it ultimately resulted in a mundane, uneventful life. So this time, what if I choose option 1 instead? Minami tapped on the simulation screen. He still had 330 points left. Plenty to run another simulation. If option 3 led to a normal end, then choosing a more proactive approach in option 1 should lead to something better, right? With that thought in mind, Minami made his choice. Would you like to restart the simulation from this point? Yes or no? Yes. Without hesitation. Remaining affection points, 30, loading simulation. Previous events recap. You were too focused on socializing with the neighborhood wife, neglecting Ryo's feelings. She held on to you, expressing her anxieties. In response, you reassured her with words that were almost a confession, temporarily easing her fears, but you understood that temporary stability meant nothing. To help her overcome her trauma, you decided, this is a life-changing decision. Minami's vision filled with a familiar scene from his memories. Inside the quiet science prep room on that morning, Ryo clung to him tightly, voicing her insecurities. The moment froze in place. The previously locked choices became selectable again. This time Minami chose option 1. You believe her insecurity stems from her lack of stable friendships. Instead of keeping her to yourself, you should push her to interact with more people. Perhaps then, she could overcome the shadows of her past, step out of her self-doubt, and learn to connect with others. Your intentions were good, but you overlooked one crucial fact. She was already an extremely fragile and anxious girl. After hearing your near confession just moments ago, what she needed was your immediate companionship and reassurance, not to be pushed into something she wasn't ready for. Moreover, besides her need to be needed, there was another feeling within her that you failed to notice, but in your eagerness to move forward, you completely ignored these 2 key points. Minami narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. Chapter 201, Wanna touch mine? Minami. The consequences of the option before him caught Minami somewhat off guard. In his mind, the reason he ended up with a mediocre ending was because he hadn't chosen the more proactive first option here. But now it seemed, the first option wasn't the right one either. In the simulation, on her, aside from the feeling of being needed, there was another feeling within her that you failed to notice. This line made him feel very uneasy. He wasn't an idiot. He certainly understood that the other emotion was Ryo Futaba's self-loathing. She hated the selfish version of herself that longed for Minami to stay by her side, hated the part of her that craved attention from others. This self-loathing was also the root of her inferiority complex. After all, if one can't even like themselves, how could they possibly be confident? In the original anime, Ryo Futaba even developed a split personality due to this self-loathing, resulting in 2 different versions of herself. From this alone, it was evident that Ryo Futaba's mental state was already extremely unhealthy. Being needed and self-loathing both were psychological issues. But if the first option wasn't correct either, was he supposed to go down Yamada's route instead? If even the first option here is wrong, then I need to trace the problem back to its source. Minami's mind worked quickly. With a swipe of his finger, he moved the simulation screen back to the previous option. 1. Make a move on the single lady near the Futaba household. Looks like this option is the culprit. He tapped the screen repeatedly. The reason Ryo Futaba felt uneasy stemmed from the fact that he had spent all his energy recently on getting involved with the single lady next door. At that time, from Minami's perspective, it had seemed logical to gather intel on Ryo Futaba by talking to her neighbor. But now, I miscalculated right here. It seemed he should have chosen to connect with Sakata Azusawa and Yamaku Nima instead. Ryo Futaba was friends with those 2. By actively approaching Sakata and Yama, he would naturally have gotten closer to Ryo Futaba. She wouldn't have felt so anxious. Didn't expect it'd be you. Minami looked thoroughly exasperated. That crucial option was hidden way too subtly. And the phrasing was completely unserious. Make a move on Sakata Azusawa and Yamaku Nima. With an option like that, there was no way a straight guy like Minami would ever choose it. He sighed at how deviously the simulator had been designed this time. But what's done was done, there was no point in dwelling on it. Minami exited the options screen and turned to watch the simulation he had already set in motion. The simulation continued under his watchful eyes. Though you intended for her to socialize, you didn't throw her directly into interactions with unfamiliar strangers. Under your arrangement, you introduced her to the members of the band after practice. The process went smoothly. Naruto Ijichi is someone who's considerate of others. Even someone like Ryo Futaba, who isn't particularly good at socializing, could converse happily with them, but seeing so many outstanding girls around you, her self-loathing and inferiority only deepened. She wanted to keep you by her side, but watching you chat freely with other girls, she realized this couldn't continue. You deserved to keep moving forward. She couldn't selfishly keep you for herself. These conflicting feelings tugged at her constantly. She hid her deteriorating mental state from you to avoid worrying you and kept socializing, but how could such minor thoughts escape your ever-watchful gaze? You quickly noticed and told her she didn't need to force herself anymore. You realized forcing her to make friends was pointless. Only by unlocking her heart could you untie the knots inside. Gradually, you gave up the idea of pushing her to socialize and, as always, spent your days with her in the science prep room, unable to meet your expectations. Her eyes were full of guilt. One morning, in the science prep room, you confessed to her. Moved by her feelings for you and overwhelmed by guilt, she accepted your confession and moved in with you. So that's how it is. Minami watched the developments unfold. Everything was about as he expected. After accepting his confession, just like in the second cycle, Ryo Futaba became enamored with him due to his charm. But once again, her inner struggles remained unresolved. In the end, they still arrived at the same mediocre ending. The only difference this time was that Ryo Futaba carried a sense of guilt towards him. She knew Minami, as her husband, had been tirelessly trying to ease her mental burdens for years. Even as she passed away, she tightly held his hand and whispered an apology. Simulation complete, no change in current ending progress. No evaluation given. Humphrey, what a troublesome woman. Minami stretched lazily, leaning back against the edge of the bed, and let out a heavy sigh. It was only now that he realized just how troublesome Ryo Futaba truly was. Unlike Hitoribachi, whose inferiority complex and social anxiety were clearly visible, Ryo Futaba's self-loathing and need to be needed were deeply hidden. Even from Minami's perspective, she usually came across as just a typical science geek. There was no sign of any psychological issues on the surface. What a headache, what a headache. As he was thinking this, he turned his head and happened to see Yamato Ryo sleeping comfortably on his bed. Here he was, racking his brain over everything. And this girl? She had shamelessly claimed his bed and fallen asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. At that thought, Minami couldn't help but reach out and firmly grab Yamato Ryo's finely sculpted, androgynous face. Yamato Ryo. A light sleeper by nature, Yamato Ryo quickly opened her inorganic amber eyes in response to Minami's touch. She tilted her head, staring at the hand of the person she liked, and blinked. If it had been Bachi or the others, they probably would have blushed furiously and felt shy from such a sudden display of affection. But Yamato Ryo didn't mind at all. Not quite understanding what Minami was doing, she even leaned her face closer, rubbing her cheek gently against his fingertips. What is it, Minami? Just thinking about something. Minami's fingers lightly slid across Yamato Ryo's fair, soft chin, as though stroking a kitten. Following the memory in his mind, he easily found the pressure point that brought Yamato Ryo the most comfort. Yamato Ryo narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. What's on your mind, Minami? Minami pulled his fingers back, thought for a moment, then said, since you're here, Ryo, maybe you can help me figure something out. He carefully chose his words and began, I have this friend. Given Yamato Ryo's tendency to overthink things and her constant attempts to help him win over Ryo Futaba, it was safer to start with I have a friend. However, is it Ryo Futaba? Minami. Should he be surprised that Yamada-san, who scored an 89 rating after just one simulation, could immediately guess it was Ryo Futaba they'd met today? It's her. Since she'd already guessed, Minami didn't bother denying it and simply nodded. Oh? Yamato Ryo clearly perked up. So? You're finally interested in her? Usually blunt and direct, she became unusually talkative when discussing topics she liked. She held up her fingers, her expression serious. I knew I wasn't wrong before. Minami, you really do like Ryo a lot. And it makes sense after all, she's got this much. As she spoke, she gestured at her chest, indicating this much with her hands. Among the people I know, only Bachi can compare. So you prefer big boobs, huh, Minami? Yamato Ryo tilted her head and pointed at her own chest. Wanna touch mine? They're not big, but the shape's nice. Okay, stop, stop. She was really getting more ridiculous by the second. If Minami didn't cut her off, he had a feeling she'd actually grab his hand and make him test it out. I'm not here to talk about body types. And don't give me that blatant look of disappointment. What I'm talking about is a psychological issue. Ignoring Yamato Ryo's obviously let down expression, Minami continued. Ryo, what do you think about someone who hates themselves, but also craves attention from others? Yet feels anxious and uneasy once they actually get their attention? Sounds like a total pain in the ass. Yamato Ryo frowned, clearly annoyed. Minami. Honestly, he agreed completely with her. But this wasn't about debating how troublesome Ryo Futaba was. And if we're really talking about trouble. To be honest, Yamato Ryo wasn't much better. So he quickly changed the topic. Setting aside how annoying it is, how do you think one could change that person's mental state? Truthfully, Yamato Ryo wasn't someone who cared much about emotional or psychological issues. She was naturally confident and had almost never experienced such a state herself. But this was the first time Minami had come to her with a problem. If she could solve it decisively, would Minami start to see her in a new light? With that thought, Yamato Ryo did her best to fire up her single-core brain. She thought long and hard before finally squeezing out a sentence. That depends. What exactly do you mean by hating themselves? After saying those words, she could clearly feel a bit of heat rising to her head. What do you mean by? Roughly like what? Minami thought for a moment. Like hating their own thoughts, feeling that being such a selfish and horrible person makes them completely unworthy of being friends with others. That kind of thing? Ah. Another one of those troublesome topics. Yamato Ryo expressionlessly patted her own head. Her already overheated brain couldn't quite piece words together. But with sheer effort and stubbornness, she still managed to force out a sentence, I think. Being like that isn't so bad, is it? Nope, that was it. Right after saying it, Yamato Ryo looked away, feeling a pang of guilt and regret. She was never suited for handling these kinds of complex emotional issues, not with her single-core processor of a brain. The sentence she squeezed out had absolutely no real meaning. And now Minami wasn't saying anything. He was probably left speechless by her random, nonsensical remark. Thinking this, the completely poker-faced Yamato Ryo became even more guilty, turning her eyes away completely. Just as she was wondering how she should explain herself to Minami. So that's it. I see now. Yamato Ryo looked up in surprise at Minami's face, which had suddenly lit up with understanding. Ryo, I think I get what you mean now. I see. Minami narrowed his eyes, speaking thoughtfully. You're trying to say that hating oneself isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? Yamato Ryo looked at him, completely lost. On the other side, Minami wore an expression that screamed, I totally get it now. Yes. He understood. He understood what Yamato Ryo had meant by her words. Hating oneself isn't inherently wrong. Giving up on change, letting go of trying too hard, that's a choice too. There's no need to chase perfection, and no need to force a flawless outcome. As he spoke, he tapped the table. Ryo, what you meant was, expecting someone to always be perfect is impossible, right? Yamato Ryo's pink lips parted slightly, and she stared at Minami, dumbfounded. At that moment, she genuinely felt Minami lived up to being ranked #1 in the national simulation exams. Because she hadn't thought that deeply at all. Minami, just like answering a reading comprehension question about the author's intentions, had spun something detailed and convincing from absolutely nothing she had considered. And honestly, it kinda made sense. Unable to respond, she rubbed her head, letting out random noises and ah to fill the silence. Didn't expect you to think that far ahead, Ryo. Having found a possible path to help Ryo Futaba, Minami didn't hold back on praising Yamato Ryo. Focused on Ryo Futaba, he completely missed Ryo's inner panic. Meanwhile, Yamato Ryo was feeling incredibly guilty. Normally, she would have accepted Minami's praise with her usual deadpan, maybe even a bit smug. But seeing how seriously Minami was taking this, receiving praise for nothing made Miss Yamato feel a little uneasy in her conscience. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly reached out and pressed Minami's hand against her chest. What are you doing? Still deep in thought, Minami clearly didn't expect her to make such a move. All done. As if by the gesture she had repaid some sort of debt, Miss Yamato contentedly removed Minami's hand from her chest. Minami can keep praising me now. Minami. This woman. What kind of nonsense is she spouting now? Chapter 202. Stat points, allocate. Yamato Ryo's chest. How to put it? Just as she had said. While it couldn't compare to Ryo Futaba's or Gota Hitori's, the shape was undeniably quite nice. The key was that when Yamato Ryo pressed his hand against it, she did it with particular force. It felt. Ahem. Back to the topic. Though Yamato Ryo's sudden action left Minami bewildered, her words had indeed given him a new perspective. That was no need to strive for perfection. Huh? After feeding Miss Yamato dinner rated 4.1, and sending her off contentedly, Minami lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Ryo Futaba hated herself. She loathed her own feelings of anxiety. She despised the way she doubted her friendships. She hated the desire she had for close companionship. But when it came down to it, these things are all part of what makes Ryo Futaba who she is. Minami folded his hands behind his head. He now understood why the simulation failed. Choosing the wrong options was one thing. But more importantly, perhaps his entire approach had been wrong from the start. There was no need to change Ryo Futaba. What he should have done was help her accept herself. Because from the very beginning, perfect people simply don't exist. Completely unlike Gota Hitori, who wanted to change herself and overcome her social anxiety. Whether in the simulation or in real life, Ryo Futaba constantly imposed unrealistic expectations on herself. That was the real issue. The self she despised was simply the part of her that held flaws. She couldn't accept those flaws, and that was all. With his thought, Minami turned his head to look at his affection points. After the earlier interaction with Yamada Ryo, his points had increased to 150. It seemed that after getting the happy ending with Yamada Ryo through a personal simulation, the simulator now recognized her as a target as well. But still not enough. One simulation required 300 points. He only had 150, far from sufficient. Might as well rest. Already showered and ready for bed, Minami yawned. There was no point overthinking things. Besides, perhaps due to having completed Gota Hitori's happy ending where all the band members grew fond of him after he fell ill from exhaustion. Maybe because of that, and always thinking about it, Minami had lately been feeling somewhat tired. Since he couldn't run the simulation now anyway, it was safer to get some rest. He'd go find Ryo Futaba tomorrow. With that in mind, Minami slowly closed his eyes. The night passed quietly. Standing outside the gym, Ryo Futaba let out a faint breath as she watched Yamakunimai playing basketball. She felt nothing. No stirring in her heart. She had always known this deep down. Just as Minami had said, she didn't actually like Yamakunimai. She just didn't want Yama, who has a girlfriend, or Sakura, who's growing close to one, to drift away from her because of their relationships. That made her uneasy. Truly uneasy. She was afraid of returning to the lonely life she had during middle school. No friends. An empty house, with no one to talk to. If she had never seen the sun, perhaps she could have endured the darkness. But once she'd stepped into the light and felt the warmth of the sun, she could never return to the damp, shadowy corners. If I had to say, the person I've talked to most lately is actually him. For some reason, Ryo Futaba suddenly thought of Minami. Compared to the laid-back Sakata Zuzugawa and the athletic, hard-working Yamakunimai, it was Minami, refined and graceful, who had interacted with her the most lately. His conversational skills, his mature demeanor beyond his age. She couldn't help but acknowledge him. She wondered what Minami was doing now. She was quite curious. The science prep room was on the way past Minami's second-year Class 2 room. It wouldn't be too strange to glance in his direction while passing by. With that thought, Ryo Futaba glanced at the time. It was about time to head back to the science prep room. That's what she thought. And that's what she did. But wait a second, I have something to say to you. A red-haired girl, not as strikingly beautiful as Ryo Futaba but still quite pretty, blocked her path. Behind her stood several classmates with similarly hostile intentions. Ryo Futaba's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively took a step back. She recognized the girl before her. Her name was Saki Kamisato, Yamakunimai's current girlfriend. She had long been uncomfortable with the friendship between Kunimai, Sakura, and Ryo Futaba. But why? Why confront me all of a sudden? Though she wore the cold, detached shell of a science geek, Ryo Futaba was a gentle girl at heart. Feeling the girls behind Kamisato subtly moving to surround her, Ryo Futaba could only speak softly, keeping her tone as neutral and emotionless as possible. What do you want? In such situations, the first rule was not to show weakness. What do we want? You've got some nerve even asking that. Hearing her speak, Saki Kamizato's dissatisfaction only deepened. She made no attempt to hide the malice in her words or the annoyance on her face. I mean you. What the hell are you doing sneaking looks at someone else's boyfriend? Crunch.sfx Kamisato moved closer. Ryo Futaba stepped back, saying nothing. Seeing her silence, Kamizato's frown deepened, clearly intending to vent all her pent-up frustration. What, cat got your tongue? You trying to go after Yama even though he's already taken? I didn't mean anything like that. This time, Ryo Futaba shook her head. She had known for a while that she didn't have feelings for Yamakunimai. Coming today to watch had only been to confirm that for herself, nothing more. But her voice was too soft, and her denial was so faint it barely registered. That faint resistance only irritated Kamisato more. Crossing her arms, her right foot tapping with impatience, she snapped, I've had enough of you and Sakata. If Yama hadn't kept stopping me. I swear. As she spoke, Kamisato took another step forward. The crisp sound of her shoes on the ground echoed like a drumbeat of fear, amplifying Ryo Futaba's anxiety. All she could do was wrap her arms around herself, trembling slightly, shaking her head in protest. I didn't mean anything by it. I had no intention of getting between you and Kunimai. That was the truth. In fact, she and Sakata Zuzugawa, and Yama Kunimai were nothing more than friends. But Saki Kamisato, already fuming with anger, clearly wasn't going to listen. You're still saying that crap? Her voice rose sharply. It's over. Ryo Futaba's hands trembled slightly as she closed her eyes. She already had a rough idea of what was about to happen. But, with no one else to rely on, she could only endure it in silence. And just then, a clear voice rang out. Oh? Ryo, you're here. Minami. Eyes shut, ready to accept whatever came next, Ryo Futaba opened them in surprise. She hadn't expected Minami to appear at that very moment. She was stunned. She couldn't believe it. The very person she had been thinking about moments ago had suddenly shown up in her time of need. What surprised her even more was that, upon seeing Minami's refined, elegant face, the anxiety that had been building in her heart began to dissipate. As if no challenge could ever trouble this composed, dark-haired young man. Under her gaze, Minami walked over casually, as if no one else was there, and waved to her with a relaxed air. Ryo hesitated for a moment, then stepped behind him. Watching his back as he stood in front of her, the anxiety that had gripped her just moments ago vanished like an illusion, fading in an instant. On the other side, Kamisato and her small group were momentarily thrown into confusion. Clearly, Minami's sudden appearance had caught them off guard. Regardless of anything else, just the fact that he was ranked number 1 in the year was enough to make them feel suffocated. But Saki Kamisato wasn't willing to back down. She had finally found a chance to catch Ryo Futaba alone. Naturally, she wasn't going to let it go. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. What's the top student doing butting into our business, huh? Before Minami could reply, she pointed at Ryo. That girl has been making moves on Yama. I just wanted to have a word with her. Is that really so wrong? I didn't, Minami. The moment those words left Kamisato's mouth, Ryo looked up, a bit uneasy, and shook her head at Minami. She hadn't done anything like that. Oh, you didn't? Then what were you doing at the gym? Arms crossed, Kamisato scoffed. She's clearly into Yama but doesn't have the guts to admit it. Just a coward, that's all. Yama and I are just friends. Gripping Minami's sleeve tightly, Ryo raised her golden eyes to meet his, her expression serious. She didn't even know why she was explaining it to Minami instead of Kamisato. Minami. Minami was a bit surprised. In the simulation, Ryo had never confessed her feelings so quickly or directly. But now, it seemed Kamisato's pressure had forced her hand. In that case. Alright, that's enough. Minami turned to Kamisato. You've got your answer, right? No need to keep pressing her, is there? Huh. That girl's obviously lying. Kamisato scowled, unwilling to back off. She didn't believe a word Ryo said. Since she had caught her, she wanted to teach her a lesson so she'd never get near Yama again. Her aggressive stance made Minami raise an eyebrow. Ryo had clearly stated she wasn't interested in Yama. Kamisato had heard the answer she wanted, yet still refused to let go. Minami had his limits too. He calmly responded, I think, Kawasumi-san, you're giving yourself too much credit. Ryo doesn't even like me. How could she possibly like someone who can't hold a candle to me? What? My name is Saki Kamisato, you jerk. Hearing Minami's words, Kamisato's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe it. After talking all this time, Minami didn't even know her name. That kind of disregard hurt worse than being insulted outright. And as for that, Minami genuinely didn't mean to offend. In the anime, Saki Kamisato was just a side character, a background extra who only appeared a handful of times. Remembering even the cop part of her name was already quite impressive. Kamisato's face flushed with anger, but what really got to her was Minami's next comment. And you said Yama is not as good as you. It didn't bother her if Minami insulted her. But bad-mouthing Yama Kunimai? That was unacceptable. Her voice lowered, filled with sarcasm. You're joking, right? What makes you think you're better than Yama? Minami flicked his fingers, countering coolly. On the flip side, tell me, what does Yama Kunimai have that's better than me? Looks? Grades? Popularity? Kamisato opened her mouth to answer. But nothing came out. If it had been a regular student at Shuka High, she could have easily listed Yama's many strengths and crushed them. But clearly, Minami wasn't just any ordinary student. He stood at the very top of Shuka High's hierarchy. Her proud boyfriend couldn't even compare. After stammering for a while, she finally mumbled, in sports. You're not better than Yuma. Her feeble, almost non-existent rebuttal made Minami raise an eyebrow as if he wanted to say something more. Ryo noticed and glanced at him. Then she heard Minami's calm voice, without a trace of anger. You're right. You're absolutely right, I'm not better than him at sports. That completely emotionless reply left Kamisato with a strange sense of defeat. What followed was only natural. Kamisato no longer pursued Ryo. Ryo, in turn, followed Minami as they left the gym behind. Everything seemed resolved, but after walking some distance, still holding on to Minami's sleeve, Ryo spoke in a small voice. Minami. You actually could beat Yuma in sports, couldn't you? Oh, so you noticed? Minami turned back, surprised by her keen observation. Then why? Ryo couldn't understand. He clearly had the advantage, why not show it? That wasn't like Minami. There's no point arguing with Kamisato over something like that. Minami smiled. If this were a typical story, he'd have used his athletics level 3 inches skill from the simulator to crush Yuma and shatter Kamisato's pride. But everyone needs a step to walk down. I don't need to take that away from her too. Minami held up a finger. Giving others a way out is wisdom. And admitting your flaws, accepting them, that's a good choice too. From Minami's perspective, his athletics level 3 ability was something gained by cheating. Like assigning stat points in a gamer. Using a cheat to beat Yuma, who trained hard, meant nothing, just emptiness. Beating Yuma with such tricks. A meaningless act with no benefit. There were more important things to do. With that in mind, he turned to Ryo Futaba and said, since someone as narcissistic as me can accept his shortcomings, why do you still push yourself to be perfect? Eh? As if Minami's words had struck directly at the depths of her heart. For the first time, Ryo Futaba finally lifted her head, looking at him with an expression Minami had never seen before, one of pure astonishment. Chapter 203. Stay with me after school. No reply. Just a soft A. And that alone was enough to show how shaken Ryo Futaba's heart was at this moment. She truly hadn't expected it. The pressure she'd been keeping buried deep inside had suddenly been brought to light by Minami Shoji in such a direct way. She really had been constantly demanding perfection from herself, unable to accept her flaws. But these were things she had never spoken of to anyone. Not to Sakata Zuzugawa, not to Yamakunimai. She'd always maintained her silence, never wanting to worry others. So how did Minami Shoji figure out what was in her heart? Could it be that just from those couple of heart-to-heart talks she'd had with him, he had figured everything out? It was hard to say. After all, Minami's ability to read others was frighteningly sharp. Twice already, with only slight emotional fluctuations from her, he had seen right through her. This dark-haired youth was truly unlike any other boy his age. As she thought this, Ryo opened her mouth to say something. You. But before she could finish, by the way, Ryo, are you free after school today? Minami glanced at the time. After school? Yeah. I want you to come with me somewhere. They're short on help. No, wait. What about earlier? Ryo looked up at Minami. Was he doing this on purpose? Bringing up something that stirred her heart, only to suddenly change the subject? Facing her confusion, Minami just shrugged casually, saying, we can talk about that later. For now, clear your schedule and come with me. Seeing the mischievous smile on Minami's face, Ryo took a deep breath. This guy, he's the one who stirred her emotions, and now that she wanted to follow up, he just blinked innocently, looking completely blameless with that elegant face. He was just like those chaotic online group members she'd heard of, posting half of a spicy image and then acting all innocent when you ask for the rest. Absolutely infuriating. And most importantly, why should I take time out of my day just to go with you? As if resisting his teasing, Ryo shot back. It was bad enough he was keeping her in suspense, but now he wanted her to spend her precious free time with him? On what basis? She made up her mind. Unless Minami circled back to that earlier topic, she wouldn't give in and go with him. She vowed this internally, only to hear Minami's voice again. Let me ask you this instead, Ryo, do you have any reason to say no? What kind of question is that? I don't want to go, we've had 2 serious talks about your feelings. Minami held up one finger. Ryo opened her mouth but couldn't respond. Those 2 talks really had helped her a lot, in a way. At the very least, they helped her sort out how she felt about Yamakunimai. But I also dealt with that Saki Kamisato situation for you. Minami calmly raised a second finger. I get it. I get it already. Ryo shut her eyes, finally out of steam to argue. She just now realized she'd long lost the ground to refuse him. Minami had helped her so much. To turn him down over something this simple. She'd feel like an ungrateful person. As long as you understand. Minami nodded. I'll contact you when it's time, Ryo. That way you call me Ryo. What's with that, exactly? Ryo murmured, I don't think we're close enough for that, Minami. It was just her talking to herself, not even a complaint, just a muttered observation. But in response, Minami suddenly stepped forward. The unexpected move completely caught Ryo off guard. So close. So close. So close. Ryo Futaba had never been this close to a boy before. Her mind was screaming. It was way too close. From her view, she could see Minami's gently curled, beautiful eyelashes, and his slightly messy, lazy bangs falling across his forehead. He lowered his gaze, his clear, pure eyes meeting hers. For some reason, her heart began to race, and she grew flustered. It was just like the legends she'd read about demons who could charm people with their beauty. Ryo swallowed hard. And just as she did, this incubus spoke. Futaba is too clunky to say. Getting closer to you and calling you Ryo, it's not bad, right? Unless you really hate it? That gentle voice, combined with those questioning black pearl-like eyes, looking at her with youthful curiosity. Ryo glanced away, flustered. It's not that I hate it. As soon as the words left her lips, she wanted to cover her face. No, what had she just said? Why was she panicking over a guy's looks like this? Stay cool, stay cool. Calm down. As a science girl, Ryo Futaba had something other simulation targets didn't: rationality. She forced herself to calm down. Just as her mind was settling, Minami smiled. Is that so? Then it settled Ryo. But seeing that smile, Ryo felt her brain hum loudly. All those thoughts of staying calm. Gone. Her mind blanked out, her heart pounding so hard she could practically hear it. Stay calm? How could anyone stay calm in front of Minami's smile? Was that even possible? The rest was a blur. Ryo's brain was basically offline. Whatever Minami said. She nodded automatically with a soft only after he'd finished explaining everything and walked away. Did Ryo slump against the wall, clutching her chest, her face bright red, breathing shallowly? Too dangerous, she thought. Talking to Minami was seriously bad for her heart. Was his charm really that high? Or was she just a girl in her springtime, defenseless around boys? Ryo Futaba had no idea. But I don't dislike it. Murmuring softly, Ryo Futaba recalled the details of her earlier conversation with Minami Shaoji. Yeah. She didn't really dislike it. On the contrary, having Minami take the lead and arrange things gave her a strange sense of ease. Being called Ryo, that was the first time. Not bad. Unconsciously, Ryo looked ahead of her. That spot where Minami had just been standing. Her slender, pale hand pressed against her chest again. There. Where her heart had finally begun to calm, it now began to race once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, this affection point increase is insane. Minami couldn't help but comment as he watched the simulator's point tally rise. He hadn't even been trying to farm points from Ryo this time. And yet, the affection points he gained from her had already far surpassed those from other simulation targets like Akon Shinjo. In just that short encounter, the total had surged to 480 points. Although it still didn't match Gota Hitori's total, this growth rate? Even Miss Gota herself would have to bow down to it. Probably because she hasn't had much contact with guys. As a science-loving homebody, Ryo Futaba's only male acquaintances were Yamaku Nimai and Sakata Azuzgawa. Beyond them, from elementary to middle school and now high school, she'd likely never interacted closely with any other boys. For someone so pure, facing Minami Shaoji, who was practically the peak of male beauty among their peers, it was only natural for such a chemical reaction. As for her actual affection level, I'll use the data scanner when we meet this afternoon and check her current status. Minami figured Ryo's affection toward him was probably just a bit above average, more than a casual friend, but not quite like or love. After all, they'd only known each other for 2 days. From any rational perspective, she couldn't possibly feel attracted or moved by him yet. But that's just a logical way of thinking. Minami let out a small sigh. Someone as exceptional and flawless as me. Maybe she is feeling some kind of affection or excitement? It is me we're talking about. Tokyo's top-tier handsome guy, only becoming more perfect by the day. Naturally, no ordinary guy could compare. Your trait narcissism has slightly increased. Current level, level 4, as usual. Minami ignored the simulator's cheeky notification. His eyes returned to the affection points display. 480 points. I'll save the next simulation for later. Unlike his urgency in the first 3 loops, this time he decided to hold on to the points for now and see how things developed. After all, these points weren't blowing in from the wind. In a sense, you could even say he sold his charm to earn them. Of course, he needed to use them wisely. Standing before the science prep room. Bow tie. Good. Uniform. Neat. Hair. A bit messy? Ryo Futaba checked her reflection in the glass and reached out to tidy her slightly disheveled hair. For some reason, she felt a little nervous. As a science-loving girl who rarely interacted with boys, she'd never spent time with a male friend after school. This was a first in every sense. And the one she was meeting was Minami Shoji. She couldn't allow herself to be led around like at lunch. Steeling her nerves, she adjusted her mindset to the best possible state. She was ready. Now that she was calm, even if Minami suddenly appeared, he couldn't possibly shake her composure. "And then you all set?" Minami's voice called out. "Eh?" Startled like a frightened hamster, Ryo jumped and widened her eyes. The calm state she had hypnotized herself into collapsed instantly. Even she didn't understand why was it that the usually cool and collected her, who could maintain distance from anyone, was so thrown off by Minami. It was like some predator-prey hierarchy that could never be reversed. Unable to comprehend her own emotional swings, she forced her voice to stay steady as she greeted him. "Minami." Minami nodded, glanced over Ryo, and smiled. "Looks like you're ready. In that case, let's head out." Head out. Minami had mentioned at lunch that he needed her help somewhere. But he hadn't explained the details. "I actually forgot to tell you." As they walked, Minami explained, "I want to take you to a cafe where I work from time to time." "A cafe where you work?" "Yeah. Don't worry, I've got everything handled." Ryo opened her mouth. Honestly, she wanted to ask why he was taking her to a place like that. But for some reason, hearing Minami's calm voice saying, "I've got everything handled," it put her at ease. That phrase was like a stabilizer. Besides, she had already agreed at lunch. Asking about it now wouldn't change much. With that thought, she grabbed her school bag and quietly followed behind Minami, step by step. She found the peaceful atmosphere rather enjoyable. While she walked, Minami used the data scanner on Ryo Futaba. The system interface flickered before his eyes. Name, Ryo Futaba. Appearance, 8 athletics, 4 academics, 8 specialties, need to be needed level 3, self-loathing level 3, studying level 3, physics level 3. Current impression of host, desires to be saved, confused, feeling heart flutter. System evaluation, she's been captivated by your devilish smile and is completely flustered by your repeated touching of her innermost secrets. She doesn't know how to handle you but holds no resistance or dislike. If anything, she feels attracted. At your current pace, a deeper relationship is practically guaranteed. Chapter 204. The two of Ryko. The data displayed by the data scanner wasn't far off from what Minami had expected. In particular, the traits need to be needed and self-loathing had already reached the same levels as Gota Hitori's past issues with social anxiety and low self-esteem. But aside from those two traits, there was one more entry that Minami knew he had to pay close attention to. That was feeling heart flutter. In other words, at this point, Ryo Futaba already harbored a certain level of affection for him. In fact, according to the simulator's evaluation, if he just maintained his current pace, it wouldn't be difficult at all to make Ryo genuinely fall for him. And thinking about it, that made sense. Over the past 2 days, Minami had listened to her personal struggles, helped her resolve her long-standing issues with Yokunimai, and just earlier today stepped in at the perfect moment to rescue her from Saki Kamizato's relentless harassment. Not only that, but during all of this, he'd used his signature move Shoji Akon's perfect enchanting smile twice. With a 10-point boost in appearance stats, it was equivalent to activating a love at first sight buff. After going through that whole process, if Ryo Futaba still remained completely unmoved, Minami would honestly have to admire her self-control. But if things continued like this, and Ryo really did fall for him, that would spell trouble. He hadn't even sorted things out yet with Gota Hitori, Okan Shinjo, Yamada Ryo, Chisato Nishikigi, or Takina Inoue. And after completing their personal simulations, there was a chance Ijichi Nijuka and Kita Ikuyo, like Takina Inoue, now possessed memories of their happy endings. Having been busy with Ryo Futaba these past few days, Minami had only been able to communicate with Kita Ikuyo and Nijuka online. For now, he still wasn't sure if they had their simulation memories. But if they did, and now Ryo Futaba joined that group, that would just be complete chaos. 8 girls tangled together like that, it wouldn't just be drama. It would be a full-on war. Just imagining the scene was already giving Minami a headache. But he'd already started the simulation with Ryo. And not only that, he'd actively stepped in learning about the fears and self-loathing she kept bottled up for so long. Now that he'd gotten involved, if he simply backed off just because it was inconvenient, that would be far too irresponsible. Thinking this, Minami pressed a hand to his brow. At this point, I'll just have to take it one step at a time. Setting aside the problems he couldn't solve yet, Minami focused on what was in front of him. Meanwhile, silent the entire way, Ryo Futaba, having boarded the train with Minami, subtly turned her head to glance at him. Minami had mentioned earlier. The place they were heading to now was a cafe where he occasionally worked part-time. According to him, the cafe was so busy that even someone like her, with no experience, would be needed to help out. Could it be? The place they were going was one of those famous cafes in Tokyo? Ryo's curiosity was piqued. She often brewed coffee in the science prep room for fun and had always been interested in the craft. She regularly read coffee-related magazines in her free time. If Minami was taking her to a well-known Tokyo cafe, maybe she could help out and watch professional baristas work their craft. With a small sense of anticipation, Ryo followed Minami off the train as they headed into a residential area. Then Ryo Futaba stood frozen, stunned by the scene in front of her. There were no bustling crowds, no steady stream of customers. Nor was it some famous cafe that popped up on search engines. What met her eyes was a modest, thoroughly average cafe nestled in a residential neighborhood. On the quiet, cross-shaped street, there weren't even many pedestrians, let alone patrons. The atmosphere was so dead it made her frown. Ryo stopped in her tracks. She couldn't help but look at Minami. Now, she truly didn't understand what he had meant earlier. This kind of deserted cafe. There was absolutely no need for her help, right? Minami could probably handle the entire day's work alone without breaking a sweat. Could a place like this really have that many customers coming to dine or enjoy coffee? It seemed unlikely. From Ryo's perspective, a cafe in such a poor commercial location was probably only still operating thanks to a few loyal locals barely keeping it afloat. And the current situation reflected that. She'd only seen a few scattered customers so far. If there was anything worth noting, it was that the cafe's decor was at least charming. Whitewashed walls, black pillars, a small ornate wooden door, and a softly ringing welcome bell. Above it hung a refined wooden sign engraved in elegant cursive, Reiko Reiko. Reiko, come on, we'll be busy soon. Minami said, walking ahead. Hearing this, Ryo couldn't help but glance at him. Seriously? Just judging from the dead atmosphere, there was zero sign of any "we'll be busy soon." But since Minami had said so, she didn't want to dampen his mood and simply responded with a soft With that, Ryo followed Minami into the cafe called Reiko Reiko. And the moment Minami pushed open the door, "Yo. Shaoji-kun. Is that you? You're here to help today?" A sudden cheerful voice startled Ryo so badly she took a step back. Snapping her eyes toward the source, she saw a golden-haired girl in a red and white uniform, similar to those from traditional inns, vault over the counter. Yes, vaulted over the counter, completely unconcerned about whether her skirt might flip in front of Minami. Her sunny energy and dazzling smile were so overwhelming that Ryo, who usually hid away in the science prep room, felt almost scorched. If she wasn't mistaken, this girl was one of the students linked to Minami from the cultural festival. The blonde girl, brimming with enthusiasm, greeted Minami. Then turned with curiosity to Ryo. "And who's this?" "Ryo Futaba, a classmate of mine." A simple introduction. "Ooh?" Drawing out her tone mischievously, the blonde girl narrowed her eyes, sizing Ryo up. Her scrutiny was blatant, especially the stare at Ryo's chest, making her feel uncomfortable. But considering they were both girls, Ryo didn't say anything. Until, after examining her for a while, the bubbly blonde suddenly said, "So, Ryo-san is Minami-kun's latest addition to the harem, huh? Huh?" Minami didn't even have to react. Ryo's face was already red as she shouted. She stared at the blonde girl in disbelief. Harem? What was this lunatic talking about? "I'm not." Ryo took a deep breath, suppressing the flurry in her heart. "I'm just here because Minami asked me to help." "Oh. That so?" The red-eyed blonde blinked, then laughed, patting Ryo on the shoulder. "Well, it's all the same. No difference." "There's a huge difference." Ryo quickly glanced around to ensure Minami had moved ahead and hadn't heard, then lowered her voice. "I don't like Minami. At least, not now." Her tone was firm. But the blonde girl seemed completely unfazed. Resting her cheek in her hand, she hummed, "Everyone says that at first, but in the end, they all fall for Minami-kun. I'm used to it." Ryo couldn't find the words to refute her. What was this girl's deal? She sounded just like Yamada Ryo. Ryo couldn't help but think of Ryo. They both had the same unshakable certainty that she'd fall for Minami. That absolute confidence seriously rubbed her the wrong way. Fall for Minami? Who said that? Who decided that? Who would fall for him? She was only here to repay Minami for helping her. She wasn't thinking any of those ridiculous thoughts. As she silently fumed, Ryo stole a glance at Minami. He was speaking with a middle-aged man who looked like the cafe's manager, wearing a calm smile, listening attentively. Maybe because of what the blonde girl had said earlier. Just watching him like that made Ryo's heart beat faster. "Knew it." The blonde girl laughed softly, Rio didn't bother to respond. But her silence didn't stop the girl. Smiling, she extended her hand. Talked so much and forgot to introduce myself. Nice to meet you, I'm Chisato Nishikigi. By harem ranking, you're the newest, so calling you Rio-chan should be fine, right? Rio really wanted to argue with that Rio-chan should be fine nonsense. But forget it. This girl was obviously like Himada Rio, not the type to listen to reason. So she shook Chisato's hand. I'm Rio Futaba. Simple introduction. Then Chisato asked curiously, so Rio-chan, how'd you meet Minami-kun? Just call me Futaba or Rio. Trying to correct her, Rio sighed. Technically, I approached Minami first. Glasses and assertive? Didn't expect that. You went straight for Minami-kun, huh? Gotta say, great taste spotting the guy I like right away. Chisato grinned. I did not. Rio took a deep breath. Just talking to Chisato for a few minutes had already raised her blood pressure. I had personal issues, so I asked Minami for advice. We don't have the kind of relationship you're imagining. That so? Takina. Perfect timing. I was just chatting with our newest harem member Rio-chan, come listen. Chisato perked up, waving over someone behind Rio. Instinctively, Rio turned. And saw. A girl with jet black hair, refined and graceful like a valley orchid, stood behind her. Another girl Rio had seen beside Minami at the cultural festival. The girl's cool gaze bore into her in silence. Unlike Chisato's blazing presence, this quiet intensity nearly stole Rio's breath. But then after sizing her up, the girl softened her gaze and gave a small nod. Hello, I'm Takina Inoue. Hello. I'm Rio Futaba. Simple and polite. Takina seemed to lose interest, turning to Chisato. Chisato. That pot of coffee by the counter, how long has it been heating? Chisato whipped around. She realized the pot she'd left heating was now steaming. My coffee. She shouted, abandoning Rio and rushing behind the counter. Sorry about Chisato. Takina said politely. It's fine. After Chisato's barrage of bold questions, Takina's formality left Rio unsure how to respond. She could only nod awkwardly. At least not everyone here is insane, she thought. There are decent girls like Takina around. But then Chisato can be impulsive. But I also have a question for you, Futaba-san. Takina's voice was calm, but serious. Her amethyst eyes narrowed. Do you really not like Minami-kun? Not even a little? In that moment, Rio felt a chill completely different from Chisato's fiery presence. Takina's words carried weight, a heavy seriousness. And for the first time, Rio fell silent. Did she like Minami? Even a little? That answer she wasn't so sure anymore. Chapter 205. Is Minami an alien? You really don't like Minami-kun? Not even a little? Takina Inoue's question made Rio Futaba pause for a moment. Because, truthfully, she didn't even know the answer herself. But whether it was Takina Inoue or Chisato Nishikigi, Rio felt that both of them definitely liked Minami. If that was the case, I guess I have some affection for him. Rio replied, but I don't like him. Is that so? Takina didn't press her like Chisato had, nor did she speak brazenly. She simply responded calmly, then turned her gaze to Minami, who was still chatting with the manager Mika, and remarked meaningfully, I hope you really won't fall for Minami-kun, just like you said. The atmosphere grew a little tense. At that moment, Minami finished his conversation with the middle-aged manager and walked over to them. Rio looked visibly relieved, as if she'd been saved. She opened her mouth to speak, but beside her, Takina had already bowed gracefully, her posture elegant as she addressed Minami. Minami-kun. Rio couldn't help but glance at Takina. Minami and Takina were about the same age, both part-time workers here. Even if Takina liked him, wasn't this level of formality a bit much? She didn't quite get it and decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. By the way, Minami, earlier you mentioned you only work part-time at this cafe. What kind of work do you usually do? Dishwashing? Waiting tables? For a high school student working at a cafe, the typical tasks would be menial dishwashing, cleaning, or serving customers. That's what Rio thought and what she asked. But Minami-kun is our temporary head chef here at Reborn. Before Minami could respond, Mika, the manager he'd been speaking with, stepped over and answered with a smile. Rio's eyes went wide in disbelief. Head chef? Minami? Of this cafe? She couldn't hold back any longer. Manager-san, are you joking? You couldn't blame her for that reaction. After all, the head chef is the lifeline of any restaurant, defining its standards. In Japan, the head chef is often called the Teizu, commander, a title reflecting deep respect. The role of head chef is second only to the owner in importance. And this critical role was given to a high school student who occasionally works part-time? It sounded completely absurd. So Ryo's only possible conclusion was, this has to be a joke, right? But Mika's not joking. Minami-kun really is our temporary head chef at Hueco. Takina turned slightly, having caught Ryo's inner doubts, and added, actually, Mika even offered to hire Minami-kun as the cafe's permanent head chef, with 40% of the daily revenue as his salary. But he declined. 40% of the revenue. Hiring a student as head chef at that rate? Ryo instinctively touched her ear, wondering if she'd misheard. 40% of the cafe's earnings. Paying out 40% of the day's revenue as Minami's salary. What did that even mean? Let's break it down. The cafe like Hueco still had its own operational costs. Ingredients, water, electricity, gas, staff wages, and on top of all that, Minami's 40% cut? Could this place even turn a profit? It was so absurd that Ryo Futaba was left speechless. The real kicker. She couldn't help but glance at Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue. Was she the only one who thought this whole situation was completely insane? Seriously, how much faith did these people have in Minami? And more importantly, could a cafe in such a lackluster location even break even, let alone profit? As a girl of science, Ryo couldn't wrap her head around it. Here's our menu. Take a look if you're curious. Maybe Chisato picked up on her thoughts, because she grinned and handed her a menu. And then Ryo. No. Are these prices real? She stared numbly at Chisato. In all her life, she had never imagined menu prices this absurd. 6,888 yen for a standard meal set. 8,888 yen for a premium meal set. 9,888 yen for a deluxe meal set. What kind of pricing is this? Were they trying to fleece customers like sheep? No, they weren't trying, they already were. A single meal costing nearly 10,000 yen? For a high schooler, that could cover 3 or 4 full meals if spent wisely. Closing the menu, Ryo muttered, I get it now. Chisato giggled, taking the menu back. Right? Now it makes sense. Ryo. Yeah, she definitely understood now. With prices like these, like Hueco wasn't just profitable, it was probably raking in a fortune. Almost 10,000 yen for one meal. I mean, I was shocked too at first, but since Minami-kun set the prices, I didn't say anything. Chisato laughed. Her reaction had been just like Ryo's at the beginning, stunned by Minami's insane pricing. Again. Minami? Ryo sucked in a sharp breath and looked over at him. Minami happened to glance back, his clear, pure gaze meeting hers. His elegant, harmless face made Ryo visibly shiver. I've been tricked. That was all she could think. She had been completely fooled by Minami's innocent-looking eyes. His methods of squeezing customers dry were practically legendary. Every person who stepped into Hueco probably left with a gaping hole in their wallet. He could have just robbed them outright, but no, he actually served food. Still. With prices this crazy. Do customers even come? Ryo asked Chisato, skeptical. The cafe was clearly empty. Could anyone really afford to dine here? Minami had brought her here to help. But with such low foot traffic, what was she even supposed to do? Chisato simply smiled. You'll see soon enough, Ryo-chan. But for now, let's head to the changing room and get your uniform on. Ryo. Chisato was being mysterious. Takina followed Minami to the kitchen. With no choice, Ryo trailed after Chisato to the staff room. Each staff member had a spare uniform. They resembled Japanese-style outfits with traditional obi sashas. Chisato's uniform was red, gold, and white, lively and elegant. Ryo's was gray and gold, modest and calm, matching her glasses for a serene, intellectual beauty. But then whoa. That's huge. Seriously huge. Chisato's red eyes widened in awe. No wonder Minami-kun picked you, Ryo-chan. That chest and petite figure tsk. If I were a guy, I'd be gooning for these babies. Please don't stare at me like that. Ryo's pale face turned red, hands tugging her sash tighter. No big deal, I'll be seeing it often enough anyway. What does that mean? Ryo clutched her chest, puzzled. Well, when we're all in bed with Minami-kun doing fun things together. Stop right there. Don't say another word. Was this girl shameless or what? Listening to Chisato's outrageous words, Ryo's mouth twitched. She glared hard. Chisato, unbothered, grinned, muttering, still pretending, huh? Ryo's face flushed deeper. She couldn't even think of a comeback. Soft skin fears thick skin, that's how it felt. But deep down, Ryo could tell Chisato wasn't bad, just too energetic and fond of teasing people. It was just her habit of spouting dirty jokes. Ryo didn't even know how to react. Dressed and ready, she turned to Chisato. So, what do I do now? Ever worked in service before? Basically, it's taking orders, tallying bills, and handling payment. No digital ordering, we do it all by hand. Chisato gave her a once-over. No. I haven't. Rio shook her head. Her wealthy background meant she never needed to work part-time. Her monthly allowance alone was astronomical. But even without experience, she'd eaten out enough. This seemed simple enough. Rio was confident. Leave it to me. She spoke firmly. You're confident, but let me warn you, the workload here is brutal. If you can't handle it, lean on me. It's normal to mess up your first time. Chisato offered a friendly heads-up. But Rio didn't take it seriously. Brutal workload. Was that a joke? This cafe had been dead silent earlier. And with Minami's insane pricing? Just getting one customer would be impressive. What stress? What intensity? With those thoughts, she followed Chisato out of the changing room. Then Teizo. Table 1. 2 special sets. Teizo. Table 3. 1 standard set. Table 4 shared seating. 1 deluxe set. Teizo, please. Loud voices. A chorus of activity surrounded her. The clatter of dishes being cleared, the scribble of orders being recorded. Heat. The heat of people. The warmth of a crowd of customers coming and going. The moment Rio Futaba stepped out of the changing room and re-entered Hueco, her confidence froze mid-step. She stared at the scene in front of her. The certainty she had felt before began to crumble. Because the Hueco that had been so quiet and empty just moments ago was now packed wall to wall with customers. What was going on? No surprise, it's Minami-kun. It's already started, huh? Beside her, Chisato Nishikigi let out a sigh of admiration. No surprise? Rio opened her mouth, unable to hide her disbelief. These customers. Are they really all here? For Minami's cooking? For those 5,000 to 6,000 yen meals? Those insanely overpriced dishes? If not, what do you think, Rio-chan? Chisato, already used to scenes like this, simply chuckled at Rio's shock. Humphrey, these loyal customers? They're just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Minami-kun's talent. Soon enough, Rio-chan, you'll see even more of what he's capable of. Is that so? Rio managed a stiff reply. Just looking at the packed tables, she could feel her hands and legs go a bit numb. And Minami? He was handling all this pressure, while serving dishes worthy of those outrageous prices. At school, he was also top-ranked in academics. Just thinking about it, she couldn't believe it. Is this guy really a high schooler? Could he be an alien who landed on Earth in a spaceship? She couldn't help but wonder. But wondering wasn't going to help. Watching Mizuki Nakahara and the petite Kurumi rushing around the cafe, Rio remembered that she had agreed to help Minami. She couldn't just stand around doing nothing. After getting a quick rundown from Chisato, Rio grabbed a ballpoint pen and sticky notes, and thus began her very first job. Chapter 206. Let him touch them. Taking orders was supposed to be the simplest task at Hueco. All you had to do was write down the table number and the dishes ordered on a sticky note, tear it off, and hand it to the kitchen. Task complete. Compared to Chisato Nishikigi and Mizuki Nakahara, who were constantly clearing plates, or Kurumi, who juggled billing and greeting customers at the front. It really seemed simple. Rio Futaba thought so too. But once she actually started, Rio realized it was nothing like she imagined. What she'd pictured in her head and what happened in reality were worlds apart. Having no experience in customer service, she was already doing her best just trying to figure out which table ordered what in the chaos. Not to mention customers with special requests. No scallions here. Extra tartar sauce there. Trying to memorize it all was a nightmare. If she spent too long writing every detail on a sticky note, another table was already calling her over to order. The result? Missing one end while tending the other. As expected, Rio messed up several table numbers. Luckily, Chisato was always right there to smooth things over, bowing and apologizing, keeping the situation from spiraling. Rather than helping, Rio felt like she was dragging everyone down. Thankfully, Chisato's experience kept things under control. After barely surviving the first rush, the team got a brief breather and Rio quickly called Chisato aside. They stepped outside. What's up? Didn't expect you to want to talk. Chisato said, surprised. I'm sorry, Chisato-san. Everything got so hectic because of my mistakes. I only made your job harder. Rio bowed her head, apologizing. She'd made 3 mistakes. Chisato had to step in every time to defuse the mess. Rio had come here to help, and yet she'd only gotten in the way. Come on, it's fine. I told you before, messing up on your first day is normal. Chisato said, waving it off. She really didn't mind helping. That's just how teamwork works, cover for each other. As long as Ryo improved next time, there was no problem. Her words were clearly meant to close the topic. But Ryo shook her head, not letting it go. No. It's not fine for me. Her earlier confidence was gone, only guilt remained. Her expression was like someone who'd committed an unforgivable crime. I was the one here to help. And this happened. Everyone else worked so hard, and because of me. Her intense guilt genuinely caught Chisato off guard. To her, it was just a small mishap. But Ryo clearly took it seriously. That stubbornness, that inability to forgive herself, Chisato could feel it. She blinked. Guess Minami was spot on. Chisato muttered under her breath. Huh? What was that? Ryo hadn't heard clearly and looked up, confused. Ah, nothing. Chisato shrugged. Just thinking how you're such a perfectionist over something small. No. Even if it's small, I still cause trouble. That's on me. Ryo clenched her teeth. Please punish me. I'll accept any consequence. Eh? Any consequence? Chisato's eyes sparkled with mischief, eyeing her up and down. Feeling Chisato's mischievous gaze, Ryo hesitated, but finally nodded. Alright, then I command you let Minami touch your boobs. Chisato's excitement peaked. What? Ryo's eyes went wide. I'm not taking no for an answer. Chisato grinned, crimson eyes narrowing like a fox. But. Ryo looked up timidly. Didn't you say you'd accept any punishment? You're not backing out now, are you? Her delicate fingers fidgeted nervously. No way out. And this was a trap she dug herself. Her pink lips trembled. Fine. Just let him touch them, right? She stood unsteadily, about to walk back toward like a Hueco. Then clap. Someone grabbed her hand. Ryo turned, puzzled. And heard Chisato's bright, barely suppressed laughter. Just kidding. Kidding. There's no way I'd actually let Minami touch you like that. Think about it for a second, would that even happen? Watching Chisato Nishikigi laugh so hard she nearly doubled over, Ryo Futaba's face turned purple with rage. She had seriously braced herself, fully prepared to accept Chisato's punishment. And yet, in the end, she'd just been toyed with. Seeing Ryo's expression, Chisato realized she might have pushed it too far. She stopped laughing and said softly, looks like you really don't like yourself, Ryo-chan? Under the soft light of like a Hueco, Ryo looked at the still smiling Chisato, and for a moment, a strange emotion stirred inside her. Hating herself. That was something she'd only ever heard from Minami. And yet now, from someone as different as Chisato, the same words came out. I don't. No, you do. You just don't realize it, or maybe you do, but you're afraid to admit it. Chisato raised a finger, undeterred by Ryo's denial. You clearly didn't want to, but you still forced yourself to accept such an unreasonable punishment from me. That's self-punishment, isn't it? Letting a boy her age touch her chest. No girl would ever agree to that lightly. Even Chisato herself, before developing real feelings for Minami, would have refused outright. But Ryo had agreed. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't normal. That was because I messed up. Ryo murmured. Everyone makes mistakes their first time. Getting so hung up on it says a lot already. Chisato cut in. She could feel Ryo's obsession. Her inability to accept her own weakness. Her rejection of her own flaws. Her hatred toward that weak, flawed self. But the truth was, no one's perfect. Trying to do everything perfectly, then hating yourself when you can't, it's self-destructive. Chisato raised her hand again for emphasis. No rebuttal. Ryo couldn't argue back. Her words were spot on, so much so that Ryo felt like she was talking to Minami again. Just like Chisato said. Ever since middle school, when her body developed faster than others and her classmates started avoiding her. That's when she first noticed her self-hatred. She hated her maturing body. Hated her stagnant personality. But she'd always ignored it. She played the role of the cold, logical science girl, keeping her distance from everyone. Ryo was silent for a long time. Then she looked up and asked softly, "You're a girl too, Chisato-san. If you had the same issues as me, what would you do?" Chisato hummed. I think it's pointless to chase perfection. Whether it's who you are now or the self you hate, aren't they both still you? She stretched lazily. Living like that's exhausting. I think accepting your flaws isn't so bad. Accept my flaws. The conversation opened up, and Ryo's mind kicked into science mode. She repeated Chisato's words under her breath. After a long pause, she stood up. Thank you, Chisato-san. This gratitude was genuine. She truly appreciated that Chisato listened and helped her. Even someone as unpredictable as Chisato could give a proper answer when it mattered. But what Ryo didn't expect was Chisato waved her hand, smiling. No need to thank me, it was all Minami's idea. Minami? Hearing his name at this moment left Ryo stunned. Yup, Minami. Chisato giggled. He told me to keep it secret, but I think you should know. Secret? He probably didn't want you to feel pressured. He even asked me to watch out for you today. The golden-haired girl sighed dreamily. That's my Minami, so thoughtful. I love him even more. I see. Unlike Chisato's giddy sighs, Ryo recalled everything Minami had done today. Inviting her suddenly, asking for help at Reco. Chisato stepping in to support her. And, true to her personality, she apologized afterward. Was all this part of Minami's plan? He'd predicted this far ahead? Was this guy really an alien in disguise? Ryo groaned internally. She was completely outmaneuvered by Minami. If Chisato hadn't told her, she'd still be in the dark. And, from the moment she met him, Minami had always been helping her. She had never repaid him, not once. Even today, he'd quietly set everything up for her. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Thank you again, Chisato-san. I feel a lot better after talking to you. If you really mean it, then come work at Reco for a week. Deal?" Chisato didn't reject her thanks, just smiled and made her pitch. "I'll think about it." Truthfully, the atmosphere at Reco was nice. Chisato, Takina, they had a calmness different from other students. And at night, she had nothing better to do. Maybe Chisato was right, working part-time, expanding her social circle. It wasn't a bad idea. And during that time, heal herself. Accept herself. Stop hating herself. "What are you going to do next?" Chisato asked curiously. "Next, huh?" Ryo's eyes gleamed behind her glasses. "No grand plans. But for now." She stood, gaze fixed on Reco as if she could see someone inside. "I want to be friends with Minami first." Bathed in Reco's soft glow, Ryo's beauty shone under her loose hair, blossoming like a flower. Chisato looked at the cafe too, sighing. Her future husband's charm was maxed out. Looks like he's caught another one. What should she do now? This is getting serious. Chapter 207, Gourmet Captive. It wasn't until Takina Inoue tallied up the day's total revenue that Ryo Futaba realized just how much money Reco Cafe had raked in, or rather, bled out of customers, during its open hours. Over 1 million yen. That neat stack of 10,000 yen bills, it was hard for Ryo to take her eyes off it. Coming from a well-off family, her monthly allowance far exceeded that of the average high school student. 1 million yen wasn't a fortune to her, it was just numbers on a bank card. But having that much cash stacked in front of her? That was another story. It was a bit shocking for someone her age. Has the restaurant industry in Tokyo gotten this profitable? Ryo murmured, stepping closer in awe. She vividly remembered how deserted Reco had looked when she first arrived, barely a soul in sight. Yet when dinner hour hit, it was like some invisible force had summoned a flood of customers. They just poured in like waves, unstoppable. Was the food industry really this lucrative now? It felt like they were just plucking cash straight from people's wallets. Ryo stared, astonished. That's probably just the Minami magic at work, Mizuki Nakahara said, pulling a cigarette pack from her pocket. But with so many minors around, she hesitated for a moment and slipped it back in. She winked at Ryo, grinning. As long as Minami's running the kitchen, we don't even need to think about the numbers. Calling it crazy profits would be an understatement. Hee. Say, Futaba-san, he roped you in too, huh? How's he at school? The sudden shift to herself caught Ryo off guard. Minami? Yeah. You two must get along pretty well, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be here helping out. How long have you known him? Mizuki looked playful and casual, hardly the image of a responsible adult, but as her gaze roamed over Ryo's appearance, she was a little surprised. Ryo, with her refined looks and elegant air, could easily stand shoulder to shoulder with Chisato Nishikigi or Takina Inoue. Under her gaze, Ryo stammered slightly, her cheeks tinged red. Not long. I've only known Minami for about 2 days. Huh? Mizuki inhaled sharply. 2 days? Just 2 days, and Minami had already managed to bring such a stunning girl into Reco to help out? Even rockets didn't move that fast. That guy. He's really something else in every sense of the word. Mizuki muttered, half in awe, half envious. If she had even half of Minami's ability to connect with women, finding a decent man wouldn't be an issue. But oh well. She shelved that thought for now and turned to her real concern. So, back to my question, what's Minami like at school? Oh come on, still. That guy's been riding me hard lately, I can barely breathe. He even made me quit drinking recently. She groaned, shaking her tiny fist in faux frustration. He's gotten way too cocky lately. I've been dying to find his weakness and knock him down a peg. As she explained, Ms. Yuki's tone brimmed with resentment. Ever since Minami started working at Reborn, her days of carefree drinking and slacking had plummeted. Not long ago, this younger man even outright forbade her from drinking. She'd tried to resist, but now that Minami had the full backing of the manager, Chisato, and Takina, in other words, he'd reached final form, her attempts at rebellion were futile. So she'd been hoping to dig up some dirt on him, to at least preserve some shred of adult dignity in front of him. Ryo hesitated for a bit, then finally responded. Minami's always first in our grade. I guess you could say he's highly respected. At least among our peers and underclassmen, he's well known, pretty much no one dares mess with him. What? Always first? That guy? Ms. Yuki gawked at her words, disbelief etched across her face. She had always thought Minami, this faux spiritualist, was just a charming playboy at school. He often came to help at Reborn, so Ryo Futaba figured there was no way he could also manage his studies. But when his academic performance came up and Ryo casually mentioned it, Mizuki Nakahara couldn't help rubbing her temples. Top of the class. That one phrase explained everything. Top-tier cooking skills, perfect academic scores, plus that naturally refined appearance and demeanor. Is this guy even human? Mizuki muttered, practically tearing her hair out trying to find Minami's weaknesses. Give it up, Mizuki. Kurumi said, glancing over from her handheld console, clearly enjoying the show. You can't win against Minami. Excuse me? Kurumi, you're one to talk. That guy banned you from playing games during work hours. Don't you feel even the slightest bit annoyed about that? Mizuki looked ready to explode. Well, annoyed? Sure, I'm a little annoyed. Kurumi's expression faltered, but she quickly ducked back behind her handheld. So? What do you want me to do about it? What do I want to do? Fight back, of course. We need to show that kid Minami the power of Reborn's veteran staff. We can't let him rule the roost like this. Mizuki was fired up, practically shaking with righteous fury. Seriously? You start with this kind of talk and if Minami hears about it, your Kurumi's tone showed hesitation. She was tempted, but at least she had some sense. And then what is it that I shouldn't hear about? Minami's voice came from behind them. And nothing, we didn't say anything, Minami-sama. Yes, nothing at all, Minami-sama. Kurumi immediately dropped her game console. Mizuki's furious energy vanished. Both of them, under Ryo's bewildered gaze, sat upright in C's knees together, backs straight, hands on thighs in a flash, eyes front. Ryo's jaw dropped. Turning on a dime didn't even begin to describe this. But Minami glanced at them coolly. Then Mizuki-san, Kurumi. Your monthly allowance for cigarettes and gaming money. Reduced by 15%. Eh? Why? Why are you slashing our allowances? And by that much? Both women were in shock. Because I think you are talking behind my back. Minami replied calmly, sipping his water. What? You think? That's it? No way. Down with tyranny. You can't treat us like this, we're Reborn's veterans. We've bled for this cafe. They were outraged. Minami's response was simple. Keep going and I'll cut your free staff meals too. Ugh, it was like he'd struck their very lifeblood. The rebellious energy instantly drained from them, and in front of Ryo's astonished eyes, the two returned to their obedient kneeling, hands meekly folded in their laps, saying nothing. They looked utterly pitiful. Ryo felt an odd wave of sympathy for them. But Minami clearly didn't. Mizuki was always drinking and flirting with guys during shifts. Kurumi wouldn't stop gaming, even making customers wait to place orders until she saved her game. Neither of them were exactly model employees. Pitying them was bad for his blood pressure. And anyway, he'd only slashed their pocket money. No big deal. Did they say anything strange while I was gone? Minami turned to Ryo. Ryo glanced over at Mizuki and Kurumi, both staring at her with pleading eyes. Her heart softened. They didn't say anything. Really? Then I'll cut another 5%. Minami blinked, speaking nonchalantly. What? Mizuki and Kurumi snapped, about to rise. Minami let out a long nasal hum. Plop. The two sank back into proper kneeling like puppets on strings. They looked so pitiful Ryo couldn't help but try to defend them. Hey. Minami, didn't I just say they didn't do anything? Oh? Then another 5%. Wait, Minami, another 5%. And no, minutes please stop, Ryo-on-san. Kurumi was on the verge of tears. Any more and we'll be broke. A quarter of their allowance was already gone. If Ryo kept trying to help, she'd lose her entire gaming budget. Yeah, Ryo-san, we beg you. Mizuki added, dropping all pretense of adult dignity. Ryo shut her mouth. Seeing that, Minami just smiled and shook his head before disappearing into the kitchen to prepare the staff meals. As soon as he left, the oppressive atmosphere lifted instantly. Damn it. If it weren't for wanting to eat that guy's cooking, I'd never bow down like that. Kurumi grumbled, glaring after him. Exactly. Mizuyuki fumed. What's so great about him? So what if he's hot, gets good grades, and is a genius in the kitchen? Their muttering stirred Ryo's curiosity. Is Minami's cooking really that good? She vividly remembered how empty Hueco had been when she first arrived. But once Minami fired up the stove, customers had swarmed in, even spilling outside under umbrellas and extra tables. Could his food really be that amazing? Looks like Ryo-san hasn't eaten his cooking yet. Mizuyuki said, clicking her tongue. Picture the best thing you've ever tasted. Now multiply that by 2. That's what Minami's cooking is like. In cooking, I gotta hand it to him. She was completely serious. Ryo blinked. Is it really that over the top? She couldn't quite believe it. As someone who dined at upscale restaurants, Ryo had tasted plenty of gourmet cuisine. Could Minami really top all that? Multiply it by 2? Of course. You'll see. Words can't explain it. Even Kurumi nodded confidently. No matter their complaints, neither had a single doubt about his skills. Minami. So even in the workplace, he was disrespected? Ryo took in their conviction and couldn't help thinking she was more curious than ever about Minami. Not the Minami from school but the one outside of it. As a friend, she wanted to know him more. And just then dinner's ready. Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue appeared with trays, setting them down for everyone including Ryo. And the moment the dark red lacquered tray landed in front of her, the aroma hit her. A fragrant, irresistible scent, defying reason. And with just that one breath, Ryo finally understood why Mizuyuki and Kurumi let Minami bully them. Just one smell and you couldn't help but become a captive to this incredible food. Chapter 208, Your relationship with Ryo Futaba deepens. Gourmet captive. This was the phrase that came to Ryo Futaba's mind. The dishes prepared by Minami were simple, everyday home-cooked meals, a 5-ingredient mushroom soup, tempura, and meticulously pan-fried Pacific sori with a crispy, golden skin. These were dishes so common that Ryo Futaba could easily recreate them herself. Yet, these ordinary home-cooked meals had an entirely different taste. The fish meat was delicate and tender. The 5-ingredient mushroom soup was fresh and devoid of any earthy smell. The shrimp tail tempura was thin and crispy. With just one bite, savoring it, Ryo Futaba felt an indescribable warmth rising from her heart. The gentle flavors enveloped her tongue, accompanied by a sense of joy welling up in her chest. Ryo Futaba finally understood why Ryo Yamada, after ordering a large spread at the restaurant that day, remarked before leaving, "It's not as good as Minami's cooking." This taste was in no way inferior to the high-end cuisine she had previously experienced, it was even more exceptional. She simply bit off the shrimp tail, then took a sip of the flavorful mushroom soup along the rim of the bowl. The umami seemed to pour over her heart, making her involuntarily squint her eyes, immersed in this comfortable state. Delicious food always has a way of making people subconsciously forget their stress. And the creations of Minami seemed to possess this kind of magic. The self-loathing, pressure, psychological burdens, and adolescent trouble she had previously felt, seemed to dissolve into nothingness after this working meal. Disappearing without a trace. No wonder those customers came in an endless stream, willing to dine at Reco. A seemingly obscure little shop, despite its high prices. Ryo Futaba finally understood the reason. A restaurant that can alleviate one's stress and bring a little happiness. Who would be unwilling to pay a slightly higher price for that? It's also no wonder that Mizuyuki Nakahara and Kurumi would rather endure Minami's exploitation and bullying than give up this seemingly simple working meal. Even she was the same. In the face of delicious food, everyone is equal. Thank you for the meal. Satisfied after finishing all the dishes in front of her, Ryo Futaba, who had never felt such a sense of fullness, spoke calmly, clasping her hands together in a very well-mannered gesture. Just as she finished eating, Chisato Nishikigi excitedly leaned over from the side. How was it? How was it? Ryo-chan, Minami-kun's cooking? That. It was delicious. Caught off guard by Chisato Nishikigi's sudden question, the usually quiet and reserved Ryo Futaba hesitated before expressing her true thoughts. Right, this is the skill of our Reco chef. Chisato Nishikigi beamed with joy. Her delighted expression made it seem as if Ryo Futaba's compliment was directed at her, not Minami. Although she had already witnessed the enthusiasm of the golden white-haired girl before her, Ryo Futaba still felt a bit uneasy. She hurriedly stood up, intending to reach out and clear the dishes. Then leave it to me. Takina Inoue, who had been quietly dining, put down her bowl and chopsticks and spoke up. Is that okay? Unlike her relaxed demeanor with Chisato Nishikigi, Ryo Futaba's emotions visibly tensed when facing Takina Inoue. Those wisteria-like, indifferent eyes of hers. Her gaze was so deep it felt as if she could see through Ryo Futaba's science girl exterior, Straight into her heart. No problem. I've always been the one to clean up the dishes at Reborn. Takina Inoue didn't say anything to ease Ryo's tension, simply responding and then returning to her meal. But. Come on, Ryo-chan. Chisato Nishikigi laughed, clapping Ryo on the shoulder. Don't you have something else you need to do? She intentionally emphasized something else, sneaking a glance at Minami Shaoji, who had just finished his meal too, and started winking at Ryo meaningfully. Even Ryo couldn't miss her intention. Didn't you want to start as friends with Minami? Here's your chance. But Ryo couldn't meet Chisato's eyes. She wasn't like Chisato, outgoing and confident. As a science-loving introvert, she was shy and a bit withdrawn. Even though she had boldly said she wanted to become friends with Minami. Taking the first step with a guy? Honestly, she'd never done it. And had no clue how. Plus, thinking logically, she figured there was no rush. Minami wasn't going anywhere. It's not like he'd suddenly vanish. She could take her time, naturally get closer, and become friends. It was like the boiling frog theory, slow and steady. Yeah, no need to rush. Feeling this way, Ryo looked at Chisato and gave her a subtle signal, as if to say, let's not rush this, I've got it handled. Chisato responded with a look like, ah, I get it now, totally understood. That relieved Ryo a bit. Even though Chisato seemed carefree and a bit wild, she could actually be reliable. Ryo exhaled, thinking about how to take that first step toward becoming friends with Minami. And then Minami-kun. Ryo-chan just said she wants to head home with you. She also said she's got something really important to tell you privately. Chisato suddenly raised her hand and shouted. Eh? Ryo froze. She looked at Chisato in disbelief. Chisato just smiled and shot her a relax, I got this look. Wait, what? What exactly do you think you've got? That's not what I meant. Really? Ryo's lips parted, her face burning red. But Chisato had already spoken. Ryo couldn't stop her now and could only blink rapidly, desperately signaling for her to stop. Chisato gave her a don't worry, I understand everything kind of look. Then Minami-kun, you should walk Ryo-chan home, right? It's not safe for a girl to go back alone. Chisato smiled warmly and even tugged Minami's sleeve. It's over. That was the only thing Ryo could think. Everything was over. She planned to take it slow, like boiling a frog gradually. But Chisato just fast-forwarded everything by at least 50 steps. Now, Ryo could only hope Minami hadn't heard. But of course, he wasn't deaf. Chisato's lively voice made sure he heard everything. Not to mention, she tugged his sleeve. Minami turned, looked at Ryo, and nodded. Alright. A 17-year-old girl going home alone really wasn't ideal. Ryo was speechless. Face pale, she followed Minami out the door. As they left, she saw Chisato mouthing something at her. Ryo Futaba could tell right away what Chisato mouthed, no need to thank me. Ryo Futaba. At that moment, even someone as calm and reserved as her felt like crying, betrayed by a teammate who clearly had no clue. Why on earth did I ever think Chisato Nishikigi was reliable? She's nothing but a troublemaker. Completely not the reliable type. But what's done is done. Ryo had no choice but to follow behind Minami Shaoji as they walked out of Reborn. Tokyo at night wasn't quiet. Neon signs glowed on every corner, lighting up the sidewalks. The streets to the train station were full of people, adding to the city's liveliness. What do I do now? Staring at Minami's back, Ryo was panicking inside. She had never been in this kind of situation before. Sure, she'd talked to Sakata Zuzugawa before, but he was the one who always started the conversation and she just replied or made a sarcastic comment. But Minami. Someone she actually cared about. What should I say? What do normal girls even say in this situation? Hey handsome, can I have your number? No. That's something a flirty girl in a J-drama would say. Okay, how about? Minami, this is my one lifelong request. Can we be friends? No way. That's something a dramatic movie heroine would say. Is talking to guys supposed to be this hard? At 17, Ryo had never approached a boy like this before. All she could rely on were scenes from shows and movies. Her face looked calm, but inside, she was a mess. Just walking next to Minami took all her focus. She couldn't even think of a topic. It was like being in a tiny boat on a stormy ocean, just staying afloat took everything she had. And then Chisato said, you had something important to tell me. What is it? Minami, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke up, like he could see exactly what Ryo was going through. Ryo Futaba. Opportunity. A rare, once-in-a-lifetime chance. Minami had given her the perfect opening. All she had to do was follow up and say something simple like, will you be my friend? That was it. Easy. Her lips parted. Her voice began to form. But Rio realized in shock that she couldn't say anything. "Will you be my friend?" It was just a short sentence. In Japanese, only 14 characters. But to Rio, it felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. She just couldn't say it. "Am I scared?" Feeling her own hesitation, Rio couldn't believe it. She was afraid to ask. Afraid Minami might say yes just to be nice. Teenage hearts are sensitive like that. Even though Minami had invited her to like Hueco and helped her so much. Even if the chance of him rejecting her was only 1 in 10. What if? What if he said no? What if he said he only helped her out of pity? Just the thought of it made Rio freeze. She couldn't get a single word out, not even a sound. Minami watched it all silently. As the one who planned this evening, he understood exactly what was going through her mind. Even Chisato had secretly told him that Rio had worked through her issues and wanted to be friends. But now? Was it too soon? Feeling Rio's nervousness, Minami sighed inwardly. He knew it well. Rio lacked confidence in all her relationships. Even with Sakata and young Makunimai, her close friends, she always worried they'd ignore her once they got girlfriends. Unlike shy, introverted Hitori Goto, Rio's biggest fear was being disliked or rejected by friends. To ask someone to be her friend was a huge deal. Honestly, it was asking too much of her. It also showed that, in her heart, he hadn't turned a place she fully trusted yet. To help her grow, this was a step she had to take. But he wasn't expecting much. It was just a small test. They'd only known each other for 2 days, even with the help of his simulation system. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he already had a place in Rio's delicate heart. Minami was about to back off, let it go for now. When suddenly, "See, can we be friends?" "Minami?" Startled, Minami looked at the girl standing before him. Standing under the dim Tokyo lights, her glasses catching the soft glow of neon. Through the lenses, he saw her golden eyes shaky and uncertain, as if ready to run. But she didn't run. She stood still. Blushing. Nervous. Waiting for his answer. Like a flickering flame in the snow, small, fragile, but refusing to go out. "Looks like I mean more to her than I thought." Minami smiled slightly. Then, under her anxious gaze, he nodded. "Sure. Your relationship with Rio Futaba has deepened." Chapter 209, Girls Who Love Using Line. Under the cover of night, he escorted Rio Futaba home. Minami was in an excellent mood. It had started out as just an experiment. But to his surprise, he'd completely bet on the right horse. Not only had his relationship with Rio Futaba progressed, but thanks to the troublesome help of Chisato Nishikigi, Rio's emotional burden had been lifted. With these 2 achievements combined, for the upcoming simulation, Minami honestly couldn't imagine how he'd possibly lose. After all, Rio Futaba already had a considerable level of affection for him, and with her inner turmoil resolved. Logically speaking, the next simulation should go smoothly. Buoyant with optimism, Minami quickened his pace toward the train station. He needed to move a bit faster. Any more delays, and he'd miss the last train. Minami had no desire to spend a night in a Japanese net cafe or, worse, shell out a fortune for one of Japan's outrageously expensive taxis. He shook his head. But clearly, even the heavens didn't intend to let him return home so easily. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when the once pleasant night sky began to shift. A sudden, inexplicable wind rose around him. Then he caught the earthy scent of rain, and the silvery moon overhead was quickly swallowed by dark clouds. Moments later, thick raindrops came pelting down from above, carrying with them the fury of a storm seemingly determined to wash the entire world clean. Damn it! Minami broke into a run, dashing straight toward the station. So much for Japan's reliable weather forecasts. In a country surrounded by sea, where typhoons could land at any time, a forecast of clear skies in the morning often turned into a downpour by afternoon, halting train services. It was practically routine. Now, with autumn drawing to a close, the downpour brought with it a biting chill. Worse still, Minami was only wearing a long-sleeved shirt, no jacket, no protection. The moment the rain struck his body, he felt the cold sink into his bones. So cold. Shivering, soaked halfway through, he hurried into the station. Focused on the road ahead, he failed to notice at some point, a girl had followed behind him. Wearing glasses, holding an umbrella, her shoulders damp from the rain, Rio Futaba had arrived. Not long after Minami had dropped her off at home, she'd seen the rain start pouring. Worried about him, she didn't hesitate, grabbed an umbrella and set out to find him. But before she could hand over the umbrella, she caught sight of Minami entering the station, just his back disappearing inside. Is Minami okay? The chill of the late autumn rain bit at her skin. She'd rushed out in her house clothes, without even grabbing her train pass, wallet, or phone. So, all she could do was watch him go, unable to follow. I'll message him to keep warm after I get home. Exhaling a puff of white breath, Rio turned her head to the rain-swept street. Autumn was at its end. Winter was just around the corner. So cold. From the moment he got off the train to the time he reached home, Minami had been soaked all over again. Rubbing his hands together, he stepped into his cheap rental room. By the time he made it inside, his clothes were drenched. The cold seeped straight into his skull, sending an uncontrollable shiver down his spine. No wonder. Late autumn rain was lethal in its chill. Add to that the cold wind carrying the rain, and it was like having a bucket of ice water dumped straight on his heart. Even with his daily exercise, Minami couldn't take it. His limbs were going numb. He grabbed a towel from the bathroom, shivering as he dried himself off and changed into fresh clothes. Only then did he start to feel somewhat human again. But this place. Setting down the wet towel, Minami looked around his dingy red L room, frowning. Spring and summer were manageable. He always found a way to get by. But with autumn nearly over, and winter approaching fast, he could feel the cold wind sneaking into his room from every tiny crevice. Even indoors, he couldn't feel the slightest warmth. To make matters worse, the room's heater was broken. When winter came, Minami honestly didn't know how he was going to survive. I need to move out. Setting the towel aside, he muttered to himself. After working part-time at Hueco for a while, he'd saved up a bit. He hadn't moved out earlier because this place was dirt cheap, 70,000 yen a month, and didn't have any glaring flaws. Sure, sometimes he heard enthusiastic moaning from next door, Yamada-san and Nishikigi-san often eavesdropped, and in the humid spring and summer, mold could pop up. But for Minami, those weren't deal-breakers. Still, freezing through winter in a drafty room? That was life-threatening. After a moment's thought, he decided to contact some landlords and check out new places. Dear Miss Cheap Rental, we've been together almost a year, but I'm sorry, it's time I seek a love more worthy of me. He gave the yellowed wall a light pat, sighing wistfully, filled with mock reluctance. It lasted all of 2 seconds. All right. Let's check listings on my phone. Lowering his hand, all previous sentiment vanished. Minami perked up instantly, excited to see what housing options Tokyo had to offer. But just as he raised his finger, he noticed a flood of line messages piling up on his phone. The number of messages was overwhelming. Even Minami couldn't ignore them. It struck him as odd. Why did all these girls suddenly have time to message him today? They usually weren't this enthusiastic. Shaking his head, he reached out and tapped the line notifications. Probably dead. Are you there, Minami? When Minami didn't reply for a while, Hattori Gota sent another message. Probably dead. The weather's getting colder, so stay warm. I'll stop bothering you now. Take care. Minami sighed. Gota-san was as consistent as ever. Honestly, if the simulator hadn't notified him that her social anxiety and low self-esteem had improved, he would have thought she hadn't changed at all. He shook his head, exasperated, but quickly replied. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, just got home, I'm staying warm. You too, don't catch a cold. After replying, he opened the next message. Lone bass freak, cold. Minami, warm bed. Attached, photo of Yamada's soft, luxurious single bed. Staring at the overly simplistic message, Minami rubbed his forehead and then responded. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, chill. Cold, hot water bottle, put it on your bed, hug it and sleep, he replied offhandedly and scrolled again. Hello, be happy, okay, Minami-kun. I did great today, didn't I? Praise me, quick. This was from Chisato Nishikigi. She was probably referring to the favor Minami had asked her to help resolve Ryo Futaba's emotional block. And to be fair, even Minami had to admit her capability. She might seem unreliable at first glance, but today she had really come through. So he responded honestly. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, thanks, Chisato. I'll be counting on you again. After replying to Chisato Nishikigi, Minami's fingers scrolled further. Just as he expected. Chisato, Hattori, and Ryo Yamada had already messaged him. Naturally, next up was Shinjo-san. Her message was simple, blunt, even. The world's Shinjo, transfer 100,000 yen, via line transfer. The world's Shinjo, that cheap rental must be freezing, huh? You're hopeless. Go buy something to keep warm. As expected from the world's Shinjo-san. Lavish and direct. A cool 100,000 yen, just like that. Completely different from a certain spoiled Yamada heiress flaunting her luxury bed while her family runs a hospital. Minami put his palms together in gratitude. This time, he didn't reject Miss Shinjo's financial strike. No choice. He'd soon be searching for a better apartment to rent, and his savings would be drained quickly. Thanks to Shinjo-san, at least he wouldn't have to survive on fumes. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, payment confirmed. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, let's call it a loan, a con. I'll pay you back, the world's Shinjo, Humphrey. Attached, an image of her slapping Minami's avatar with a fat wad of cash, finishing the exchange with a Konshinjo. Minami's gaze moved further down. The next sender was predictable. Ryo Futaba, whom he'd just seen home. 2 consecutive messages. Schrodinger's catbox, I rushed to the station with an umbrella for you, but saw you'd already gone in. Schrodinger's catbox, take a hot shower, okay? Getting caught in this weather, you'll catch a cold. Simple and straightforward concern. While Minami felt his sturdy, well-trained body wouldn't fall to something like a cold, he reconsidered. Colds were common during seasonal transitions. No need to act tough. He'd take a hot shower later. Decision made, he replied. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, since you rushed out to bring me an umbrella, that means you got wet too, right? You should take a shower as well. Take care of yourself, okay? After replying, Minami stretched and scrolled down. The rest of the messages were simpler. Najuka Ijechi, Yakuyokita, and Takina Inoue had all messaged him too. The gist was the same. It's cold during seasonal changes, take care of yourself. Maybe it was psychological. But reading those messages, Minami, who had thought he was fine, suddenly shivered. A strange chill ran through him. It wasn't external. It was an internal coldness. No way. He blew his nose and mumbled, am I actually catching a cold? Frowning, he still politely replied to each of the girls. Once done, he stood and headed to the bathroom for a warm shower. Afterward, he felt significantly better. His body had warmed up. Pulling his phone closer, he glanced at the screen. It was past 10. Normally by now, he'd have finished drafting tomorrow's quiz for Kesoku Band. But since he'd gone to Lyco today, he hadn't even started. Yawning, Minami rubbed his eyes. He'd worked half the day at Lyco, got soaked in the rain. Even he wasn't made of steel, fatigue was setting in. He had planned to just lie down and begin Ryo Futaba's simulation, then go straight to sleep. But thinking it over, he couldn't skip the band's quiz. Hitori Gota and Ryo Yamada had finally begun improving their grades. It was crucial to maintain momentum. If he slacked now, it'd crush their drive. Better write the questions. Pushing himself, Minami dragged over the outline, scanning it quickly before leaning over to draft. With his teacher level 2 skill, his question writing process had become sharper. Combined with his solid knowledge base, what usually took an hour, he finished in just 30 minutes today. Amazing. I really am something. Looking at the neatly arranged quizzes, Minami gave a weary but satisfied smile. He could either ace Tokyo University or fall back on a career as a stellar teacher. A perfect, well-rounded youth he was, rare indeed. Alright, perfect? He set aside the papers and slipped into bed. Pushing through his fatigue to finish the quiz had worn him out. Today, he felt heavier than usual. But he didn't mind. Yawning, he reached out, swiping open the simulation screen. With the quiz ready, his next task was simple. Staring at Ryo Futaba's name on a simulation list, Minami was certain this time, he would succeed. Chapter 210, What the heck is a Yuri route? Minami wasn't in a rush to start the simulation. As usual, before beginning, he first checked his remaining heartthrob points. Remaining heartthrob points, 660. Thanks to today's interaction with Ryo Futaba, his total heartthrob points had increased, reaching 660. Plenty. Satisfied, Minami nodded at the total. With 660 points, even if this simulation went sideways, he'd still have enough to run it again and make things right. In that case, no need to hesitate. He tapped Ryo Futaba's name. Simulation target, Ryo Futaba, status, holds affection, somewhat attentive. Minami nodded silently. The tag desires to be saved had vanished from her profile without him noticing. That meant his efforts today hadn't been in vain. Start simulation? Yes or no? Yes. He confirmed, letting his consciousness sink into the simulation. On a late autumn night, she asked if the two of you could become friends. It was her first step forward, an effort to move past the shadows of her junior high years. You could never truly imagine the amount of courage it took for this reclusive girl to simply say she wanted to be your friend. In her period of self-loathing and inner conflict, your willingness to reach out made you far more than just an ordinary friend in her eyes. You gave her courage, and she naturally wants to return that sentiment. Your relationship with Ryo Futaba has deepened. You and Ryo Futaba have become friends, starting off as friends already. Watching the relationship progression with Ryo Futaba, Minami couldn't help but nod approvingly. Compared to the lukewarm starts of the first 3 timelines, this was lightning fast. And just from the simulator's descriptions, he could tell this friendship status wasn't superficial. But he couldn't get complacent. Though Ryo Futaba's emotional burden had been partially lifted with the help of Chisato Nishikigi, and she was beginning to accept herself, it wasn't over yet. Minami knew all too well how tricky this simulator could be. To completely untangle the knots in Ryo Futaba's heart, a single heart-to-heart wasn't going to cut it. It would take time. With that in mind, Minami continued reading. Deep down, you understand clearly this is no time to let your guard down. This delicate and sensitive girl, though beginning to accept herself under your influence, is still a ticking time bomb of adolescent emotion. To fully defuse the bomb in her heart, time is essential. To avoid rushing things and to accelerate her healing steadily, you decide to seek outside help. This is a special option, life-changing choice. Please choose carefully. 1. Ryo Futaba seems to get along with Chisato Nishikigi. Girls bonding with girls is the best. Choose Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue as support. 2. Nothing opens hearts like the power of music. Even someone like Hitori Gota found her way. Choose Kasoka Band as support. 3. Healing takes time, and where do you spend the most time with Ryo Futaba? School. Choose Akon Shinjo and Rika Takarada as support. 4. Simulate it yourself. Huh? Special options? What the hell is this? Minami frowned at the label special option. Since he got the simulator, it had only ever presented two kinds of choices: normal options, some influence on the simulation. Major options, huge influence, sometimes causing total failure if chosen poorly. But this special option was new. He had no clue what it meant. Still, just from the text, it's clear this is serious. Lying in bed, eyes locked on the simulation screen, Minami realized something. For the first time, the simulator had explicitly warned him, please choose carefully. This was no small decision. So he had to think it through. Though feeling under the weather from the cold, Minami's brain was running at full speed. First off, option 2, Kasoka Band. He could cross that out immediately. He hadn't forgotten the last simulation where he forced Ryo Futaba into socializing, which led to a mediocre ending. Back then, the group he had her join? Kasoka Band. Sure, Nijika Ijichi and Ikuyo Kita could light up the room. But shoving Ryo, who had no knowledge of or interest in music, into their world? Unrealistic. Strike that one out. Same logic applied to option 3, Akon Shinjo and Rika Takarada. Lately, Akon and Rika had truly become close friends. As neighbors, Rika often visited to watch tokusatsu shows. Apparently, after the cultural festival, she'd gained an appreciation for acting and wanted to explore that world. Their bond was tight. Inserting Ryo into that duo? Forced. Besides, tokusatsu wasn't even something Ryo liked. Which left, by process of elimination. Option 1 it is. Minami turned his gaze to option 1, Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue. The work environment at Lyco Reco was genuinely pleasant. Chisato Nishikigi was warm and outgoing, while Takina Inoue, despite her reserved demeanor, clearly cared for others. Plus, Ryo Futaba herself was quite interested in coffee and got along very well with Chisato. Choosing option 1 seemed like a safe bet. It should be fine to choose option 1. But what's really bothering me is the meaning behind that special option. Minami muttered to himself. What exactly did the simulator mean by special option? And what was the implication behind it? Honestly, Minami couldn't quite figure it out. But sitting on it wouldn't help the situation. Reaching out, Minami tapped option 1. You think Lyco Reco's work environment is an ideal fit, and the energetic Chisato Nishikigi could definitely help untangle Ryo Futaba's inner struggles. After some thought, you invite Ryo Futaba to work part-time at Lyco Reco, but to your surprise, since Ryo was already interested in coffee and Chisato had previously extended an invitation, joining Lyco Reco was a natural progression. Nice. Minami was satisfied with this development. Just as expected, Lyco Reco was the perfect place for Ryo Futaba. He continued reading. Your judgment was correct. The warm, people-focused environment of Lyco Reco was ideal for someone like Ryo Futaba, who tended to be withdrawn. Regularly interacting with customers and meeting all kinds of people was a gradual but effective remedy for her reclusive nature. Under Chisato Nishikigi's sunny guidance, Ryo quickly adapted to the busy pace of Lyco Reco, leveraging her natural attention to detail. Ryo Futaba and Chisato Nishikigi's relationship has deepened. Ryo Futaba and Chisato Nishikigi have become friends. Minami raised an eyebrow at the sudden relationship update. Friends already? Chisato really moved fast. But then again, it made sense. Her social skills were practically level for a true social dynamo. Ryo didn't stand a chance against that. Minami shrugged and kept reading. To help Ryo integrate faster, Chisato made extra efforts behind the scenes, introducing her to more people. This greatly improved Ryo's personality and helped her feel at home in Lyco Reco's circle. Ryo Futaba and Chisato Nishikigi's relationship has deepened, huh? Again? Another relationship deepened prompt? Something felt off. Minami couldn't put his finger on it, but he sensed something wasn't right. He continued reading. As Rio gradually settled into the group, Reko's staff began accepting the quiet, glasses-wearing girl you had introduced. Given her natural interest in coffee, Rio eagerly learned brewing techniques from the shop owner, Mika. In her free time, she practiced the skills taught by Mika, and sometimes, even during work, she would absent-mindedly start brewing coffee. At those moments, Chisato would step in to help smooth things over as the experienced senior. Ryo Futaba and Chisato Nishikigi's relationship has deepened. Hiss. Minami exhaled sharply. Something was definitely off now. This was his simulation with Ryo Futaba, right? So why was it Chisato and Ryo stacking affection points like some loyalty program? Where the hell am I? Is this a Yuri route? Minami stroked his chin and scrolled on, unable to look away. Mika, the owner, wasn't always at the shop due to his commitments to the orphanage. During his absence, Ryo would often ask Chisato for brewing advice. As a Reko's staff member, Chisato had mastered Mika's techniques, and under her detailed instruction, Ryo's skills improved rapidly. Chisato's unwavering support left Ryo, who often leaned on her for help, filled with gratitude. Minami closed his eyes. Memories from the simulation began flooding in scene, like a Reko counter, shortly after work. Chisato rested her cheek on her hand, watching Ryo brew coffee, her lips curved in a sweet smile. Ah. Not like that, little Ryo. When pouring, do it like this. Keep your wrist steady, pour the hot water first onto the filter paper. Steam drifted from the kettle as water flowed over freshly ground coffee. Chisato, leaning on the counter, whispered gentle reminders, her golden hair bouncing under a bright red ribbon. Under her guidance, Ryo nodded softly, pressing the kettle and circling her wrist. You're really all thumbs, huh? Chisato giggled, covering her mouth, inching closer. Her fair fingers touched Ryo's pale hand. Don't be nervous. Remember the 226 method I showed you? Like this. Until the coffee grounds bloom, then swirl the pot a bit. Get the flavors to mingle. From behind, Chisato guided Ryo's wrist, gently moving it. MMH. Ryo responded quietly, breath catching as warmth tickled her ear. Her pale face, kissed by the reddish hue of sunset, blushed faintly. Two girls laughing behind the counter, the moment glowing soft and serene. Ryo Futaba and Chisato Nishikigi's relationship has deepened. Ryo Futaba and Chisato Nishikigi have become close companions? Minami stared. Huh? Wait a minute. Miss Futaba, Miss Nishikigi. What are you two doing? Minami blinked in disbelief. All those repeated relationship-deepened notifications had already seemed off. Now, with this vivid scene from the simulation flooding his mind, it felt completely absurd. Was this what the special option meant? Is this seriously a Yuri route? Even Minami, normally calm and collected, couldn't keep a straight face. This was way too special option. Wasn't it? And where's my role? Aren't I the male protagonist of this simulation? Minami shook his head. This unexpected twist had truly caught him off guard. But thinking it over, the bond between two girls, blossoming naturally. Well, maybe it wasn't so bad. Chapter 211, Morning Kiss. Minami didn't particularly mind girls getting cozy with other girls. But he had a vague sense of realization. The true meaning behind the special option likely wasn't about some Yuri route, but rather the deepening relationship between Ryo Futaba and Chisato Nishikigi represented nothing more than Ryo gradually integrating into the Reko cafe circle. Whether her bond with Chisato would evolve beyond that, Minami figured that was pretty unlikely. Sure, Chisato hailed from the Yuri anime Icarus recoil, but in reality, her preferences weren't that skewed. After all, if Chisato were truly into girls, the first one to suffer would have been Takina Inoue. Guess we'll see how this plays out. Minami murmured, eyes fixed on the pale blue system screen. He'd already analyzed the situation, but Ryo's rapid integration into Reko's world had piqued his curiosity about what would happen next. Especially with the special option boost. He kept reading carefully. You watched the interactions between Chisato Nishikigi and Ryo Futaba unfold, feeling genuinely pleased to see Ryo fitting into Reko's atmosphere so quickly. Not just Chisato Takina Inoue, Mizuki Nakahara, Kurami, and even the manager Mika all welcomed the glasses-wearing girl with warmth and kindness. Once reclusive and withdrawn, Ryo Futaba now smiled more each day, thanks to Chisato's influence. Gradually, she found herself enjoying life at Reko far more than the cold, empty space she called home. Her work at the cafe, her exchanges with friends, these slowly unraveled the knots in her heart. She began to gain courage, slowly accepting her own flaws. Her previous self-loathing began to subside, thanks to your support, Chisato's encouragement, and Takina's quiet care, and through it all, she never forgot it was you who brought her into Reko, you who gave her the courage to take that first step on that autumn night. She wanted to repay you, but she was uncertain, unsure of how to start. Because no matter the challenge, you always seem to handle everything perfectly, no matter how difficult the situation. There was little she could do to truly help you. In that moment of doubt, Chisato, smiling as always, offered her a suggestion. She told Rio that, due to your hectic schedule balancing work and study, your ability to manage daily life had taken a hit. Maybe Rio could help by looking after you a bit. Of course, this was just an excuse. Your self-sufficiency was perfectly fine. This was simply an assist from Chisato Nishikigi. Following her suggestion, Rio began preparing freshly brewed coffee for you after every shift, and would even take your chef's uniform home to wash it carefully. Minami's eyes flickered with interest. A setup assist from Chisato was bound to accelerate his relationship with Rio. But what puzzled him was why Chisato had stepped in like this. Even within the simulation, Chisato should have significant affection for him, shouldn't she? Offering him an assist. It was like she was actively playing matchmaker between him and Rio. That didn't match Chisato's usual behavior at all. What was she up to? Minami closed his eyes, letting the simulated memories rise to the surface. Minami really wanted to understand why Chisato Nishikigi was acting this way. Unfortunately, even with the simulated memories, he couldn't figure out what went on in the mind of that golden-haired girl, always smiling brightly and full of whimsical, off-the-wall ideas. Could it be she wants Rio Futaba to join her in taking a Inoue? Minami frowned, the thought suddenly popping into his head. If it were Miss Nishikigi, that might actually be possible. After all, Chisato had always hoped that she, Takina, and Minami himself could be together. As long as that goal was achieved, the golden-haired girl was the type who would do anything. And now, with how quickly Chisato's relationship with Rio had developed in this simulation. As Rio's friend, could Chisato be thinking about making Rio part of her and Takina's group? A trio plan? It seemed very possible. So that's the meaning behind the special option. Minami mulled it over, then shook his head. In the end, it was just a theory. He didn't have enough information to confirm it yet. All he could do was keep reading. Rio Futaba's initiative proved effective. Her diligently practiced coffee-making skills helped ease your work fatigue. Then, following Takina Inoue's suggestion, she began learning massage techniques. After each shift, she would have you lie down and give you a massage. Her refined technique left you thoroughly relaxed, prompting you to quietly praise her. Sometimes, you even took the initiative to request it. Your requests, gentle as they were, left the soft-hearted Rio unable to refuse. The simulated memory stirred. Images connected, familiar scenes took shape. Minami closed his eyes, sinking into the memory. Scene, like Hueco Cafe, right after work. Minami leaned against the counter, smiling as he approached Rio Futaba. Keep me company for a bit, Rio. Feigning exhaustion, Minami smiled. But I'm still cleaning up. Rio, tidying the tables, replied softly. Don't worry about it. Minami stepped closer. Let Kurumi or Mizuki take care of that. They're the queens of slacking anyway. But Minami stood far too close now. Rio could smell his scent, hear his gentle breathing. Her cheeks flushed red. Seeing her reaction, Minami narrowed his eyes, lips curling into a faint smile as he leaned in to whisper in her ear, "You're the one who spoiled me, Futaba-san. Now you're just leaving me hanging. Don't you think that's a little cruel?" Your words were a bit of a stretch, twisting the truth, but she had no defenses against your playful teasing, gazing at Minami's clear, gentle eyes under the warm lights, seeing his elegant smile. Okay. Minami. Stop saying weird things. Flustered, Rio glanced around quickly, making sure no one was watching. Seeing the coast was clear, she let out a small sigh, her pale face tinged with red. You lay down gently on her lap, an overly intimate move. She trembled at first, surprised, but seeing your eyes closed in peace, she quickly regained composure. Her pale fingers pressed expertly at pressure points, sometimes firm, sometimes gentle. She genuinely enjoyed this closeness and felt thankful for Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue's suggestions. Your bond with Chisato, Rio, and Takina deepened. Days passed, seeking to grow even closer with Rio. You began visiting the science prep room more frequently at school. There, you quietly listened to her troubles. Silent companionship. Once withdrawn and alone, Rio cherished your presence deeply. School, once a place of isolation, now felt warm with you around. Her loneliness vanished. She was no longer content with your current relationship. Well. In reality, Minami blinked at the screen. Miss Futaba, I thought you were the shy, reserved type, just waiting for me to make all the moves. Turns out, you've got some boldness in you. You're taking the lead? What Rio always lacked was simply the courage to step forward. With support at her back, she could charge forward in love without hesitation, and in this area, Chisato and Takina proved to be excellent advisors. Damn. Minami chuckled. Rio sure knew how to pick her support team. Takina was one thing. But to involve Chisato Nishikigi as her strategist? You're gutsy, I'll give you that. Who knows what exactly Chisato and Takina filled her head with. Regardless, spurred on by Chisato's encouragement, Ryo grew bolder, more proactive. When you walked alone together, she'd quietly watch your expression, then slip her hand into yours. When you needed rest, she'd guide you to the shop's tatami rest area, gently massaging you, and in her boldest moments, she'd lean in while you slept in like Oreko's break room. And kiss you, huh? Minami blinked. Let's unpack this kiss you part. Was it like a morning kiss? Minami's interest peaked. But what surprised him more, what kind of spell did Chisato Nishikigi cast that turned this introverted, stoic girl into someone bold enough to initiate a kiss? And more importantly at this point, even if Futaba-san were clueless, she'd have to realize this isn't just friendship anymore, right? Almost as if to confirm his thoughts, the simulator text continued without pause. She had already sensed it, this growing closeness was far beyond friendship, yet, even knowing that, she savored the deepening bond between you. You realized this, and you decided, 1. The 1-year mark has arrived. Affection level maxed out. Time to confess. 2. Wait and observe the development. Seize the initiative by catching the carnivorous glasses girl off guard, then force her to accept your confession. 3. Nishikigi-san has given everything for me, I can't betray her. Boldly confess to Chisato Nishikigi. 4. Simulate it yourself. The options suddenly popped up on screen, drawing Minami's full attention. Aside from the simulate it yourself, there were the usual 3 choices. Using the process of elimination, Minami quickly discarded option 3. It had the same vibe as the previous failsafe Yamada-Ryo option, clearly a fallback route leading to a mediocre ending. Which left options 1 and 2. And their meaning was simple. Option 1, recognize Ryo Futaba's feelings and confess immediately. Option 2, wait for the right moment, catch her off guard, and secure a high success rate confession. Both had their merits. But from Minami's point of view, option 2 is the safer bet. He swiped his finger toward option 2. As the protagonist in the simulation, he could feel it. Though Ryo had cast off much of her emotional baggage and was actively developing their relationship, there was still something she was holding on to. That something was her bond with Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue, the friends who had always been there for her. And the simulation made it clear, Chisato and Takina's feelings for Minami hadn't changed. As their close friend, Ryo couldn't possibly be oblivious to the affection they held for him. Hence the earlier line in the simulation, she secretly enjoyed the growing closeness between you. That word secretly likely meant that Ryo still hesitated deep down. She feared that confessing might damage her friendships with Chisato and Takina. If that was the case, an immediate confession, option 1, might lead Ryo, out of consideration for her friends, to reject him. That's just who Ryo Futaba was, a girl deeply mindful of others' feelings. Then option 2 is without a doubt the better choice. Minami didn't hesitate and selected option 2. You noticed Ryo's growing affection for you, and you knew the reason she hadn't confessed was because this glasses-wearing girl deeply valued Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue's feelings. You chose to wait, to seize her weakness, and force this woman who dared steal a kiss while you slept to confess. That chance wouldn't take long to come. Within the simulation, memories surged. The setting, still like Hueco, but this time not the front counter, the staff restroom in the back. After a busy day, Minami greeted everyone and slipped into the restroom. He yawned, then collapsed onto the table. Exhausted, he quickly began to doze off, soft snores filling the quiet room. And entering with those snores was a small, delicate figure, tiptoeing in. Minami. Minami? She whispered softly, twice. No reply. Ryo Futaba's tightly clenched heart relaxed just a bit as she exhaled. She knew Minami was a heavy sleeper. Once asleep, he wouldn't wake up unless it was something urgent. And this gave her an opening. Quietly, she approached. Staring at Minami's peaceful, sleeping face, a look of affection shimmered in Ryo's eyes. This man, whether at work or in life, was always proper and unyielding. No wonder he's so tired. She leaned down, gently brushing aside his messy bangs. To avoid her long hair brushing his face and waking him, she carefully tucked it behind her ear. Then, lowering her head, closing her eyes, her pink lips softly touched the side of his face. But then Ryo froze. Something felt off. The sensation on her lips. It wasn't the texture of his cheek. It was softer, warmer, and wetter. Her golden eyes widened in shock. And there, just inches away, Minami's eyes, now open, met hers. Their lips had met. Right on the mouth. Seeing her utterly flustered face, the young man smiled. Chapter 212, a trio? A 4-person ending? Your baiting scheme succeeded, The now bold Ryo Futaba, completely unguarded, handed over the leverage to you herself. Faced with your relentless questioning, cornered against the wall, Ryo Futaba was at a complete loss, unable to respond. I really didn't expect this, Ryo. You actually went and did something like that behind my back. Staring down at Ryo, who had retreated into the corner, Minami strode forward, boxing her in, feigning a look of sorrow. I trusted you so much. Ryo's face turned scarlet. Not the soft, cherry blossom pink of mild embarrassment, but the deep, steamy red of a boiled octopus. She wanted to explain, to defend herself, but the words caught in her throat. All she could manage was a long, stammering "guy." Do you think a guy's purity is just a joke to you, Ryo? Minami's face was full of anguish. No, it's not like that, Minami. Just listen, let me explain. She instinctively looked up. Forget it. Minami turned his head with exaggerated sadness. After you've already done that to me. What more is there to say? His tone, so full of resignation, left Ryo completely at a loss. It's already come to this. What are you going to do? How will you make it up to me? Minami pressed further. Her pale fingers trembling, Ryo fumbled in her pocket, pulling out her wallet. She dumped out a dozen 10,000 yen bills, lowering her head. I only have this much for now. Do I look like the kind of guy who's satisfied with money? Sigh. I can't believe this is how you see me. Minami tore his gaze away from the bills with great effort, shaking his head and sighing. There's only one way to fix this now. Whatever it is, I'll do it. Completely losing her composure, Ryo could only follow Minami's lead, her voice filled with anxiety. She couldn't bear the thought that this one moment of impulse might ruin everything between them. Only now did she realize just how much this young man who had been by her side both at school and at work meant to her. So no matter what Minami asked for, as long as it was reasonable, legal, and fair, she was truly willing to make amends. Holding her breath, Ryo waited for Minami's answer. And then, Ryo, take responsibility. Ryo's golden eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected this at all. In a tiny voice, she asked, take responsibility, as in? Of course, become my girlfriend. Go out with me. Minami flashed a mischievous smile. That handsome face of his always seemed like he was plotting something when he smiled like that. You don't want to? No. It's not that. The sudden turn of events had Ryo's mind in a complete mess. She was overjoyed Minami had just confessed to her. But alongside that joy, there was a heavy worry. Because over these many days, Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue had become her dearest friends. Would becoming boyfriend and girlfriend with Minami cause her to grow distant from her friends? All sorts of emotions surged in her heart, only to sink once more. But in the end, she gave a slight nod. The motion of her head was almost imperceptible. If Minami hadn't been watching her so intently, he might have missed it entirely. Taking this into account, Minami pushed the four-eyed girl completely into a corner, as if driving her into his own personal cage, and asked, "You agreed?" "Yeah." A shy pink blush spread across her cheeks. Futaba Ryo gave a gentle nod. "You didn't miss this opportunity. You used it to take responsibility, forcing her into becoming your girlfriend. Her hesitant nature needed that final push from you. Under your aggressive approach, Futaba Ryo could only accept, yet she was worried that Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue would drift away because of it, but that worry was clearly unnecessary. Even after she started dating you, Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue treated her just as they always had. If anything, they were even more affectionate. This sudden warmth made Futaba Ryo feel even more attached, but also left her with a sense of guilt toward Chisato and Takina. They were so close to her, and yet she had gone ahead on her own. She didn't want to see her friends miss out on happiness, but at the same time, she couldn't walk away from you either. Two conflicting emotions were pulling her in different directions. Miss Nishikigi, oh Miss Nishikigi. Watching Nishikigi's actions in the simulation, Minami realized his earlier suspicions had been spot on. This wasn't some Yuri storyline, nor was it the same dual happiness ending as in the Chisato Nishikigi romance simulation. This time, it was very likely heading toward a three-person happy ending. Let's take another look. Chisato Nishikigi had intentionally developed a relationship with Futaba Ryo clearly as part of the three's party plan. Their growing intimacy. And considering Futaba Ryo's nature, someone who couldn't stand to see her friends sad or deprived of happiness. The path ahead was almost too easy to predict. Didn't expect this. I really didn't. Minami was both annoyed and amused. This girl, who always seemed carefree and careless. Turns out she was secretly meticulous, pushing everything to reach this current outcome. She really did have the makings of a romance tactician. Minami perked up. After Gota Hitori's personal simulation, his mindset had shifted considerably. Ms. Nishikigi's actions were actually in his favor. He continued watching. After officially becoming your girlfriend, Futaba became much bolder than before, especially with your approval. This usually cold and indifferent science girl would sneak into your tiny apartment to take care of you, from cleaning the place to making tea, serving water, even cleaning your ears. She handled it all with ease, living on her own from a young age. Her self-sufficiency rivaled yours. You tried to refuse after all. As Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, you didn't need your girlfriend to serve and assist you. You believed you could take care of yourself. You began resisting her caring advances. Oh? Not bad. Minami lit up. Even if it was just a simulated version of himself, this time around he was clearly a lot more assertive than in the previous playthrough. Exactly. That's how it should be. How could he fall into temptation and indulge in laziness? He was the perfect Tokyo pretty boy, after all. With high spirits, Minami read on. But your resistance had limits. Futaba persistence wore you down, and you gradually accepted her kindness. Bit by bit, you stopped resisting and began enjoying her meticulous care. Your self-dependence started to decline, Minami. He fell silent. There was nothing he could do. He'd gotten used to it. After all, it was only the simulated version of himself. But if it were him, the real deal. Minami couldn't help imagining Futaba caring for him. A good morning kiss, cooking meals, feeding him, helping him dress, bringing an umbrella when it rains, staying quiet while he talks with others, instantly responding to any request with that silent, obedient demeanor. This seems hard to resist. TCH. Minami coughed twice. He pushed the thought aside, refusing to dwell on it any longer. You accepted Futaba dedicated care, yet when it came to working with Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue, she remained uncertain. Her bond with them deepened, the more time she spent with the imaginative, golden-haired Chisato, and the cold, silent, black-haired Takina, the more she realized their love for you was no less than hers. She didn't want to lose you, but she also didn't want her friendship with them to end. With those feelings in her heart, she seemed to have made a decision. She began subtly testing your limits. For example, she'd occasionally show you anime or dramas with harem endings. She'd secretly ask what you thought of the male and female leads in the simulation. Memories resurfaced. After watching a teen romance drama with Futaba, Minami yawned. He wasn't into that kind of sappy show. He'd only watched it at her request. So, how was it, Minami? While tidying up the DVD case, Futaba glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Pretty boring, I'd say. Minami rested his chin on his hand, offering his critique. A shy, introverted girl meets a cheerful and a cold girl, becomes friends with them, and falls for the guy they both like. In the end, out of guilt and friendship, the four of them live happily ever after. That plot is way too bland. He shrugged. If I'd written it, the introverted girl would have schemed to climb the social ladder, battling the cheerful and cold girls in a fierce game of wits. Futaba mouth opened slightly. Then, after emotional turmoil and guilt over her friends, she finally succeeds in becoming the guy's girlfriend but loses the most important thing along the way, their friendship. Now that would be an interesting story. Minami criticized sharply. It's 2025 and they're still writing such flat plots? Makes me question the writer's skills. Ugh, at a loss for words, Futaba turned her head aside. Forget that. Did you try the game I recommended? Oh. That game, huh? Minami leaned against the bed, replying casually, don't have a computer. I'd have to go to a net cafe. Futaba fingers twitched slightly, then she spoke as if it were nothing. I've got a spare laptop at home. I'll bring it over now. She stood up and headed for the door. No need. Minami yawned. Not really into those kinds of games. You have to. In a rare moment, the always calm and quiet girl sounded a little flustered. You have to play it. I really recommend it. The ending with the three heroines is really good. Oh? Minami dragged out his tone with interest. Come to think of it, Rio, all your recent recommendations have been harem-themed shows and games, haven't they? Click. Grinning mischievously, Minami hugged the petite girl from behind and whispered into her ear, what's this? Trying to hide something from me? Planning something sneaky? I'm not. Caught in the act, Futaba kept her calm voice, shaking her head. Really? Looking at her slightly flushed cheek, Minami chuckled. Alright, let's say I believe you, but forcing me to play a game I don't even like, Rio, you'd better reward me after it's over. What kind of reward? I don't care. Minami patted Futaba head and smiled. In a voice the girl couldn't possibly say no to, he said, anyway, I will be expecting that reward. Oh. Knowing she couldn't refuse Minami's demand, Futaba nodded softly. Your agreement made her really happy. And she started to get bolder. She began recommending all kinds of harem stories for you to play. You're really going all in, huh? In real life, Minami felt the memories from the simulation running through his head and couldn't help but comment. That's Rio for you. Once she decides to do something, she puts her heart into it. But she's being so obvious now. Does she really think he hasn't figured it out? Even if it's the version of himself in the simulation, the way she's acting. He had to notice, right? The simulation seemed to prove Minami's guess. She thought she was hiding it really well. In fact, she even felt pretty proud of herself, but in truth, you had already noticed what she was thinking. You just didn't bring it up because you didn't want to upset her, because just like Futaba Rio, Chisato Nishikigi, and Takina Inoue, from the start, you just wanted them all to be happy. Her active moves only pushed you to take action too. Is it happening? Watching closely, Minami perked up. 3 people together. Or maybe 4? Is that the ending coming? Chapter 213. Girlfriend. Again? Under Minami's gaze, the simulation continued. Just watching Futaba Rio take action while you, the person involved, stay passive. This clearly doesn't match your usual style. You also know Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue very well. You're aware that this cheerful, carefree girl, who always seems laid back and is super friendly to others, would definitely enjoy this kind of situation. So, you decide, option 1, I'll love Rio only, forever. Go away, bad girls. Option 2, ask her directly, did she do this on purpose? Option 3, I can't take this anymore. Let's throw a party tonight. Option 4, simulate it yourself. Minami looked over the choices. None of them threw him off. He could easily tell what each one meant. These are pretty clear. He glanced at them again. Option 1 probably leads to a solo route with Futaba Rio. If he picked that, most likely, he'd go down the Rio-only path. And with Rio's personality, they'd probably end up married and with kids, but she'd always feel regret about Chisato and Takina. A regret-filled ending, for sure. Not picking that one. The correct choice should be option 2. Ask Chisato directly, and probably get her help. That's likely how it goes. After all, he already saw Chisato's happy ending in another simulation, so he knows her. She's direct, easy to talk to, kind of like Himada Rio. But Minami glanced at option 3. A party tonight? Honestly, he was kind of curious about what kind of party that'd be. Yeah. Maybe not. Minami shook his head and pushed away the idea. He looked away from party tonight. He wasn't like the version of himself in the simulation. As Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, he had strong self-control. I'll save that for next time. There are more simulations anyway. Decision made, Minami picked option 2. You decide to test her guess and ask Chisato Nishikigi if she planned all this. Without hesitation, Chisato admits it honestly. She also tells you she made friends with Futaba Rio from the heart. Seeing such a shy and quiet girl, she naturally wanted to help, even if Rio might like the same guy she did. That's just the kind of girl Chisato is, someone who can't ignore others. Memories flashed. Minami sank into them. It was probably one night. Futaba Rio and Takina Inoue had gone out to buy drinks. Mizuki Nakahara and Kurumi were hiding in the back room of Hueco after finishing work. Inside the cafe, only Minami remained, wiping a plate with his chef's hat off. Beside him, a cheerful golden-haired girl was grinning, showing her perfect white teeth. So you already expected this? Or should I say, planned it from the start, right? Still polishing the plate until it gleamed, Minami asked. Yep. Chisato answered casually, smiling brightly. Taking is a given, but I can't leave Rio alone either. She overthinks everything. Besides you, no one else can really take care of her. Ouch. Smack. A sharp sound. Before she could finish, Chisato yelped. Minami slowly moved his finger away from her forehead. Hee hee. Hearing no scolding from him, Chisato chuckled. She knew he agreed with her and kept talking. Now everything's good. Rio's accepted us, and we're fine with being with her too. Hee hee. Minami-kun, this is all thanks to me. Praise me. She puffed her chest proudly, clearly happy with how things turned out. Yeah, thanks to you. Minami shook his head with a small smile. He couldn't help but think about all the harem games and romance shows he'd been forced to play and watch recently. A bit later, but I didn't think Rio would go this far. Chisato looked thoughtful, a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Futaba Rio to accept both her and Takina so quickly. And even sneakily get Minami to accept this four-way relationship too. She thought she'd need more time to convince Rio. That's just how she is. Minami put down the plate, now dry. He knew. Futaba Rio was the kind of person who'd do anything for her friends. She didn't want to see Chisato or Takina unhappy. So she chose to share, a choice most people wouldn't even consider. Futaba was serious and sometimes way too stubborn. Take care of your friendship with her, Chisato. Minami said softly. I know. Hearing the weight in his voice, Chisato's usual playful look faded. She had already seen Futaba as her best friend. Of course she wouldn't hurt her. Because Chisato and Futaba are real friends, Chisato didn't want to keep you just to herself and Takina, in her mind full of wild ideas. She never holds back when it comes to sharing good things with friends. What do you mean by keep me just to her and Takina? Minami chuckled as he read that. So Chisato had it all planned out from the start? And was totally ready to share him? This girl. But after seeing this part of the simulation, he felt more at ease. He had guessed before that Ryo's sudden boldness was because of Chisato pushing her and Ryo's guilt toward her and Takina. But it was just a guess, not solid proof. Now that Chisato had admitted it herself, he could finally relax and keep reading what happened next. After that, you asked Takina Inoue how she felt about it. To your surprise, this always serious and cold-faced girl agreed with Chisato Nishikigi's view. She accepted Futaba suddenly joining in. For this black-haired girl, you, Chisato, and Reko are her whole world. She respects your thoughts, and Chisato's too. Even though she looks distant, she actually cares a lot about the girl with glasses. Now that you know how both of them feel, you decide. Option 1. Show your closeness with Chisato and Takina, to gently remind Futaba that you've already accepted her. Option 2. No need to beat around the bush. Be straight with Futaba and tell her everything. Sometimes, you just have to take the lead. Option 3. Great. Finally, no more holding back. Let's throw a party tonight. Simulate it yourself. Another party? Minami was speechless. Just how obsessed was the simulated version of himself with parties? Why the sudden urge for a party? The timing clearly wasn't right yet. He ruled out option 3, then looked at options 1 and 2. Both options clearly meant telling Futaba the truth, helping her understand the situation. Option 1 meant a subtle hint, while option 2 meant just being direct. But Minami leaned toward option 2. Just like before, in Futaba simulation she was someone who overthinks everything. Showing her affection from afar might only make her worry more. And with her personality, sometimes she needs someone to give her a little push. Just like what Chisato and Minami had done before. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate and picked option 2. Option 2, no need to beat around the bush. Be straight with Futaba and tell her everything. Sometimes, you just have to take the lead. Thinking about Futaba personality, a hint wouldn't help. She needs a push, so, together with Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue, you decide to clearly tell her how you feel. Futaba is shocked by your honesty, but before she can say much, Chisato pulls her into a hug and laughs brightly. Oh, I didn't think Ryo-chan was thinking about us this much. Chisato hugged Futaba tight. She laughed and also thanked her for everything she'd done. Futaba face turned red. She hadn't expected Minami to figure her out so quickly. But, her voice trembled as she looked to the side. Honestly, more than Chisato's cheerful reaction, Futaba was more focused on Takina Inoue, who was quietly sipping tea. Unlike Chisato, who showed her feelings clearly even though they were friends, Futaba could never really tell what this calm, serious black-haired girl was thinking. Would she really accept her? Worries filled her heart. Takina seemed to notice. She gently put her teacup down and looked up. Futaba-san. Her voice was soft, but it held weight. Yes. Do you like Minami-kun? Futaba froze. It was a simple question. But there was something deeper in Takina's words. Did she like Minami? No doubt. She did. Whether it was him helping her through tough feelings, or reaching out to her over and over, keeping her close to Reko. All of it showed how much she liked him. But liking someone wasn't everything. She'd be sharing him with Chisato and Takina. Could she keep feeling this way? That was the big question. She started thinking. Time felt both fast and slow. Under Takina's calm gaze, Futaba finally spoke. Yeah, I like Minami. No stuttering. No hesitation. She had already worked it out in her heart. She answered calmly. And now, she waited for Takina's reply. What did she think? In her gaze, the black-haired girl placed her hands on her knees and nodded. I see. Huh. That simple answer left Futaba stunned. She'd expected more. That's it? What else? Takina asked calmly. I just needed to know if you liked him. Now that I do, there's nothing else I need to worry about. Takina answered plainly, then paused. Oh, right, one more thing. Like a bride meeting her in-laws, she bowed respectfully with 3 fingers placed together. Let's get along from now on, Ryo. She spoke gently and lowered her head. Wait, no. I should be the one. I'm not worthy. Please take care of me too, Takina. Futaba was caught off guard by the bow. She quickly bowed too, doing the same gesture. Both bowed at each other. Chisato laughed from the side. Alright. We're all gonna share a bed now. No need for all the formal stuff. She boldly pulled Minami, Futaba and Takina together and grinned. This is what they call a one-husband two-wife system. Chisato proudly declared the one-husband two-wife setup right in front of you. Later that night, you gave this smug, golden-haired girl's butt a good spanking. She didn't ask to stop, though. Holding your hand, she kept bugging you to put ointment on her butt. Chapter 214. Springs contrail, just the right flavor. Nice. This is going really well. In reality, Minami let out a satisfied voice. He was pretty sure now. Up to this point, he hadn't made any wrong choices. Everything he picked was right on target. Futaba inner struggles were resolved. Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue had accepted her. A good future was basically waving at him from inside the simulation. But this still isn't the time to relax. Minami, curled up under his blanket, sneezed. He'd gotten caught in the cold autumn rain, and now he was feeling chilly, tightly wrapped in the covers. He hadn't forgotten besides Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue there was one more thing he had to face. That was Futaba-san still needs to go study abroad. Leaning against his blanket, Minami didn't forget this event, which was basically a turning point in Futaba life. It hadn't happened yet because they were still in their second year of high school. But once third year began, everyone would have to face this issue. With that thought in mind, Minami kept his eyes on the simulator as the text kept changing. You and Ryo, Chisato, and Takina grew even closer. The four of you officially became lovers. Even though you became a couple, your daily life didn't change much. Going to and from school each day, your routine stayed pretty much the same. The only real change was that the bond between the four of you was now much stronger than before. With no more doubts or worries holding her back, Futaba got bolder, and sometimes, with Chisato's encouragement, she would sneak into your small apartment. At times like this, Takina Inoue would step in, trying to calm things down and stop the two of them. But even with Takina's efforts, Chisato never really held back. Having finally gotten everything she wanted, this fearless, golden-haired girl clearly wanted to take things further with you. Just holding hands and hugging wasn't enough for her anymore. Sometimes, she would kiss you first, or even boldly say, I'm wearing special underwear today, and I don't mind if you see it. Seeing this, both Takina Inoue and Futaba didn't say much, but they definitely started to feel the pressure. They also began acting bolder. At their request, you gave each of them a spare key to your small apartment, but honestly, the place was just too small. 4 people squeezed in together wasn't ideal. That's when you all decided to start looking for a new place in Tokyo. Thanks to your part-time work at Lyco, you'd saved up quite a bit of money. Finding a good place in Tokyo wasn't the problem with that money, and right around this time, you and Futaba moved from second year to third year. Is it happening now? Minami sat up, fully alert. Was the study abroad event about to start? Finding a new apartment was important, but so was the pressure of third-year studies. You cut back your hours at Lyco but didn't neglect your schoolwork. You also noticed something. Unlike you, who cut back on work, Futaba seemed busy with something else and also stopped coming to Lyco. In her absence, Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue kept the cafe running, and even when you and Futaba were busy, they often brought snacks from the cafe to share and chatted with you both. Thanks to Chisato and Takina's company, even though life was busy, it never felt boring or heavy for you and Futaba. But you weren't the only one who noticed. Chisato and Takina also saw it. Futaba wasn't just busy with studying, she was clearly up to something else. But every time they asked, she would just wave it off and say it was nothing. Time went on. Finally, the three of you couldn't hold it in anymore and asked her directly. Seeing that she couldn't hide it any longer, Futaba sighed and shared what had been going on. Her parents had already arranged for her to join a well-known physics institute in Germany. If she went now, she could start working as an assistant in their physics department. Chisato and Takina were shocked. They had never expected that the girl they'd spent so much time with had such resources and background. While they were surprised, Futaba looked worried and sighed again. She had never really talked about it, but as a science genius, she did have a dream in physics. But Germany was just too far away, and there was no set return date if she left. It might be 7 or 8 years before she could come back. In the worst case, the Futaba family might just settle down in Germany for good. She wanted to chase higher knowledge in physics, but at the same time, she didn't want to leave all of you behind. My father, who's a well-known scholar, told me I have to decide before the end of this month. Futaba sighed as she said those words. Inside the room, Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue fell silent. Futaba didn't know what else to say. The three girls stayed quiet for a long time, Then all looked toward the young man with messy black hair, who hadn't said a word yet and seemed deep in thought. This month, a decision must be made. That can't be changed anymore. Neither Chisato Nishikigi, Takina Inoue, nor Futaba herself knew how to move forward, but if it's you, someone who always acts without hesitation, someone they all trust, you might have a better idea. With their eyes full of hope on you, you think, this is a choice with long-lasting consequences. Option 1, if she goes to study in Germany, many things could happen. Her family might settle there, and you wouldn't see her again until she's financially independent. That's something you can't accept. Try to stop her. Option 2, a girl's dream doesn't come easily. Even if waiting is painful, you can't hold her back for your own reasons. Respect her wish, tell her you won't stop her, and encourage her to chase her dream. Option 3, after confirming your relationship, she wants to study abroad? Even considering Chisato and Takina's feelings, you can't let her go. Option 4, simulate it yourself. The simulator stopped. The options appeared clearly on the screen. Minami looked up. 3 choices neatly lined up before him. He understood the meaning of option 1 and option 3 very clearly. They both meant stopping Futaba. The difference was, option 1 tried to persuade her gently. Option 3 was straight up forceful. If I go by the second simulation, option 1 and 3 were both wrong. In the second simulation, if you stopped Futaba from studying abroad, she'd become an ordinary high school teacher. She'd blend into the crowd, becoming just another face in the crowd. It wasn't a terrible ending, but Futaba deserved more. As a genius in physics, she'd already shown incredible talent even in high school. She could have a great future, but because of one choice, she became ordinary. That's something Minami couldn't accept. So by that logic, option 1 and 3 had to go. But the situation this time is different from the last time. Minami shook his head. In the second simulation, Futaba hadn't moved past her psychological trauma. She still hated herself and couldn't accept who she was. That's why she ended up to her eventual mediocre ending. But now, in this fourth simulation, things were different. Futaba had already overcome her inner struggles. So from another view, could the stronger version of her still reach her dream even without going to Germany? Even Minami couldn't say for sure. You can understand a person, but you can never completely know someone's heart, or what their future holds. Option 1 and 3 were both uncertain. If he had to choose, Minami leaned a bit more toward option 1. But there's still option 2. Minami looked at option 2. Encouraging Futaba to chase her dream, it basically meant encouraging her to go to Germany. Her father had already arranged everything. If she took that path, it would likely be smooth sailing. But if she went to Germany, that meant she might settle there, and it could be 7, 8, or even 10 years before they'd meet again. This really feels like a bad ending. Minami tapped on the screen. Options 1, 2, and 3. Option 3 was too forceful and could be ruled out. That left just option 1 or 2. Minami started thinking. If it was a normal choice, he might decide quickly. But this choice was too important. It could undo all the correct choices he'd made before and change the final ending. He didn't want that to happen. After thinking for a while with no clear answer, Minami relaxed and raised his hand. If I can't tell which is right, I'll just follow my heart. He chose option 2. Option 2, a girl's dream doesn't come easily. Even if waiting is painful, you can't hold her back for your own reasons. Respect her wish, tell her you won't stop her, and encourage her to chase her dream. Rather than stopping Futaba as her boyfriend in this simulation, he wanted her to reach greater heights and follow her dream. He didn't want to drag her down. Respecting her choice was the right thing to do. You never wanted to hold her back or become a burden. You're important to each other, but her dream is also important. As her partner, you should push her forward, not keep her stuck. Even though it's hard to let go, you tell yourself once you have enough money, you won't wait for her to come back. You'll go find her in Germany. As Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, you're definitely capable of that. In the simulation, memories began to flow. I think you should go after what you truly want. Minami, who had been silent, finally spoke. Minami-kun. But if she does that, Ryo might. Chisato looked shocked. She already saw Futaba as an irreplaceable friend. The idea of not seeing her for 7 or 8 years, or more, was too much. Takina Inoue felt the same. Her fingers turned pale from gripping her teacup too tightly. Their feelings were clear. Even Futaba looked unsure again. But there's no need to think too much. Minami looked at Futaba and shook his head. I respect your feelings and wishes. I hope you won't change your mind just because of us. Futaba. Looking at Minami, Chisato, and Takina, she gave a small nod. I understand. After hearing your advice, Futaba didn't bring up the topic again. Life returned to normal for all of you, but during that time, She often looked thoughtful and confused. Chisato and Takina didn't bother her. They quietly hoped she'd make her own decision. 1 month isn't long, especially for Futaba. Then one day, she called you. She told you she'd decided to follow her dream, just as you said. She thanked you. Your encouragement helped her make the decision. She was leaving today, to chase a higher level of physics. You just smiled at her thanks, even though it hurt. Maybe that's what youth is. With that thought, you looked up. The spring sky was wide and clear, the sunlight perfect. You could see bright hydrangeas here and there. You lifted your gaze high, past the scenery, and your heart seemed to soar into the blue sky. You saw the tail of a plane disappearing into the thick clouds above. Good luck, you whispered softly, then turned toward your small apartment. But after only a few steps, you stopped. You saw her Futaba standing at your door, wearing a white lab coat, leaning on the railing, holding 2 cans of coffee. She saw you, that emotionless face. You smiled. Spring day and airplane cloud trails on the sky. Warm black coffee, just the right taste. Chapter 215. Your physical strength improved thanks to their initiative taking the canned coffee she handed him. Where their hands touched, there was some warmth. But because of the spring weather, it still felt a little cool overall. You didn't go to Germany. Minami stood still, watching her lazily leaning on the railing, shaking the can in her hand, and asked. Nope. Hearing his words, the girl shook her white lab coat, turned her calm face toward him, and blinked. Click. She popped the can and took a sip. Minami leaned closer and looked in the direction Futaba had just been gazing. Other than the blooming, colorful hydrangeas and the ivy climbing the walls, there wasn't much to see. The two of them just leaned on the railing together. Weren't you going to chase your dream? He took another sip of the coffee, not even sure what kind. It was pretty bitter. Minami put the can down, deciding not to drink anymore. No one said I had to go to Germany to follow my dream. She turned her head. For the first time, her usually emotionless face showed a sly smile as she looked at Minami. There are plenty of great physics departments in Tokyo that are just as good as the ones in Germany. Minami. Just as she said. There were lots of excellent universities in Tokyo. For example, the University of Tokyo had top-tier science research across many fields. Particle physics, astrophysics, and nuclear physics were especially strong. She really didn't need to go to Germany. But even though that was true, her father had already paved the way for her over there. If she went, she could skip entrance exams and university applications, and start right away as an assistant in a lab. That would save her a huge amount of time and effort. Minami ran his fingers over the coffee can, lowered his gaze, and stared at the bright colors of the hydrangeas below. You really made your decision? Hearing him, she paused, then smiled and nodded. Yeah. She put down her can, leaned fully over the railing, and said, achieving my dream without you guys doesn't mean much. I want to be with all of you. In the spring sunlight leaning over the railing, she was even more beautiful than the cherry blossoms. Truly moving. She didn't go to Germany, just like you encouraged her to follow her dream and her heart. She made the choice she thought was best. Without you all by her side, chasing her dream alone wouldn't mean anything. That day, the girl who always showed no tricks in love, gave her first sly smile. That night, after staying with her for hours, you stood up to walk her home, but she hugged you tight and wouldn't let go. I don't want to go home tonight, Minami. Futaba softly called his name with deep affection. Minami instantly understood what she meant. He didn't insist on walking her back to her empty home. He quietly closed the door of his small apartment. You became physically intimate. She always let you take the lead in love, but that night, she was the one who took initiative. You knew that choosing not to go to Germany meant she now had to face huge pressure from both her studies and her parents to get into a top university. That night was the most indulgent she had ever been. The next morning, she was too exhausted to get out of bed, so you brought her breakfast and fed her bit by bit. It was a sharp contrast to the wildness of the night before. Waking up, she was especially gentle, clinging to you much more than usual. You fulfilled her every wish. After that, she gathered her strength and threw herself fully into studying. Unlike you, who had no weak subjects, she was brilliant at science but only slightly above average in other areas. To meet the score needed for the University of Tokyo, she had to work even harder. Meanwhile, knowing she hadn't gone to Germany, Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue were finally able to relax. When they learned she was aiming for the University of Tokyo, they made all kinds of energy-boosting food, drinks, and snacks to help her. This led to her sometimes having too much energy and she'd release it with you. You were both happy and in pain because of this, because it wasn't just Futaba. Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue noticed Futaba becoming more mature, no longer just a shy girl, wanting to be treated equally. Almost at the same time, they also became physically close with you, based on that principle, that you are not allowed to be partial, almost without distinction. Both of them also had their turn with you after that. Your bond with all of them grew stronger. This should have been a good thing, but now, on top of your studies, you had to deal with 3 different kinds of attention. You're really calling that just attention? Minami shook his head at the text. He could feel the simulated memories clearly. Among the 3 girls, Takina Inoue and Futaba Ryo were especially intense, always seeking him out. On the other hand, the one who talked big Chisato Nishikigi was now the one taking care of him most. My stress is through the roof. I have to take college exams too, right? Aren't they worried I'll fail? Minami sighed and kept reading. Balancing studies and their attention, an average guy would have collapsed, with his grades crashing, but you're different. Thanks to your disciplined lifestyle and regular exercise, you have plenty of energy, plus, your high-level cooking skills help keep your body in great shape. Being close with them actually made you healthier. Chisato Nishikigi, Takina Inoue, and Futaba Ryo's physical strength slightly dropped. Your grades and physical strength slightly improved, huh? Minami had already started to feel phantom back pain just from reading this. Yet somehow, the simulated him was managing everything fine. More than that, my fitness actually improved? And my grades too? What kind of demon girls were they? Stealing energy or something? Minami rubbed his temples. This simulator had gone completely off the rails. Could he really handle all that? Oh wait. Minami rubbed his chin. Maybe he could. Just like the simulation said, he trained daily, his fitness level was at 8, way above the average guy. Add in level 4 cooking and a Shouji Hitori, happiness, his body management was solid. TCH. Minami glanced back at the simulator. Weird. Really weird. All his perfect pretty boy self-discipline was being used. For this? Well, not the worst thing. Still, if it messes with Futaba Ryo's study prep, that's no good. He muttered to himself. After clearing his mind, he looked back at the simulator text. You noticed Futaba Ryo's declining stamina and quickly figured out the reason. To help her focus, you made a deal: no more sneaking around. You'd control yourself too, with your firm rules. Futaba Ryo returned to her normal schedule, and her health recovered. Spending lots of time studying with you, her natural smarts helped her learn quickly.